Recording in progress.
Good morning. Mr. Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the January 14, 2024 commission meeting. It's truly a pleasure to have you all here. As I've stated before, there's multiple opportunities for engagement. We look forward to everyone's participation. Either you can do it via Zoom, you can call in, or you can be here in present, or you can write us an email. We ask you to please provide your guidance and provide us with any insight on how we can be a better city and how we can be as effective as possible today. So as we get started this morning, I'd like to welcome a good friend of the city, Rabbi Jonathan Fish from Temple, Judea. Thank you for joining us, Rabbi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A blessing this morning. We gather this morning with hearts full of gratitude for the sacred work that our Coral Gables city leaders and officials, everything that you commit yourself to doing. Thank you for your dedication to making this city a home for each of us, where we can feel safe, valued, honored, seen, for what makes us different and what globally unites us. Standing in this space, the home of our fire and police headquarters, we especially offer a prayer of thanks to our first responders, our police officers and firefighters, to the dedicated staff and team of hard workers who take the calls, support our officers and command staffs, and give aid to those who we count on. If we could just take a moment and see all of our officers, our fire department and police, can we just give them a round of applause, because we are better because of you, and we are super grateful for everything that you do, that you run into spaces that we run from. So we just want to say thank you. Now this week, it's exciting. We start a new section of Torah. How many of you knew that? Yes, I did. We read this week's section of Torah is Parshat Shmot, which is the first reading of the book of Exodus. The beginning of this book, we meet this incredible soul. His name is Moses. Yeah, 2 points. Very good. 2 points. Moses, a man who grows up between two worlds, raised in Pharaoh's palace, yet deeply connected to the suffering of his people. Now, one day, seeing injustice, he steps forward to act, even though doing so is risky and difficult. This small yet brave moment ultimately sets him on a path to becoming a righteous leader who would help shape a future of freedom and dignity for all. Now, just as Moses reminds us that leadership is about courage, empathy, and action, so too do we see these values lived out here in our great city, Coral Gables. The work that you do, mayor, vice mayor, commissioners, city officials, along with the heroism of our first responders, echoes this timeless lesson. You create the conditions for freedom, connections, and flourishing within our community. Now, those who have read the Torah or Bible also know that leadership is not easy. And if it wasn't for Moses, and if it isn't, it's not easy for anyone. It wasn't for Moses, and it isn't for any person of power. What can we learn from Moses, who guided and at every turn listened to both the people and to the Holy One of blessing? These attributes of just hearing those around us are important in all places of headship. We ask our Creator to offer our trusted officials the listening ear, the groundedness and the heart like Moses to support our community, leading us to new places of growth, justice, and love. And if I may, I am a boy from California, Los Angeles proper. And so I want to just take a moment and ask that we, incredible city, blessed with luscious greenery and lots of rain, that we send our blessings to those in Southern California who have lost so much. We also want to send our blessings to the firefighters who are working tirelessly to control a flame that is out of control. We ask that God brings our firefighters comfort and the police with peace as they watch over and support our fallen and heartbroken. Holy One of blessing, we ask you to bless this city with peace and continued resilience. May we always strive to be a community of justice, compassion, and unity, a city of oneness, a beacon of light to those who seek a place of comfort, peace, and as real community, as we all say. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rabbi, as always, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention your incredible speech at the menorah lighting in front of City Hall.
Thank you.
There was 200 people there, and everyone kept speaking about what a wonderful event, and it was made such a special moment in the city as a result of your beautiful words. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for helping make that a reality in our community. Thank you, and blessings.
Thank you. I'd like to take a personal point of privilege, and I wish to express our condolences on behalf of the city and myself and my family to the St. Augustine Catholic Church family, which is my parish, on the untimely passing of Deacon Jose Chirinos, who has on more than one occasion so graciously done the invocation for us here at City Hall. This recently happened in November 2024, and he was there with us in November giving the invocation. A gentleman who I had a lot of respect for, a gentleman who served as a deacon for more than 2 decades and was gracious in his efforts to just serve this community. So I want to send our best to his family and our condolences. Moving forward to the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd ask for our Vice Mayor to please lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Mayor, and sorry I was a little tardy. Needed to get something printed for today's meeting, and it wasn't printing. Your hand over your heart, and I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Attorney, you have some housekeeping issues you need to address?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez has notified me that he has tested positive for influenza A and was advised to quarantine, and so he is on Zoom and has requested that the commission authorize his participation in today's meeting via Zoom due to this exceptional circumstance.
Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the first item on today's agenda is item A1, presentation and protocol documents. And this is a near and dear opportunity for myself. And I'd like to welcome the Leona Cooper family to please join us, and friends who are here to the podium. And before I read this certificate of condolence, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the life and legacy of Miss Leona Cooper Baker, a truly remarkable individual who gave so much to our city. Ms. Baker's voice was not just unique and distinct, it was incredibly powerful. It was a voice for her family, her neighborhood, and her community, and one that over the last 12 years of service, I've had the privilege of not only getting to know, but considering a friend. And she never held back in regards to what her opinions were and how she thought things should be done and what she thought was in the best interest of the city of Coral Gables. And I'll tell you one thing, and I mentioned this the other day when we were having a conversation at the Carver Wall of Fame opening. There's this misconception that, when you talk about McFarland or Golden Gate, that's Coconut Grove, that's City of Miami. She was a staunch advocate that we were Coral Gables. And she let everybody know. We love our brothers and sisters in the City of Miami, but we are Coral Gables, and we're proud to be Coral Gables, and we're very proud of her. Through her life's work, she reminded us of the importance of preserving our history, uplifting our neighbors, and serving with compassion and strength. We are fortunate today to hear her voice once more as part of the oral history project that our communications team is undertaking for the city's centennial. We had the privilege of capturing Ms. Baker's reflections. This video is more than just a remembrance. It is a testament to her enduring impact, her wisdom, and the deep love she held for Coral Gables and its people. Now let us take a moment to watch this video and celebrate the life of an extraordinary woman who dedicated herself to the betterment of all of us.
My name is Leona Louise Cooper Baker. I was born December the 26th, 1936. I am very proud because I live on the same site where I was born 86 years ago. The early times were just wonderful in my neighborhood. My mother was Bahamian, of course. We also lived among other blacks who came from Valdosta, Georgia, Fort Valley, but we got along. Our parents had to work very hard. But the one thing that I always talk about is that there were so many families during my time. We listened to what our parents said, and what they always talked about to us was to get an education. So I went to Carver, which was next door, and Carver was extended from 1 to 12. After I finished Carver in 1954, I attended college. I went to Lincoln University in Jefferson City, Missouri. It was a very good school for children who didn't have very much. I've always been interested in preserving history and listening to stories that the older people told. So I guess that was one of my talents. I don't know what I can call it, but I enjoyed that through the years. I was recognized in the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Bahamas because of all of the contributions I've made in the community. I submitted the pictures of those houses that are mainly located on Florida Avenue to a publication called Florida's Historic African American Homes. And I thought it was really important that they highlighted too because of the structure of them. Many of them were not necessarily shotgun houses because they are more narrow, although we have a lot of them in there. One of the men who built a lot of those houses, his name was Leonard Hopkins, and his picture is shown on one of my quilts. And all of those houses were very well done, and a lot of those houses are still standing on Florida Avenue. I was inducted into the Hall of Fame because I've been very active in and around the community. I tried to do what I could do to help preserve the history of my community. And I hope the storytelling will continue so that some people will take it upon themselves to continue to do what I have done in trying to preserve the history of my community.
Thank you. I asked for Clarice to please join us, her niece to please join us here, and for a few words before I read this resolution of condolences. And any other member of her family, please join us. Come up. We'd love to have you. So very quickly, I mentioned before her tenacity, her interest in the city. I worked with her probably about 10 years ago in regards to McFarland and Golden Gate when we were talking about the renovation and rehabilitation of existing shotgun homes that were there. Thank you to then County Commissioner Xavier Suarez, who got us almost $1 million in funding. We were able to renovate multiple of these shotgun homes that are treasures in our community. But her loud voice and her insistence and her unwavering spirit was the driving force in convincing myself and the commissioner of the county to make this a priority. And let me tell you, thank God we did. Thank God we did. So thank you for being here. I'd like for you to give a few words so we can always remember Ms. Cooper.
Good morning, City of Coral Gables Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, City Commissioners, the esteemed residents of City of Coral Gables. My name is Leslie Cooper, and I am here with my sisters Clarice and Wilhelmina, my daughter Lee, my cousin Diane and her husband Hiram, and my cousin Terrence. in the back. We're here with full heart this morning as we receive the city's resolution in honor of our beloved Aunt Leona Cooper Baker. She loved her family, church, community, and the history that makes this city beautiful and the neighboring community of Coconut Grove community. We appreciate the city's recognition of her tireless work in keeping alive the history of our early settlers and family members that migrated from the Bahamas. May God bless you, the residents of the city of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the Cooper family, I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please don't be shy. Okay. Well, if you didn't have the privilege of attending, I went to the funeral services, and I'll be honest with you, it was incredible to see so many people in the community come out in support of Leona. It was a testament to her commitment to the city, and to her community, and to her family, and to her friends. So I wanted to put that on the record. It was a beautiful service. Thank you for allowing me the privilege to be here. So I'd like to read this resolution into the record. Whereas Leona Cooper Baker was born December 26, 1936, in the Golden Gate Subdivision of Coral Gables, Florida, to Benjamin Sr. and Louise Bethel Cooper. She was 8th of 9 children, all of whom preceded her in death. And whereas Leona attended George Washington Carver School across from her home, graduating in 1954, she went on to matriculate at Lincoln University of Missouri, graduating in 1960 with a degree in elementary education. And whereas Leona began her teaching career in 1960 at Rainbow Park Elementary School in Opelika, and a few years later, she was transferred to Bunch Park. Later in the 60s, she was assigned to her alma mater, G.W. Carver, but was later transferred to Shenandoah Elementary, where she taught for 22 years until her retirement in 1992. And whereas, along with her career, Leona was the primary caregiver for her mother for over a decade and a half. Following her mother's passing, Miss Baker would often assist the elders in her church and community, cooking and baking for them, helping them run errands, and lending a listening ear, just like she did for her mother. And whereas when the Miami, Bahamas Goombay Festival began, Leona wanted to ensure that emphasis was placed on recognizing the pioneers, as she called them. She made sure they were a part of the parade up Grand Avenue, as well as recording interviews and taking photographs that remain today as part of the Goombay Festival's exhibits. And whereas after the establishment of the Leona B. Walker Homeowners Association, Leona enlisted help from the city of Coral Gables to gather the information necessary to place the McFarland District, also part of the city of Coral Gables, on the National Register of Historic Places. Ms. Baker would eventually go on to serve on the Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board. And whereas Leona will be greatly missed, but will always be remembered for her kindness towards others and dedication to her family, friends, and community. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Commission of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, that we extend our heartfelt sympathy to the bereaved family on the occasion of this great loss. Thank you and God bless. Thank you. I'd like to also mention Martha Banting, who helped us put this together, and she's been a real resource in making sure that we can memorialize the video that you saw today. That's part of our history, of our proud history, and I want to thank you for being here. Let's take a photo, please.
Thank you all for being here, and I was in California visiting family during the funeral, so I did not get the opportunity to join you all. But Leona's impact, and I've watched this video before, and every time I watch it, I learn something new, but she was just an amazing person, and I appreciated her wisdom that she shared with all of us. Thank you.
Her kindness, strength, and love will forever be imprinted in our hearts. As we mourn today her passing, let's also celebrate the wonderful memories she's brought into our hearts. She will be deeply missed, and her name will live forever.
And just as she worked tirelessly to respect and remember the leaders before her, we too must keep her name and her mission alive going forward. I think in the video she even mentioned that. She's the blueprint for your community, but for our city of what faith, family, friendship, and leadership is all about. May her life be a lesson for numerous generations going forward, that that's the path forward. And today, we need leaders like her, and we need the younger generation to step up, and hopefully, she's the one and others that inspire the younger generation to come forward.
I had the opportunity to spend many hours with Leona Cooper Baker talking about the issues that were affecting her neighborhood. And she was such a great advocate. She would come to you and tell you what the problem was, but she would always work with you to find solutions as well. I think that one of the best conversations I ever had with her was her gratitude when Gables Insider was informing residents of what was going on, and she told me, "You're the only one who's letting us know what's happening in our city, and for that I am grateful." She lived a life of service, dedication to this community. The love that the community shared for her is something that will sorely be missed. She was our historian, and I thank her family for sharing her with us all these years.
Thank you.
Now we move on to item, and the final item on presentation and protocol documents, item A2. We have our fire chief, please join us. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Today, for our Firefighter of the Month, we present to you Lieutenant Norman Angel. Lieutenant Norman Angel was the first unit to respond to a reported structure fire on November 22nd in the early mornings. Upon his arrival, he quickly noticed that the fire was a result of a down power line that had not de-energized. That had caused both vehicles in front of the house to be fully engulfed, and the fire was threatening the homes and the residents that were there. Quickly assessing the situation, he asked for FP&L to de-energize the whole neighborhood. That not only allowed his crews to effectively manage that incident, it protected the neighboring residents as the fence, the power line was impacting or touching a fence as well. And it protected the structure where that fire was already impinging on and damaged the outside of the home. For his critical thinking abilities, his command presence, and his concern for his safety of his crew and that of the residents and neighbors. He is our firefighter of the month. Congratulations to Lieutenant Norman Angel.
Good morning, sir. Congratulations.
Morning, sir. The efforts that day weren't a solo effort. It was a collaborative with my peers, mentors, my crew, and my command staff, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Congratulations.
Perfect. We'll move on to the approval of minutes.
I'll move it.
B1,
Second.
aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to item B2, approval of minutes for December 10, 2024.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Moving on to public comment. Mr. Clerk?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, first speaker today is Irene Hagedos. Not sure what the
Hagedos?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Irene Hagedas. I'm here representing Miami-Dade County and the project manager for the Underline. And I would like to speak on the comment on the item 2.2, where the Waterway Advisory Board is recommending that the City Commission ask the U.S. Guard, the Coast Guard, to actually extend the review period by 90 days and eliminating the viewing platform of the project. Respectfully, we would like you to not pass such resolution because it will tremendously affect our budget, our funding, and our schedule for this project. You have been incredible supporters of the Underline since the inception. And this process, this bridge itself and the project has been shared with the community at 8 different occasions. Starting, we started the process on December of 2022, and the last meeting presentation to the community with full support of the community ended up in October 23. So we are in 2025, and then suddenly there's a request to actually extend the review of a project that is already fully under permitting. It's a stream. Now, I would like to point out also that the staff has had opportunities. We have 4 members of the City of Coral Gables staff that act as a liaison between the county, the Underline designers, and also the community and staff for Coral Gables. So please, respectfully, do not allow that extension or recommend the extension to the Coast Guard. I do have, Mr. Clerk, I do have a PowerPoint of a picture of the bridge that has been seen by the community. No, you didn't receive it? No. Okay. I do have PowerPoints in here or a document that I prepared. I have copies if you would like to see it. I can definitely pass it so you can get an idea of what we're talking about. And I would like to address any of the items that are on that resolution.
If I may, first off, I want to say thank you for being here with us. You've always been very vocal and very accessible in regards to the Underline and everything that deals with Miami-Dade County. So it's truly a pleasure to have you here. I started this process almost 10 years ago. when I sponsored the item to move forward on the Underline and fund the Underline using a mechanism that is not city dollars, it's not taxpayer dollars. What it is 1,000 feet within from the Underline is being paid by impact fees. We are at the beginning of this process, of a long-awaited project that is sorely needed in this community, that will increase accessibility to open spaces, that will slow traffic down, that will beautify our community. This has been long awaited. It is something that's going to be a game changer, not only in Coral Gables, but in South Florida. 10 miles of linear parks are sorely needed here in this community. If you look at other communities like the Beltway, in New York, escapes my memory right now, the name of it, the High Line. These projects have been transformational projects. And this is why when I sat down with Meg Daly 10 years ago and started working on this project with Irene and members like Les Pantin and other members of the board, we wanted to deliver something transformational. I'm all in favor of having a conversation about the parks, about the bridge, but I want to be very thoughtful. I don't want to see one item derail the process after such a long time. Budgets are in place. From my understanding, a PO has been granted to the contractor.
Well, we are way under construction. So to give you an idea.
But the construction is literally right there at the precipice of Coral Gables on 37th on Lejeune.
Yeah, so this affects segment 6, which is within the city of Coral Gables. It's over the Coral Gables waterway. It is within our right-of-way. It is right under the Metro Rail. So keep that in perspective.
I understand.
Because this by no means, what this bridge does is that it increases pedestrian and bicycle safety. Right now, the bicycles come in US 1 or it comes up to Ponce de Leon. There's absolutely nowhere to cross that canal. It does not affect by any means the boaters' experience. Our bridge is higher than the lowest bridge, US 1. So voters' experience is not affected. There are issues that they have been brought up about, we have a small viewing platform that people will be fishing. You're absolutely right. We are going to be complying with all of the signage necessary to say no jumping, no diving, no fishing. We can only imagine somebody pulling a rod and hooking a bicyclist or a bicyclist, pedestrian on the back.
So we have this item for 10:30, but I wanted to make sure that people who are listening, they understand that we've gone through an extensive process. We'll discuss it once again at 10:30, at time certain. But I wanted the commission just to be very thoughtful and be very careful, because this has been 10 years in the making. And I'm all for more discussions between the manager's office, city attorney's office, and the county. The more the merrier. And I think that should be the real conversation and the real, kind of direction that we head in when we have this conversation at 10:30 as time certain.
I would remain to answer any questions that you may have, but just keep in mind that the U.S. Coast Guard provides 30 days commenting period. To extend it by another 90 days, 4 months, you can expect this project to be completely delayed and off the rails for that.
Okay. Well, we'll cover it at 10:30. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker is Jackson Rip-Holmes.
Good morning, sir.
Greetings. I ask all of you, including the people at home, I am about to prove to you right now that free energy exists. Can we roll the video?
Sure, sir. So
This
if
is
Cable TV
a video you've seen before, and what I got instructed by the friend of the guy who did the video originally is this is a demonstration of free energy. You're seeing it right now, and I'll explain it at the end of it. You got sound on it?
There is no sound, sir.
So that's a block of iron, and you can see it's warping, it's melting, if you will, at room temperature. So this is a replay, same block of iron, melting at room temperature. So the amount of energy the guy is using, it's like a heater from his home, right? You think of your own heater in your home. How much electricity does that take? That's the amount of energy he's using, and yet to melt that block of iron would take 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can see that's free energy right there. It's too bad we don't have the audio with it. Analyze it. Listen, I spent 6 years, I'm in touch with a guy. This is, you just saw, the people at home. Free energy, what does that mean? We don't have to become the underwater city of Atlantis. Coral Gables City Commission is going to save not only Coral Gables, but the entire state of Florida from sea level rise. Let me carry on with the experiment that I want to do to prove to ourselves that the water in Biscayne Bay can be used to generate free energy. If you go out, I'm talking now with the people over at the Sea Level Rise Solutions Center at FIU. And what I'm saying is we need to use their detectors there. You get heavy seawater is seawater that contains deuterium. So you go out, let's say they located it, we located ourselves. Anyway, so you come back, you find the deuterium, you bring it back in a lab bottle. I meant to bring a bottle of water, but I just got my coffee. But anyways, this is the same thing. Think this is a lab tube of heavy seawater. You run electricity into, let's say you run 100 watts of electricity into the bottom, right? You input that. Then you measure how much comes out at the top. And there's been over 100 experiments where you get 150 watts of energy at the top. That's free energy. And you multiply that enough times, you power the whole planet. The end of petroleum
Mr.
that is
Holmes.
causing sea level rise.
Thank you for bringing this to us. We have a long agenda today. If there's anything else, if you'd like to wrap it up, 10 seconds, whatever you'd like to say.
Well, just bear in mind, people at home, I just proved there is free energy. And now we just got to do it in our own experiment. And that's the end of the fear that sea level rise is going to drown Miami.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Tom Wells. Good morning. My name is Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way. My law firm is at 901 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. I'm also running for Coral Gables Commissioner Group 3. I'm here today to discuss voter engagement for Coral Gables residents. The Coral Gables Farmers Market starts Saturday and is the city's perfect venue to generate voter interest and educate residents as to candidates. When I asked to set up a booth to meet residents and educate them as to the election, the response was no until there is a decision otherwise. I'm here to ask you to allow Coral Gables candidates to have an educational booth at the farmers market. In 2023, there was an unsuccessful motion made by some commission members to move our elections to November. I was against that for at least 3 reasons. First, April keeps our elections nonpartisan with a focus on the needs of the residents. There's also less voter fatigue caused by multiple elections in November with an overwhelming amount of mail-outs and canvassing. Second, April is when the city has held its elections for the past 100 years. As we celebrate our centennial, we should recognize and respect our history. Finally, residents who do not vote in April should not be attacked. They have a right to decide not to vote. The point is that the city has a unique opportunity with the farmers market to grow voter engagement by allowing candidates to have booths and educate residents as to the election. Having booths is a better option than telling the candidates to walk around the farmers market and randomly speak to someone who may not be a Coral Gables resident or may not have an interest in our local election. In conclusion, please direct this community recreation director to allow Coral Gables residents to have a booth at the farmers market to educate our residents as to what that candidate has done for Coral Gables residents in our upcoming election on April 8th. Not having these educational booths for residents to meet candidates and learn about the election could be described as voter suppression. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Mrs. Maria Cruz. Mr. Felix Pardo.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
morning,
Mayor,
sir. How are you?
Commissioners. The last time I was here, I was sitting next with Commissioner and Mayor Dorothy Thompson. It was really great to see how well that meeting went. I watched the rest of the meeting later as a recording, and I saw the last agenda item, which had to do with City Hall. The reason that I'm here is because I am here out of a sense of great urgency. After that December 10th commission meeting, I observed personally. Later, because of my concern, I requested an appointment, and I was able to tour the City Hall building. I observed personally structural issues throughout the building, from the ground floor to the third floor. I saw the amount of necessary structural shoring that has fortunately been added, and there's more to come. I looked at the past 6 5-year economic cycles and the plans of how to repair these items, which have escalated completely out of control. In order to save our most iconic building in the city of Coral Gables, we cannot keep misdirecting our focus. The roof replacement and the pending windows are a small part of the necessary repairs to be achieved to make this structure safe. The exterior envelope of the building is only one part, but the bones of the building have been neglected too long. City Hall certification had its first report completed in January of 2011. Fast forward to 2025. Of the many boards that exist in the city and the many boards that I have had the honor and privilege to have served on in our great community, the Construction Regulation Board, which I sat on, exists to maintain the proper standard of construction in the city by enforcing the construction laws in force and effect in the city. I pulled up the Construction Regulation Board agenda for the next meeting, which is in March of 2024. There are 7 cases, and only 1 could not be accessed. Of the remaining 6, the same sentence in the description and defects of buildings were included. And these buildings were originally built in 1973, 1973, 1963, 1953, 1963, and 1973. Under the description and defects of the building, it almost looked like it was a cut and paste. The structure is hereby declared unsafe by the building official pursuant to section because the exterior structure has spalling and cracked concrete throughout, including but not limited in the walls, stairs, walkways, and balconies. Mr. Clerk, would you be kind enough to put up the pictures that were given to you?
So I could put up the photos, sir,
but the format in which you gave it to us only allows me to put up one at a time.
Okay, can you just put up one at a time?
Okay, if cable TV could share my screen.
The shoring, which has been referred to as overkill, is not overkill. If you look and you focus in the center of the picture, you will see reinforced concrete that is spalled out. I am not here as an expert, although I've been a registered architect for about 46 years. We have dealt, in my professional experience, with projects that have had spalling, very bad spalling, to the point that we've had to have buildings torn down. This is not the case here with City Hall, but I think it's a very, very important thing that we understand exactly why it's doing what it's doing. Can you go to the PDF on there, please, at the end? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This picture was taken in 1927. This is the structure as it was being built. The little blocks that you see on the bottom are terracotta, which was the block de jour. And that block then had a facing of stucco put over it. Structurally, it's not as good as the concrete block that we have nowadays, but still, it did its job and it worked. Unfortunately, in 1927, many people used salt and train sand, in other words, beach sand, to be able to make your mixture of the reinforced concrete, in other words, the steel with the concrete. Unfortunately, what happens over time is that you have spalling, which pushes out the concrete and separates the structural steel from this. The other 21 pictures that were given to the clerk, I'm not going to go through them, but they are showing tremendous amounts of structural deficiencies all the way through the top floor. I went back to the capital improvement plans, the past 6 5-year plans. The budget is detailed, but unfortunately, there is no distinction between the 405 Biltmore Development Building and the 427 Biltmore City Hall building, other than perhaps the roof. However, looking at the difference over the years, the proposed improvements doubled, and these even included the development building. There has been a clear understanding that City Hall needed a great deal of repairs and maintenance for all of this time. The CIP, which is the purpose of the capital improvement plan, is the long-term strategic planning tool required by state statute to ensure that the city can effectively manage and maintain its infrastructure. The key objectives of the CIP include, number 1, identifying priorities. Number 2, budget planning. Number 3, transparency. And number 4, the guidance for execution. Where are these actual expenditures or proposal allocations? Well, the capital improvements in the proposed allocations, these city priorities and intentions are shown clearly there. Therefore, the items listed in the CIP reflect what the city intended to address, not necessarily what was fully executed. The detailed analysis of allocation by year started off in 2019 to 2023 at only $5.84 million. Under necessity, it said to ensure compliance with safety standards, maintenance, public accessibility, to preserve the historic and aesthetic integrity of the site. In 2020 and through 2024, the CIP allocated $11.5 million. The necessity of the upgrades to ensure safety to staff and visitors. In 2021 to 2025, there was allocated $11.389 million. In there, the necessity was the long-term preservation of historic infrastructure, ensuring compliance with evolving safety and building codes, as the board that I sat on. Under necessity, there is an urgent attention to water intrusion and humidity control. Now, in 2023 to 27, the allocated budget is $21.2 million. In 2024 to 28, $23.3 million. The planned expenditures for final renovations for staff and Mr. Gomez's presentation on December 10th, his very conservative schedule should be applauded because it's within the last 6 5-year cycles. The necessity was for the long-term preservation for future generations of the most iconic building in the city of Coral Gables. It represents the employees, it represents our history, and it represents what the residents stand for. The most troubling factor that I have seen of all this is that over these many years, we have been prioritizing things like the mobility hub, things like a building that shouldn't have been purchased by the city and or improved. This short-sightedness, to me, is very troubling. I want to make sure that the residents and this commission understand how deeply disturbing this is. I know that people have used this podium for their own personal agendas and whatever they have in mind. At my age and my station in life, the only thing I've done for this great city is serve through all the boards, all the blue ribbon committees, all the different functions, which if you write them down, they're kind of crazy. But I've done that with a tremendous sense of service to this community. I must tell you that I am very concerned what the next 40 years are going to look like. And I have no choice but to say that I'm going to run for public office. Thank you.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
At my age, it takes a little while to get here. And it is Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, a resident of the beautiful city of Coral Gables since 1976. As always, I like to start with a nice comment. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I wished when I came here that that was all I was going to say. But I'm here to tell you that I'm very grateful that Felix Pardo has taken the time to research how we have failed our city by not doing the right thing. And I would like everybody to memorize the following dates. From 2018 to 2024, we had an administrator, we had a manager who is an engineer, because nobody has decided to go after his license yet, who has allowed our iconic building, who has allowed our city hall to be in this condition. There's no excuse. It's shameful. And I'm going to tell you, every time I hear his name as the wonderful person, the wonderful job he did, I suggest people need to look at what happened during those years so they can see the reality and not smoke and mirrors. I think I've said enough. It's a shameful day in the city of Coral Gables.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Gonzalo Sanabria.
You got a good crowd here. A lot of good people. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I have some comments, and I may run a couple of seconds past the 3-minute limit. I apologize. I will not run 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Rojas made a savvy decision. And again, it's nothing personal, sir. It's just that you're not qualified to be a city manager. And it's very evident from your inactions and your lack of qualifications that you don't belong there. You don't even belong there today. So you made a decision to either get fired on April or resign and not have the fired notation in your work record. And I commend you for that. Off the record, I would have done the same thing. Smart move. But you don't belong in that seat. You shouldn't even be there right now. Jointly and severally, some of you know that term. Jointly and severally means that the city has been taken for $365,000, $1,000 a day, with the ambush hire of an unqualified city manager by the votes of Commissioner Melissa Castro, spearheaded by Commissioner Ariel Fernandez, and vigorously supported by Commissioner Kirk Menendez. And this has to be jointly and severally. If you don't mind, sir, I didn't interrupt you. You don't interrupt other people. Thank you very much. I'm not violating any rules. Yeah, okay. So, jointly and severally means that you're liable to the city for that money that you owe the city. I want you to know that. I filed an official complaint with the City Commission on Ethics, and it should be made public. The reason the Commission on Ethics did not prosecute the case after 30 days of investigating it is because there's no ordinance respecting the home rule protocol on hiring a city manager, which you violated. So I urge one of you, You can even sponsor Mrs. Castro or somebody else to make it to an ordinance, a procedure for hiring the next city manager. So this set in stone. I appreciate all that. You owe us $365,000. Goodbye, Mr. Rojas, and God bless.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment?
I'd like to move on if possible. I don't want.
Actually, I would like for you to comment, please.
I'll make a motion to allow the
I'll
manager.
second that.
Would you do me a favor?
Mr. Clerk, you want to vote?
Okay.
There's a motion and a second on the floor.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Fernandez.
I'm unmuted.
Can't hear you, sir.
Yes.
He's muted.
Okay. Yes. Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Mr. Sanabria, may I ask you a question? Would you be so kind as to tell us what the requirements of a city manager is in Coral Gables?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Could you tell me what the requirements of a city manager for the city of Coral Gables is?
Well, what were your qualifications to be a city manager? Because you had no experience in city management whatsoever. So how did you qualify?
Madam City Attorney, could you look at the charter for the city of Coral Gables and let me know what requirements for the city manager is?
It's an HR policy, chapter 4 and 5. You should read it, sir. You should, the city manager.
I have a question to the city attorney.
So the HR personnel rules do not apply to the appointed officials. The charter provides that the city manager shall be the chief executive. The manager shall be chosen by the commission solely on the basis of his or her executive and administrative qualifications, need not be a resident of the city or the state when appointed. No member of the commission may be chosen to serve as city manager during his or her term. And there's more details about that, you know, the service of the manager in the charter. And that it does set forth the responsibility, duties, authority, appointments generally, as well in the charter.
If I may, Mr. Manager, just 1 second. We have a long agenda today.
Thank you, that's
We have
all
a
I
lot
have.
we have a lot of items today. Whether you agree or you disagree with the manager, obviously everyone knows here where I fall on that issue. We have a long agenda. I'd like to move forward and address the issues at hand and let go of the past and move on from that. Okay, let's move on.
No, I agree.
But
it's
Mr.
a long
Mayor, if I
agenda,
may,
100%, that the manager please finish what he is trying to prove.
No, that's the point I just wanted to make, that my appointment was within the authority of the charter.
And I just have,
So in other words, that he cannot define what qualification, what actually defines for you to be qualified is what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, but as the mayor said, I'm willing to move forward.
my question for the city attorney, based on what you read, the HR policy doesn't apply to elected appointed officials like city manager, city commission. It's the charter that governs, correct?
Correct, the HR policies do not apply to the appointed
It's
officials.
the charter. Okay, that's all.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, Peter Bumberger. He's going to be on Zoom.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I do have a comment.
Oh, go ahead. It's Commissioner Fernandez.
Go ahead.
I think the presentation that we just saw is a little disingenuous. If we were to go back, and Mr. Clerk, I just sent you an image I would like displayed on the screen.
Yes, sir. Okay. If cable TV could put my screen.
In 2014, the city went through the process of replacing the city manager. And Mr. Sanabria actually spoke out against the commission at the time over the process that the commission was following. And this was an article that was written at the time regarding Mr. Sanabria's comments, saying that it was a waste of time and the process needed to be expedited. But I think in comparison to what was said here today about the manager not having experience running a municipality, Mr. Sanabria stated at the time that the problem we had was that we were recycling other municipalities' managers and we needed somebody from the private sector. So completely different area. So in contrast to what Mr. Sanabria is saying here today, this hire was exactly what Mr. Sanabria was advocating for in 2014. Somebody who had the wherewithal to do what needed to be done in the city. And you can remove the image from the screen, Mr. Clerk. The issue that we have here today is it's just a constant attack and a constant attempt to divide our city. Over the last year, our residents have had the best response that we've had in many years when issues have come to the manager's attention. Why? Because we've had a manager in place who's been addressing the needs of residents on a regular basis. And I know that's of concern to some who had favoritism played by the former city manager. And if they had favorites, they were able to get their things done. But this manager has addressed the needs of this community, ensured that our policies are put into place. And I'll reserve my additional comments on this, but Mr. Sanabria, you will be hearing from my attorney in the next few hours regarding your complaint, which was a frivolous complaint filed with the Ethics Commission, and we will be pursuing legal charges and legal fees when it comes to your complaint. Politicizing the Ethics Commission has been a tactic that has been employed against Commissioners Castro, Menendez, and myself for over a year now. And I don't know what the point is. I don't know what the attempt is. But it is time for those forces who are trying to divide our city to take a step back and allow for people to do their jobs. This city is a shining light for other municipalities around this state. We're celebrating our centennial, and it's time for you to stop the division. It's time for us to start working together. We've said it since this first day we got here, and all we've gotten is somebody hitting the brakes, constant attacks from the mayor and his pack, constant attacks from your trolls out in social media who are attacking our family. My wife, my son have been attacked by your friends, Mr. Mayor, and that is unacceptable. It's time for us to move forward. You lost the last election. Don't set yourself up for another loss. We can move on now.
Mr. Clerk?
All right, next speaker on Zoom is Peter Bumberger.
Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I don't think the video is working here. There we go. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good morning. My name is Peter Bomberger. I'm a 25-year resident of Coral Gables. I live at 545 Villa Bella Avenue. I'm speaking today to discuss the pedestrian bridge issues. I'm not so concerned about the water viewing area. What I am concerned about is any further low bridges across the Coral Gables Canal. I have thoroughly reviewed the public notices that were in the paper and are online. There's some confusion that has been contained in those notices. The notice in the paper stated that the bridge, that the proposed bridge would have the same vertical and horizontal clearances as the US 1 bridge, an extremely low bridge. The online notice similarly stated that the bridge would be at the same elevation as the US 1 bridge. Now, I wrote an objection pursuant to the notice procedures to the Coast Guard, and Coast Guard Representative Matt Utter wrote back telling me the description in the public notice was wrong. In his email, he stated that the US 1 bridge is a pathetic 3.26 feet above the canal. And he said that the new bridge would be 6.7 feet above the canal. I believe he was referring to high tide. I hope he was. That gave me some slight relief, but in later correspondence sent to one of my neighbors, the Underline represented that the bridge will match the height of US 1. And I heard some earlier comments that it would be higher than US 1. That's not enough. There are over 100 homes on the other side of US 1, including mine. The west side of US 1 is serene, it's calm, it is a place for paddle boarders and kayakers to use. there's a paddleboard drop-off right near where this US 1 bridge is proposed to be constructed. There is one, as I understand it, that's going to be installed there near the Blue Road Park that I think is coming our way. I'm 5'8". I have to duck down to go under US 1. At high tide, I have to get on my knees. I think we need to start with some clarity from the Underline as to exactly what the proposed heights are of this bridge. We of course have storm surge issues. There's sea level rise that the county's been fighting forever. You know, any bridge that is remotely near the height of US 1 is a serious problem for those who use the canal. I just think that the notices have not been clear whatsoever. And so I do support extending the time to address the comments, because the notice itself by the Coast Guard's own emails to me wasn't accurate. I just want to really impress upon our city leadership the need for us to have no conflicts, no further conflicts on the Coral Gables Canal for those who use it. I thank you for hearing my comments. I know this is going to be discussed in the future at the meeting. But anyway, I just want to just highlight this very important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll be hearing F2, which is our tax collector who's here with us, and we'll be moving on from there to F3, which is a caroling contest. So F2, F1, and F3. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. do I do?
Please make an announcement that A3 has been.
I'm gonna do it right now. Mr. Clerk. Good morning. If I could get everybody's attention, thank you very much. If you'd be so kind to, we're about to begin the meeting.
In Cub Scouts, we do this. When you already be playing Cub, my girls are in Cub Scouts.
Raise your hand.
To go like this and be quiet.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're ready.
All right. So we're moving on to item F1.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
A3.
Okay, excuse me, A3 deferred to the next meeting at the request of the Coral Gables Museum. Thank you for the reminder. Item F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to negotiate a potential lease agreement with the Miami-Dade County Tax Collector for space located at 224 Minorca Avenue in the Minorca parking garage, waiving certain requirements pursuant to Section 2-1089 of Division 12 of the Procurement Code, providing for terms and conditions to be addressed during negotiations and providing for an effective date. Because this would include a waiver of the Procurement Code, it does require a forfeits vote.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I want to be brief, and we have our tax collector here who had the privilege of attending his inauguration yesterday, which was very well attended, and it was a great show of support for our new 5 constitutional officers. I put this on the agenda because, as always, we've seen the success that our clerk has had with his passport agency that he's been running here for the last few years in the city. Not only has it been a source of revenue, but it's also been, more importantly, in my opinion, besides the revenue, it's just the simplicity that it offers our residents and neighboring residents who want to come and address these issues here in the city. I remember having conversations with our Commissioner Jeanette Selesnik, may she rest in peace, and I was telling this to her husband. In the past, she had mentioned to me about how can we extend what we're doing here. And one of the items that we talked about was possibly the idea and concept of possibly doing license renewals, license plate renewals here in the city. And as we've transitioned now with our old passport agency building, which is no longer in use, now we have a brand new facility. That building is currently dormant. I'm not aware of any plans for it in the future. I thought of the idea of bringing our tax collector who is here, Daniel Fernandez, please join us, to possibly present the opportunity of, instead of having to go, for example, to Dolphin Mall, which is, pretty much a significant trek for residents, we could potentially do it here in our own backyard, stone's throw from the Metro Rail. So I spoke to our new tax collector who's here with us, bounced the idea of him, and I asked him to please come here so that we can present this opportunity to my colleagues on the commission and possibly deliver for residents, again, quality of life, a simpler process to address issues, and at the bottom of the issue is obviously potentially garner some rent from the county in a building that is currently empty. Mr. Tax Collector, will you please join us, and welcome to the City Beautiful once again.
Mr. Mayor, just really quick for clarification, our permanent building is being renovated. The building that they're looking at is the Minorca Garage. We would be moving back to our permanent building
Whatever it
in
may
April.
be. Finding opportunities. Thank you for the clarity.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. I wanted to start, thank you, give you thank you to you, thank you for the community, congratulations to all of you for recognizing the outstanding work of Leona Cooper and her family in our community. Their dedication and commitment have made a significant impact, and we are grateful for their contribution. Why I wanted to address this? Because every morning when I go to bring one of my daughters, Anastasia and Elizabeth, to school, she's waiting all mornings to say hello to her, and I wanted to say thank you, all of you. because it's important to recognize, people in our community. And I think Lena, she will be very happy for this recognition. So in the last couple months, we already start talking with different municipalities in Miami-Dade County, because we wanted to collaborate together. As I mentioned to you, when I came here maybe 2 months ago, we wanted to start talking with different municipalities. As a matter of fact, we already start conversation with City of Miami Beach, City of North Miami Beach, to start bring the service to the community that we have. For a long time, the residents of Miami-Dade County come to our office. Now we wanted to go to them. And I think this is important for our residents in Miami-Dade County. In the last 3 weeks, in the past 3 weeks, we was check one of the buildings that you have here. One is near from here, the building. So we wanted to try to start a conversation with you, city manager, with you people, to see if you have anything available that we can working on that. I wanted to present one of my director, Andrew, that he have something more to explain to you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, honorable commissioners. My name is Andrew Lopez. I'm the Director of Motorist Services for the Office of the Tax Collector. And so my team and I are responsible for assuming all driver's license services on behalf of Mr. Fernandez and the tax collector. I think for us, through Mr. Fernandez's commitment, we are looking for collaboration opportunities with all 34 municipalities. We are open. We don't have any restrictions as far as size and space. I think that there are opportunities to open up small tax collector offices. There are opportunities to open large tax collector offices. I'm sure many of you know Miami-Dade County is experiencing a crisis with driver's license and identification card issuances, and we are committed to finding solutions to that problem. We do recognize that it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all, and there's not going to be a magic solution. It's going to take a multi-pronged approach. And like I said, we are very open to starting this conversation with you to see what we can do to deliver better services to your residents as well as to the residents of Miami-Dade County.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, before we open up to the commission and have conversations, tell us a little bit about, and you and I haven't had a chance to really have a discussion on this, the benefits, what you've been hearing. Obviously, we all see it from the passport. We see the revenue. We see how people come to me and say, listen, it's a great service that is offered. It's so simple. It's so easy. What do you think we could benefit? Could there be similar benefits to having the driver's license? I've had to go to Dolphin Mall, with all due respect to the county, First off, it's an obvious trek to get there from Coral Gables, bless you. But also the issue is just a simple one. It's a massive facility. There's a lot of people there. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds of people are trying to address the same issue we are, and having something here closer, I think, would be extremely beneficial. What is your opinion on it? Because I value it, and you've already done it with the passport. You've done it successfully, which is.
So I will tell you, Mr. Mayor, Mall of the Americas, you are correct, is quite a trek for City of Coral Gables residents. Currently, they're offering DMV on wheels at the library, which is the second Monday of the month, and the appointments, they get filled pretty quickly. The benefit of using the facility next door is that it's already built for them. They can use it for, like you said, renewals, simple transactions for Coral Gables residents. I don't think we have a large population that are looking to get their licenses for the first time. So they wouldn't be administering driving tests or anything to that.
If I may add, when we talk about tax collector offices, this is not just driver's license services. We offer a full range of services to the residents of the community: driver's licenses, motor vehicle and registration and title services, local business tax, your real estate payments, tangible personal property tax, hunting and fishing permits. Potentially in the future, we may offer concealed weapons permits, birth certificates. And so all of these fall under the purview of the tax collector. So we wouldn't just be limiting, to driver's license services. Well, yes, driver's licenses will likely be our #1 transaction. We will be opening up a full range of services in any facility that we open.
Thank you, sir.
And I would tell you additionally, the revenue that we make from Passport, it's the same across the United States. We don't charge more money than anyone else. You can go to the post office and receive the same service.
It just happens people want to
The difference happens to be that you're in Coral Gables and you get a Coral Gables level of service for the same amount of money that you would have to pay anywhere else.
So, I mean, again, I'd like to hear from my colleagues in regards to their opinion on this opportunity.
Mayor, with your permission, if I may. As you recall, maybe 2 commission meetings ago, we had a major conversation concerning leasing of office space for staff from the city hall. And I believe you and some of the commissioners were adamant about not spending taxpayers' money on lease when we have available vacant office space. So we looked at the rental of private office space. We also looked at the build-out of the vacant office space, and we came to the conclusion that the best use of taxpayers' dollar is to build out the Menorca area that's vacant now, and when the passport office moves to the new facility, that office would be remodeled and used for the city attorney's office. So you would have the mayor's office and the commissioner's office on the Menorca, that office area that's empty, and you would have the city attorney's office at the passport office. We're still looking to see where the manager's office is going to be. I just bring that to your attention that, I'm sorry?
And don't forget about me.
We're moving you out. No, that's when you move out. So that stage, the second stage of the construction would only happen after the passport office moves. So realistically, and maybe staff can help me on this, there is no vacant office space available currently. Down the road, there may be. Or then we would have to go to option of the city leasing office space for the folks, the city attorney's office and the mayor's office through a private vendor. And of course, we'd be charging Mr. Fernandez the rent to cover our expenses. But I just wanted to point that out, that there are plans and we have drawings and we started construction already on phase 1. Phase 2, which I have to agree would be suitable for what Mr. Fernandez wants to do, is already planned for the city attorney's office, but again, it's the will of the commission.
I wanted to be clear. This is just the start conversation with the city manager, with the people in charge to, to try to find out a place for the city, and for us to try to provide this service. It's not because when we saw that that property, we saw that it's used now for passport. So it's easy because it's just to move there. But if you already have commitment with that property for different things that you need it, it's just to start a conversation, to try to find out the way to work together for the resident of Miami-Dade County.
Well,
So if I may, so again, there's going to be changes in the next few months. At the end of the day, whether it's the space next door or it's another piece of property in the city, there's a lot of opportunities here.
Yeah.
I'm just putting the opportunity before you to say, I don't want to drive to renew my license and to get my concealed weapons permit or my hunting license, which I have, or all these things at Dolphin Mall. I think this is an opportunity. How many square feet do you think you would need? I want to put this on the record, and in a few months, in a year,
everything depends.
We could
Everything
potentially
depends.
address the issue if we find something that comes to light.
Everything depends. As I mentioned, Andrew mentioned, we can start with one kind of service. Remember, right now we have only one office. The tax collector is the middle of the downtown. If you needed to pay your property taxes, you need to go there. So if you needed to renew your registration on your car, you need to go there. If you needed to pay for your fishing license, you need to go there. It's just to start with different service because we know the challenge that we're going to have with a driver license office, with the DMV office. So that is what
I would like to see. What I would like to see is over the next few months to explore options. Maybe we can collaborate. We don't own the library, but we own the land. Maybe we can collaborate with one of the other buildings in the city of Coral Gables that maybe has an area where we could start off small and see if we even need to have such a large such a large footprint here in the city of Coral Gables. My point is just to bring this opportunity of collaboration with yourself, your office, and come here to the city and be able to offer all these services here in the city beautiful, just like we did with the passport, and find a location. Doesn't have to be the building next door, doesn't have to be the one on Ponce, it could be any building, but the idea is just to find a location here in the city that makes sense, where we could offer your services. That's it.
Mi-
Yep.
Okay. You want
Yes,
to go ahead since you're
yes.
already speaking?
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez, thank you so much for coming, and once again, congratulations. As the resolution states, it's to negotiate out a certain address. So I can't be voting unless that resolution is really amended. But the passport office, I'm going to go ahead and mirror what the city manager said. The passport office will move out, and it would be the city attorney's office. I'm trying to be fiscally responsible when it comes to where the city commission is going to be. We don't have a plan. Right now, I'm floating in different conference rooms, in a coffee shop, having meetings. I think we need to establish first what we're gonna do as a body, and then think where we're gonna put you. I'm completely open to working with you,
Thank you.
okay? And I don't want the commission to seek out space that is private. I want us to stay within our own real estate. And City Hall construction is gonna be done in 3 to 4 years, at least, at least. When the construction's done, I'm pretty sure a lot of space is going to open. I'm not saying to wait till then, but that for sure is gonna be a time where we could probably do a bigger build out and more space. The question is also, as the mayor was saying, how much space do you need, right? How much parking is gonna be needed? Or what would be the daily function? I was talking to you outside and I was telling you, if we wanna do something with licensing, maybe we could incorporate that as part of our finance office, you know? Like the local business tax payments. We can do and then we can establish more within time. If you want, what I could do is I could arrange a meeting between you, me, and the city manager's office, and we can look for every opportunity available for you.
Yeah, we are open to work together. And I think at the end, it's for the resident of Miami-Dade County, for the resident of the city of Coral Gables. The other thing that I just think about is the land. If you have a piece of land that you can, we can work together, we can build. So it's not just about one renter space, we can build. So, and that is also another option.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
And I think a collaborative conversation would be greatly beneficial and not cost our residents anything, but yield a benefit. One of the things that, unless you have to deal with it in your life at some point, is that driver's licenses are not just for people who drive.
Yeah.
People who don't drive, people who are disabled, need to be able to get to the driver's license offices for identification. You can't do anything without this type of identification. So if we're going to have a discussion of a location, we have a great trolley system, we have a great rail system. It would be wonderful if we can collaborate on a location that can work. How much space you need is part of that conversation. Is it possible, and I haven't had an opportunity to speak with our clerk, to share a window, to have appointments, to be able to have that flexibility where we're not overwhelming our existing facilities, but using our existing facilities more efficiently. I think we need to have that conversation, and we can't wait 3 to 4 years. Going out to Dolphin Mall is not even feasible for some people.
So we also, to answer your question, we cannot share any space with anybody because we have a lot of confident things. Also with the DMV office, everything need to be on compliance with Tallahassee. But if we first come to the city, as a government, as a respect, because if at the end we cannot find any space, we're going to find any space, we're going to find out real estate agents that can help us to find out, around the city or no. Because we wanted to provide, and we feel that this specific location is very important, because it's at the middle of the every single part of Miami-Dade County.
So if I may, just 2 things. Number one, The manager made a statement, and the commissioner to my right made a point about not spending taxpayer dollars. I want to clear the record. I never said about using private property to house your office. That was never my intent. So just clear the record on that. Number two, and I'm also more than willing to amend this resolution and make it so that we find a city property in the city without a problem. I don't have that. You're neither married to the location next
No, of
door.
course not.
That was never, to me, you want to move on from that, clean slate. The point is to get the resolution passed and move on so we can start working on this project. And over the next 6 months to a year, find housing to be able to address this here in the city of Coral Gables. The intent is simple. You don't want to pass this resolution, you don't want to move forward, that's perfectly fine. My intent-
I would second
let me-
that.
If I may, just 1 second, if I may. If my intent is simple, very simple. I want to make it easy for the residents of the city of Coral Gables. That's all I'm doing here. This shouldn't be this difficult. It should be as simple as amending the resolution, saying, finding a location in the city of Coral Gables where we could work together, moving forward, to be able to offer your amazing services here in the city of Coral Gables, so people like me and like elderly people especially don't have to go all the way to Dolphin Mall. Disabled people, people who are working every single day and are single mothers or single fathers, and they have to be working every single day. They can't find time, and they're driving around with a suspended license, or they have tickets, or they are gonna go on a trip and they need to get their hunting license. Like, case in point, myself. I got tired of it, so what did I do? I bought a license in perpetuity. I paid the fee to just have my license not have to be every year or every 5 years. I just paid the one-time fee because I was going and doing it online, or I was doing it in this location. So, to make a long story short, it's just a simple amendment to this resolution saying, let's work with our staff and your staff to find the appropriate location. There's no timeline. I just think it's a good idea to, again, streamline the process and make it as easy as possible for our community to resolve this issue.
Thank you.
I'm happy to move it.
If I may, through the mayor, I'm supportive. If you look at our city, on the private sector, we have the finest legal services, medical services, you name it. And a lot of times Coral Gables residents don't have to leave Coral Gables to function and to take care of their families. And obviously, we need to do that on the government, the public sector side. So I'm supportive of finding a solution. I think it's much needed. I do have a question. If you did provide the services, you had a location in Coral Gables, it's open to anyone, I guess, in the county. It's not residents.
Yes, of course, yeah.
It's open.
Because we provide a service for the resident of Florida, state of Florida.
Again, just to dovetail on that point, so is the passport service. But at the end of the day, it serves the broader community, but it's Coral Gables residents who can, at any moment's notice, go and visit that service in the morning prior to going to work. That's the intent of bringing you here today. Simplify the process. Look, and I'm gonna take it a step further. If you have an expedited service that you can offer,
Yes.
people are willing to pay for that. They already do it at the passport agency.
Yeah.
They pay for a passport because it happens all the time. It's happened to me with my children. Going out of town, I forget, oh my gosh, their passport I need to renew their passport. I haven't done it. And you can get a passport service expedited over an X amount of time. That's something that, again, I haven't checked to see if you do that, but I know that Coral Gables residents, in a pinch, they don't want to drive with a suspended license, and they may not be able to wait because they have to go to work, or they have a doctor's appointment, or for one reason or another, they just can't make it. So that's the intent of this, and I think it's a simple amendment to the resolution.
Through the mayor?
I don't think it's anything that big.
If I may, I just want to make sure we're clear. I'm confident that your staff, working with our staff, we can find a location that suits not only you, but the residents. My only statement concerning the building here is that it's already been dedicated, or we're planning on building out.
Yeah,
for that.
yes.
But we will find, I assure you that my staff and your staff can find a location that suits you and the residents.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right.
So I have some comments myself. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tax Collector, I wanted to thank you for having the vision to expand and reach the residents where they are. I think that's a very important thing that government for many years has been very stoic in staying where they, in their city halls or in their government offices, and not being accessible to the residents. This is something that the clerk and I have been talking about potentially doing since I met with him in July. and we still hadn't even figured out who the tax collector was going to be. And I proposed this to you when you visited us last, I guess, 2 months ago now. And I'm glad you've taken this proposal seriously and that you're interested in working with us on finding a solution. I think the amendment to this resolution will help us find a resolution and find a location. I think any services that we're able to provide our residents here within the boundaries of our city are a win for our residents. I look forward to working with my colleagues and finding a solution. And, I would support. If there isn't a second, I'll be happy to second.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, we have a first and a second.
Can I just, before we take the vote, clarify the motion? It's a motion to direct the city manager to engage in discussions with the tax collector to explore potential opportunities for the tax collector to find space to offer services here within the city. That sum it up?
Yep.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, in closing, this was part of your speech yesterday in the inauguration, and I want to thank you. You and I have been working on this prior to your election. I congratulate you on winning. You're going to do an amazing job.
Thank you,
And
Mayor.
one of the things that touched me the most about your speech yesterday, besides your incredible family, your wife works here at the city, was your passion and love for being American. And I was sitting all the way in the back, and there was thousands of people there. It was amazing how many people showed up to Hialeah to see the constitutional officers. And everybody was mesmerized by your enthusiasm, your family, your statements about, this country, service when you came to this country. So I have high hopes for you. I think that you're going to do an amazing job. You're going to serve with dignity, with pride, and you're going to deliver on behalf of this community. So I want to congratulate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your efforts. Thank you for your staff. By the way, your staff's amazing.
Yeah,
I've been
it's
working,
amazing.
my staff and your staff have been working together, and you're very blessed. You're very blessed.
As I always say, it's not about me. It's not about my title. It's about my resident, the resident of Miami-Dade County. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Okay. Moving on to the next item is item F3. I'm sorry, no, is it F3?
The carrying-
Yes,
yeah.
sorry. Go ahead, F3.
So F3, Mayor, there's been a change. We've updated, the resolution at your request was updated. The updated resolution was emailed to the commissioners. It's been added on Legistar. I do have copies if anybody needs a hard copy. I have it here, so I'll read the title and the updated title. A resolution of the City Commission authorizing the Merrick Festival Caroling Competition to become an official city event and authorizing the city's financial and in-kind contributions for the festival.
So thank you very much. I mean, I think this is a feel-good opportunity for us to come together, especially as coming off the holidays. I've had the privilege of witnessing this competition over the last few years, and this year it was amazing to see so many people, these young children, these young adults, did an incredible job, and it was great to see the community come together. I'd like to welcome our friend to come up here and give a few words in regards to her dedication, not only to the City Beautiful, to Rotary Club, but also to the caroling competition. You've been an unwavering supporter of the City of Coral Gables, and I'd like for you to talk to the people who are maybe not familiar with this amazing holiday extravaganza. Tell them a little bit about why you take so much pride in it and why it means so much to the city.
In 1987, when Al Sokolsky finished the 550 building, he put up a big red tree. And as he signed the check, $20,000, to buy the frame for the tree, his comment to me was, "I'm a Jew. I'm buying a $20,000 Christmas tree. You better have kids singing." I told him he'd have to pay for them too, and he did. At the end of the first year, several of the teachers came to me and said, "Are you going to keep this going? Because our kids never have an opportunity to perform in public. They get to sing in the auditorium at school, they get to do performances for their parents, but this is the first time they've had an opportunity to have a real audience." And the rest, as they say, is history. We just celebrated our 38th performance of the caroling competition. 30 schools compete every year. For this year, $25,000 in cash. The money that we raise for the competition, outside of what it costs to produce it, all goes to the schools. We have implemented such things as a soloist award. I had Manny Perez here, but he had to leave. Manny is a very well-recognized vocal coach. The winners of the Caroling Competition Soloist Award have gone so far as to win a Grammy. They're at Frost Music School on full scholarships, and they're at Juilliard. Over the course of the 37 years, I have teachers that were performing on the steps when they were in middle school. They performed on the steps in high school, and as one of them said to me, this is the first place I bought my choir as soon as I had one. It's a legacy. It entertains the city for 6 nights every year. We host probably 20,000 people over the course of the 6 nights. It's just an amazing competition, and the children are outstanding. I have several of my judges here, if you'd like to give them a moment to speak.
Of course, please. The floor is yours.
And my sponsors. Come on up. Where'd Bob go? We lost Bob. Come up here, Bob.
Come on up. Don't be shy.
Come on, Bob. Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
As you can see, it's a bit like herding cats. Hi, my name is Dr. Catherine Driscoll. I am one of the judges of the caroling competition. And before that, I was a competitor with my students. And I can tell you that it was the highlight of our year every year. We got into the competition kind of by fluke. And a school had dropped out, and Sally called me and said, hey, you want to come? And we did, and the parents loved it, the kids loved it. It's just a phenomenal experience. I do want to put one bit of business before you today, and that is to encourage you to make an official declaration that the first Wednesday after Thanksgiving every year, because that's the first day of the competition, first Wednesday after Thanksgiving be declared Sally Baumgartner Day, because without her, we would not be here. Thank you.
That is correct. I've been watching her for years do this tirelessly.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and Sally, thank you. I mean, obviously, without Sally, none of this would have ever happened. Our company, EWM Realty, has been a sponsor, I think, Sally, for all 37 years.
36.
36 years. And, you know, it's always exciting for our associates just to go and be a part of that. You know, if you've ever been, you know, the street is filled with people watching. In addition, we've talked about the kids and the people that, you know, benefit from being on stage, but everybody else just feels good about the community they live in when they see something like this happening year after year after year. So thank you for considering this. Thank you.
Very good.
Good morning.
Good to see
Still
you
morning,
again.
I guess. Good to see you again. Sally Baumgartner has been doing this competition. I'm a singer, so I'm prejudiced. The kids never had anything like this before in this county. I went to St. Brendan's, I went to Columbus, we had good choirs. But Sally Baumgartner took it to the next level, and I think that her ambitions and her dream was for this to become part of Coral Gables. And I think that the city should grasp this opportunity and make this part of Coral Gables, because it's fantastic, and the kids have no other opportunity to do this. I don't think even in Fort Lauderdale, or they don't have this opportunity. Dade County has this, Coral Gables has this, and Sally put this all together with her sweat, blood, and tears. Thank you, Sally. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I have the dubious honor of being married to this woman. And I just want to tell you that this caroling competition, when we first got together, whatever else was discussed in what our relationship was going to be like, I read the act about when planning for the caroling competition starts, when the schools start, when the competition's going to be. And by the time it's over, we go to Jamaica so that she can recover from all that she has done to make this thing happen. So to see the city recognize her work and support the students, the teachers, I'm not musical, okay? But I have watched and seen, I'll just end with this thought about it in terms of legacy. This is the 38th year. There are teachers now leading choirs who started out as students in the competition. For the city to marry that as someone who's happily married to her, what's that Nike thing? Just do it.
Thank you, my friend. Sally, do you have anything else further you'd like to say?
Anybody else?
So I'd like to open it to the commission if they have any other comments. Listen, I think this is a great opportunity for the city to, join, partner with somebody who deserves all the credit in the world for your commitment to the city beautiful, and, add to our program already, during the holiday season, which is amazing already, but just takes ownership of this and potentially turns this into not a few hundred people, but a few thousand people show up.
If
And I
you-
think that would be amazing.
If you move it, I'll be happy to second.
Through the mayor.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just wanted to add some additional comments. I've lived in that neighborhood for the past 37, 38 years, and I always thought it was a city event when my kids were young and would walk down there, and then when they got older and they moved and I'm walking with the dogs and enjoying it, I thought it was always a city event. Made an effort, towards the end of last year to try to get it to be a city event, but it was a little late. It just doesn't make sense for us to be given a grant, to then take it back for electrical permits and police protection, et cetera. It's high time that this be a city event. And it's one word to describe the drive that you have. This has been a passion project of yours for decades, and we appreciate your passion. And thank you for pursuing this and not giving up. So
Thank you, Rhonda.
I think we already had a motion.
You know what they say, those that can't sing produce.
Yeah, well, I'm one of those that can't sing, so I
So
think we had a motion.
So before we hear from the city attorney, I wanted to thank you, Vice Mayor, because the comments that you made are true. You've been advocating for this for some time, and thank you for your hard work on that. Madam City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding of the request is that it be an official city event, but that they're going to continue to organize it. But the city's commitment will be an annual contribution of $10,000 toward the event and certain in-kind contributions that would include permit fees and
Well,
whatnot.
we already basically give pretty significant portion already through grants and through different things that we help them out with on permitting and stuff like that. But what I would like to see is, I'd like to see this event grow. While I like it to be at the 550, I think you and I have had conversations about other opportunities that I think are amazing, that are
Put a band shell in Ponce Circle.
We've talked about other opportunities that are already existing that we could potentially work with our partners, where parking isn't an issue, where, we could do something really spectacular.
If you're gonna be big, because my daughter, who's 34 now, there used to be another event.
Oh, I know, it's the Merrick Festival.
Merrick Festival.
The Merrick Festival.
So we need to do that too.
Yeah.
And we need to do,
I just wanted to mention that now and strike while the iron is hot.
well, you're a smart man.
But-
Because you know it's going to come back, so we can do that.
This opportunity, once we solidify it today, I think I would like for you, not the commission, for you to have a conversation with some of the partners that we talked about to potentially see if maybe in a year or two, we could take it to another level, do something spectacular.
That would be
Okay?
amazing.
Always under your leadership and the team's leadership, as always. I think it's important because you're a proven commodity already, in the sense of it's a proven product and it's amazing. And I'm telling you, if you had not had the opportunity, I know Christmas is 12 months away, the holidays, Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate something. That's what I tell people all the time. You have to experience this caroling event. It is just beautiful. And if you need something to get up to and you need something to be thankful for and you need to, if the holiday spirit doesn't get you already, watching these children sing will move you to tears. That's how beautiful these children are, and the music is. And by the way, it's not one day; it's multiple days.
Right.
So if you can't make it one day, that doesn't mean you can't go another day. And and it's free to the community to walk up and have a good time. So we have a motion and a second.
I had some comments if I could.
Who's that?
So, Sally, the amount of work and dedication that you put into this project for years has been incredible. You definitely do not receive enough gratitude. The years where you've had to be fighting to get the poinsettia trees because they just were too expensive to get them out there, and you've been making cold calls to get people to contribute. It's commendable. I echo the comments that my colleagues have made. This is one of the events that showcases Coral Gables and showcases what we are as a community. It brings people from throughout Miami-Dade County to our downtown. It's something that stimulates our local businesses. I've been there on days when it's been raining and you still have a smile on your face and trying to find solutions and get everybody in a covered area. But thank you for all you do, and I'd be happy to support this.
Thank you.
You have a motion?
I'm sorry, Mayor, one further clarification. In discussions with staff, they asked that we clarify in the resolution, add a line that because the city would be committing to $10,000 annually, this would be outside of the cultural grants program, so they would no longer be applying for the cultural grants.
It's fine, not a problem.
That's
I think she would prefer that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but
Yes.
I think that's talked about. Yes, sir.
Who moved it?
Vice Mayor.
Okay.
And who's,
I second it.
you
Yes.
second it?
I
Okay.
have. Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very
You
much.
made it easy after 38 years. Thank you.
And as far as a resolution, I think we need to allow staff time to write it up.
Whatever they like.
Recognize.
What I would like to see is for Sally and for her team to meet with staff and, meet with Martha Pantin, meet with whoever is deemed appropriate to kind of just start working through the process, and Fred Cusero and all the other individuals who really put together all the events that are so well received through the community. So I'd like to see that start work done. Okay, moving on to time certain 2-122, time certain for 10:30 a.m.
These are the resolutions of the Waterway Advisory Board.
Yes, give me 1 second. Madam City Attorney?
So Mayor, these are resolutions of the board. They're not necessarily on for your, you don't need to take action on them, but the resolutions that the board adopted, the 2-1 is a resolution of the Waterway Advisory Board recommending the City Commission amend the city zoning code to include notice to the Waterway Advisory Board of waterway properties seeking a variance related to the waterway or requesting conditional use. And 2-2 is a resolution of the Waterway Advisory Board recommending the City Commission object to the water viewing area project at the US 1 Bridge as part of Miami-Dade County's Underline project and requesting a 90-day extension to the U.S. Coast Guard to allow sufficient time to respond to public notice. I believe there's
Yes,
a
sir, let's have some
representative from
public comment, and obviously, we're gonna have our esteemed members from the Waterway Advisory Board. Welcome, neighbor, how are you doing?
Good,
Good to
good,
see you.
Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commission, Mr. Manager. My name is Doug Yoder. I live at 4800 Alhambra Circle. I'm the Chair of the Waterways Advisory Board. I'm optimistic that our items can be resolved as harmoniously, I might say, as the previous item. Though it would have been a good opportunity for you to apply the principle of singing for your supper, I think. We have two items. The first one is resolution of a recommendation that we made back in July, and this board recommended some refinements regarding development or redevelopment on the waterway and public notice. And the conclusion of that discussion is the resolution before you today that recommends changes to the zoning code to notify residents within 1,000 feet of a development that involves either a zoning exception or an unconditional or a conditional use change for the property in question. We kind of weighed the pros and cons of either providing more coverage or less coverage, and that's where we came out on that issue. Obviously, if over a period of time it turns out that it needs to be modified, it certainly could be. So if there are any questions regarding that, I'm happy to.
Yeah, so instead of amending the zoning code, what I could do is draft a resolution directing staff to notify the Waterway Board. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So we can bring it back next meeting, Commissioner?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That's fair. Thank you, sir. Anything else for the good
And
of
then
the order?
he has item 2.2.
Want to make sure before we move on to 2.2. Okay. Sir?
Okay, the second item you've already had an introduction to in the citizen presentation by Mr. Bamberger regarding the proposed pedestrian bridge adjacent to the US 1 bridge crossing the waterway. And some of our members, along with Mr. Bamberger, who met with us last Wednesday regarding this issue, noticed that in the Coast Guard notice for comment, there appeared to have been errors in the description of the existing vertical clearance between the bottom of the bridge and the mean high water level at high tide, which determines who can get under the bridge and who can't. He said he was 5'8", I'm 6'4", so you can see that would be a problem. And so the recommendation of the board is that the city requests the Coast Guard to extend the review period so that at our next meeting, we can formulate a recommendation for your consideration for the city. I've also been in touch with the county, which is actually doing this Underline project, including Transportation and Public Works, which is the agency involved, the agency that handles resiliency for the county under Environmental Resources Management, and the mayor's office. And there is a little bit of confusion, I think, or uncertainty about how county policy affects vertical clearances over waterways or the bay to contemplate the effects of sea level rise over the life of the asset that you're thinking about. Obviously, it is much more efficient to anticipate and design for sea level rise that's going to occur or is likely to occur when you're building it than it is to go back and try to do something about it later. So I think there is an opportunity here for addressing that issue more broadly. One of the things that our board tries to do is to increase public access to the benefits of the waterway, whether navigationally or just views. So I think, at least in my opinion, the board is not objecting just to conceptually to the idea of a pedestrian bridge. We had two concerns. One, the vertical clearance issue. The other, in the descriptive materials that were provided and published, they showed a picture of somebody fishing off of this pedestrian bridge. And the city has a policy of not permitting fishing from bridges because it's a safety hazard for people who are navigating the waterway. Actually, I think at least one of our board members has actually been hooked as a result of that. And the county's policy does in fact say that fishing should be done from designated catwalks, which would be from, in this case, the side of the waterway, not from the bridge. A third point is that even now, the city's Marine Patrol only has one boat that can get under the US 1 bridge. And so there is a safety and health issue associated with these vertical clearances that is part of what we should be concerned about. So with that said, I would just request your authorization, your approval, and we will continue working with the Coast Guard and the other agencies and come back to you with a recommendation for a city response to this proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I do not own a vessel. I do not live on the waterway, but I think it's very important that when we have advisory boards, that we listen to them. I'm not sure that we do this all the time, and we should, because they know what they're talking about. The previous gentleman that was on Zoom was very good at pointing out what the issues could be. This gentleman that just spoke also did a good presentation. We need to listen to our people, our residents, the ones that pay our taxes, and let Miami-Dade and other people handle their business. We do have to defend our people, and these are the people that you need to listen to. Thank you.
To the mayor, I know we have a representative from the county here, and I do have a number of questions. So if you're available.
Yeah, that was gonna be the next step. Go ahead.
Before I start, Julius Cleckley.
Ma'am, can you please speak onto the microphone? Thank you.
Julius Cleckley is with us today. He's the new CEO of the Underline, if you have any questions as well.
Well, actually, if you both want to come up, maybe we can do this more efficiently, and whoever has the requisite knowledge can respond.
Oh, wait, if I may, Madam Vice Mayor, I just want to recognize this individual who I've had the pleasure of meeting with on multiple occasions, and I've known Irene for over a decade. As Irene mentioned, he's the new director of the Underline, correct? That's your title, exact? I want to say
CEO.
CEO. I want to be clear.
And previous director to Public
Yes,
Works.
I dealt with him at Public Works on many occasions. A professional. We're very lucky to have him here at the Underline. I've met with him already on 2 occasions, just to give you a background how responsive he is, and this is a benefit, so the community understands who they're dealing with. I met with him one time for breakfast, and then we had a conversation about issues that were, just garbage and waste and graffiti that were plaguing the Underline in certain areas on 37th Avenue. We met 2 weeks later, those items were addressed. So it's a testament to both of your hard work. Thank you for listening. Thank you for engaging from some of the issues that the residents have been sending us. And also, David from the mayor's office also was engaged. We did a walkthrough with him. We were able to address a lot of the garbage that was thrown throughout the Underline starting from Lejeune all the way to 57th Avenue. So thank you. I just wanted to preface that and give them a little bit of credit because they're working hard already in the background, and sometimes they don't get enough credit for all the hard work they do.
With us today too, in the event that any cases, is the joint venture that is designing and constructing the Underline.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
so
real quick.
you're filling some very big shoes. So
Absolutely, and just as a point of note, so definitely appreciative of the opportunity to work on this great project. As you know, our founder, Meg Daly, is the catalyst behind the Underline, but we are progressing and getting ourselves together from an organizational standpoint to make sure we're delivering a fantastic asset for not only South Florida, Miami-Dade County, as well as the city of Coral Gables. So I'm available if there are any questions, and we look forward to resolving this issue today.
So I'm bringing you up there, and I'm sorry to hit you cold, but this has been an issue for some time. And I'm going to loop in two issues here. We're not just talking about the bridge, we're also talking about the kayak launch, which is the county's responsibility, which is why I called the county up. Assistant City Manager Mr. Parhus and I had Zoom meetings with the team at the Underline and also with the county about whose responsibility the kayak launch was. A preliminary design was sent to us, and my immediate comment was apparently someone never went to the site to look at the topography, because instead of putting it on the side where the topography is easier to put in a kayak launch, they put it on the opposite side of the embankment, which would require, you know, a lot of equipment or blasting through the rock right near where the support beam is for the the rail itself. I asked, you know, for various edits on that design, including allowing parking, because people that come with, you know, some of this kayak equipment don't want to be parking 3-4 blocks away, dropping off expensive equipment, and then come back to find it gone. The bridge is a concern. The county's bridge is a concern. I have kayaked down the waterway from one end to the other. And, you know, it's a great way to inspect the underside of the bridge itself, the existing US 1 bridge, because you're so close to it, you can see it up close. And I agree, if we're going to put in something new, we need to address, you know, if you can't paddleboard down there now, water levels are going up. I've been here long enough to see water levels go up. We need to address those things. And it's more than just the height of the bridge, which then brings in the Underline itself. Because in order to have a bridge, it has to be accessible. If it has to be accessible, you have to have sufficient space for slope. Okay, so you're going to affect the design of their Underline there. I don't expect you to have answers here today. I want you guys to go back and meet with your team and with the county and come up with answers, because it was at least 2 years ago that, and Mr. Parhus might have a better memory than I do of that we've had this teams meeting, and I've had some follow-up, and there was a funding issue with the county, because the county's supposed to fund the kayak launch and design the kayak launch, but I see a large disconnect that's going on between the county's team and the Underline in making sure that this is designed to work. Because in order to have the parking there, you have to redesign the entire intersection area to have a safe place for people to pull in, park, and, you know, launch from. It would only be a limited number of parking spaces, but I haven't seen any responses from the county. So can we set up a meeting to dovetail in both of these topics, as well as US 1 bridge? When is it planned to be replaced? When it is, what are the recommended heights? You know, we're going to be doing a Cocoa Plum Bridge this coming summer. Let's not build it twice, let's build it right, is what my message is to you.
And I'll defer some of the technical questions to Irene, who represents the county, but absolutely we want to make sure that the Underline is coordinated well, not only with the city of Coral Gables, but also with the county and our county partners, which we've been doing throughout the duration of this project. I know that there's additional conversation around the access. You know, today's item is specifically with regards to the pedestrian bridge, which will provide some clarifying points on that. But to both of those items, we can definitely have a conversation with you, make sure we're all on the same page and progress with the project. I think the most important thing for us is that we are tied to funding requirements and obligations, and we would like to stay on track with respect to the time frame and the schedule for the project. And so what you hear today is a request for, of course, not only providing the clarifying points, but also making it clear that we don't feel like that it's important, or we don't feel that it's imperative that we ask for a delay to the process of the comment period for the Coast Guard, because there's been a ton of outreaches that have occurred specifically for the pedestrian bridge, and we want to ensure that we keep the project on track. But I'll defer some of the technical aspects of that to our county representative, Irene.
Right, I mean, I don't know that we need to defer the project, but we need to take a good, hard look at where we're at, because we're not just talking US 1 bridge, you also have a bridge with ponds, okay, that continues down the waterway. So there's a multiple bridge issue, and then somewhere along the line, we have to have the timing to do it. What height are we going to build these bridges at, again, in the future? They might be not replaced for 10 years, you know? So we have to have a comprehensive conversation. I'll make myself available this week if you want to get together and see if we can iron out those details.
Okay. We can help with that. And some of the other bridges, of course, they're county property and the like that requires additional coordination, but I'm sure the county is willing and open to have those conversations as well.
We are. Let me address really quickly the kayak component. It's not part of the underline. This is something that the residents of Coral Gables have come in droves actually to the 8 different public meetings, one in.
Ma'am, can you speak into the microphone, please?
It's too loud. The residents of Coral Gables have come in droves to all of the public meetings that we have had requesting the kayak. The kayak launch pad is within the city of Coral Gables. It is not within our right-of-way. A tiny little portion may be, but mainly is right next to US 1. My understanding from talking to Roads and Bridges is that it is an unpermitted, illegal kayak launch pad. However, our Parks Department has a program, and it has identified this area under the Blue Way Master Plan. And we would love to move forward. In fact, they were looking for funding to try to build it, but the funding was stopped because of the districts and municipalities. The boundaries of can we do a project and start improving, for example, Coral Gables bridges. The answer to that was no. As of 2 weeks ago, we are requesting that the FTA add an incidental use, another incidental use to the agreement that we have with the Underline, because our land is federal. We also have a memorandum of understanding, and we have a maintenance agreement with you, with the city of Coral Gables, that allows to actually build within your right-of-way. So in the future, if the kayak wanted to be enhanced or created and permitted correctly, at least it can be part of an underlying project that comes after the fact. And then there will be exhibits attached to that that will identify whose responsibility for the maintenance will be. Now, when the kayak launch pad came back, even before the underlying meetings took place with the community, we had a lot of meetings with the city of Coral Gables. Put signage, no parking. We put the signage, no parking. Take the signage, people are screaming. We took the signage, and then the kayak started happening. We have meetings with parking to trying to take an area of your right-of-way, Coral Gables right-of-way, along Ponce de Leon, to start creating parallel parking along the street to allow for parking. Right now, there's absolutely, we cannot maintain the area because when people park, they pretty much destroyed all of the grass and all of the vegetation that is trying. The other component is that right now people were parking too close to Riviera Drive, which creates a safety issue. And that is one of the reasons why it was looked at moving the kayak launch pad to the south, to the other end. There will be more land available on that end. You are very constrained. Not only we have the intersection and the crossing for pedestrians and bicyclists on that intersection, not too much length between the street and actually canal itself, but on the other side, there's plenty more land to be able to address some parking, drop-off areas, and some of the other features. But this is a Parks and Recreation and Open Space project. However, we are trying to facilitate the inclusion of this project in the future as part of the Underline as an authorized incidental use permit, like we did with the dog park for the city of Coral Gables. So I hope that addresses some of this.
We need to sit down with the drawings. We've been waiting for a long time for a response from the county.
But you've been dealing with parks, right? Because I would like to know
Prahus,
where to go to help facilitate.
Would you care to share your recollection of when the last time we had a meeting and when we were expecting a response? The last thing I heard is we were supposed to get in some revised drawings, and we never received them.
Good morning, Vice Mayor and Commissioners, Mayor. Yeah, you're correct that approximately 2 years ago, we started conversations with the Underline for the canoe launch and the kayak launch. And there were some issues concerning what you have mentioned. First, it was funding, then it was location, but we never got a follow-up on the Parks Department because they were doing some redesign and they were trying to allocate some other areas. And the Vice Mayor brought some issues of accessibility and safety for the equipment, but that was it. We never got any.
Yeah, that's about the same time. So it is, I know it's a Parks Department. I know that they were hiring a designer. I know that they were looking at funding, and all we needed to do as part of the department was to create an interdepartmental agreement, which was done and signed. So this project was moving forward, but it stopped because of funding.
Okay, let's have a meeting about this and the bridges.
Okay.
So we don't have to delay the Underline, but we can expedite the Underline.
So in terms of the bridge and the clearance that has been brought up, the code requires that you cannot be any lower than the lowest bridge. We need to make sure that we point out that this is to increase pedestrian and bicycling safety. We are not affecting voters now, and 10 years down the road, it's the same condition as you have now. However, I don't know who made the statement that it will be at the same height. The statement was made that it will not be any lower than that height and the lowest bridge is the US 1 bridge, and we are adjacent, right adjacent to it. Our bridge, in fact, is 3 feet higher. So it is not that is lower or is at the same height. So based on the information, and this information actually has been confirmed via surveys. So it is not that we just took a drawing and we took the dimension on that. Several times we had gone to the field and survey to find out. To give you an idea, we're going to be 3.3 feet higher than the US, and US 1 is the lowest bridge that you have. So we're going to be 3.3 feet higher than the lowest member and 2.6 feet higher than the Ponce de Leon bridge. So we're no lower and we're not at the same height. So whoever is saying that we were going to be at the same height is not correct. However, the code does allow you to be at the same height, but we're higher. We cannot make it any higher for several reasons. One of them, proximity, and you mentioned this before in your comments, proximity to Riviera Drive and 88 accessibility and ramping. So it requires a lot of space to create a slope. The second one, we are in our right-of-way. We are in a rapid transit zone right-of-way, right next to and under the Metro Rail guideway. We cannot go too higher without compromising all the clearance safety features. So that's one of the reasons why we had bring it up as high as we can bring it without compromising safety zones along the rapid transit zone. About the area, there are no discrepancies on what we provided the Coast Guard. So the Coast Guard will have to see whether their advertisement was correct or not. We submitted the documents to the Coast Guard in October. They asked for a lot of information. They asked us to eliminate a lot of the cheats on the documents. It was resubmitted in December. They noticed on January 5th or 6th, and they had 30-day commenting period until February 5th. So again, I strongly urge you not to allow for that extension to take place. Let's look at the, and I mentioned this before, but the overall use of the viewing platform. I have not seen any single image showing somebody fishing that we have generated anyway, somebody fishing out of the bridge. We are willing, and I believe it is a strong and very good approach to sign the bridge, just like Coral Gables does, providing for no fishing, no diving, no jumping. It is just a safety issue. And it was really, the viewing area was supposed to enjoy the kayak launch pad, which is not in place right now. So eventually, the two projects, and if you see the underlying drawings, you will see an integration of the kayak area and how we're incorporating the path, the landscaping, bicycle and pedestrians. let me see, was there anything else? I think that those were the points that they were made on the statement. And if you have any questions on those?
If I may. What would be helpful when the meeting is set with the vice mayor and staff is visual drawings and photos so that we can actually look at all the options that you're talking about. So if you could do that as.
Could I pass this along?
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to delay this meeting any longer. Let's get together.
Like I said, this has been on our drawings since day one. We have had 8 public meetings. These are the same documents that we provided. Or however, this does have the structural information.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Madam Vice Mayor, we have a little bit of documentation here. We've seen some of this before. We have recommendations from one of our boards. What would the commission, what is the will of the commission in regards to moving forward so we can get the project? You know, we've been waiting a long time for the project. We've heard some of the heights that are, some of the misinformation that was corrected.
I'm going to suggest this.
What do you want to do?
I'm going to ask the county and our staff to set up a meeting, have a member of the Waterway Advisory Board there to be informed, but do it as soon as possible. And I know Mr. Yoder is retired at this point, so he's very flexible in his schedule.
Mr. Mayor, I have additional members of the public who want to speak on this.
Perfect.
Next speaker is Levy Mayer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Hi. I was unable to attend in person today, but I'm glad I was able to chime in via Zoom. I want to thank everybody, including the commissioners and the mayor, for taking their time, and including members of the Underline and Miami-Dade County for being present for this meeting, and Mr. Yoder and Mr. Baumberger for their commentary as well. My name is Levi Meyer. I'm a resident of Coral Gables, a resident of the Coral Gables Waterway, a boater, and I am a member of the Coral Gables Waterway Advisory Board. So I speak today mostly as a citizen. I learned of this bridge a little over a week ago. So, you know, and I found that to be true for most members of the Coral Gables Waterway Advisory Board and dozen of my fellow neighbors who live and are affected specifically by being west of this US 1 and Ponce de Leon bridge. Initially, the US Coast Guard's notice, which is what brought it all to our attention, even though this has clearly been in discussion for many years. It was the first time it was brought to our attention, which I think brings point to our initial resolution about including the Waterway Advisory Board in these types of actions so that we can make comment on it and bring our level of expertise to the subject long before we get to this point. The US 1 bridge is too low. The US Coast Guard notice very clearly stated that it would be at the same height as that bridge. We've later gotten communication from US Coast Guard noticing us that was done in error and that there is a sort of variable somewhat of a 3-foot higher clearance, although again, we have yet to see and get any clarity on that via any specific plans. The plans that have been presented to us, and I can share those with the members of the committee here, do clearly show at the viewing point that there is a man with a fishing rod. So even in their own drawings, it does show that there will be fishing. But the reality of fishing is that you're going to see that at any bridge, you're going to have people fishing, and you can put no fishing signs. You can put, you can put notices as to the fines that may come, that may be applied, whether that's time in jail or fines, whatever it is to ward off fishermen from fishing off of active waterways and creating a danger. But the biggest concern, I think, of the residents here is the height clearance. And to match it to the lowest point doesn't seem like we're worried or concerned about future-proofing against sea level rise. When we're talking about close to $3.2 billion being invested in the state of Florida to help future-proof us against sea level rise, matching it to a bridge of the past does not seem like a viable solution when we should be concerned with matching it to the future. As it is, as Mr. Yoder mentioned, the city only has the one marine vessel that's able to somewhat barely clear that bridge, and again, that's tide specific. And quite frankly, it's just insufficient. So while we can't necessarily raise the bridge of US 1, or not in the immediate future, but I think that's something that's going to have to be addressed at some point. There's an opportunity now to plan a bridge that is resilient against the future, that would allow not just boaters, marine and safety patrol, fire safety patrol, Coral Gables municipal boats that go in to maintain the trash that comes out at the end of Riviera by Coral Gables High School to pick up and remove that trash, zoning to go in and check for violations and impediments of the waterway and life and safety issues. All of these vessels need to clear it, not to mention that it's a historical matter here. The Coral Gables waterway was dredged in to provide gondola rides to the Biltmore. Those gondola rides today would not be able to pass as they would stand and paddle through the Coral Gables waterway at the current height of this bridge, at the US 1 bridge, even adding 3 feet. So I really think that, again, while nobody on the board seems to have an issue with it, and nobody I've spoken to as a resident of the waterway seems to have any issue with providing a pedestrian bridge, even though one already exists at Ponce de Leon, but to provide an enhanced pedestrian experience for bikers and runners and walkers to be able to clear this waterway. I think everybody seems to have a very, very strong opposition to building it at the current heights that are being proposed. And I think that the city, the county, and anybody else involved should be listening to the members of their advisory board, to their residents, and worried about the safety, not just of the people crossing over the waterway, but the people that need to cross under the waterway as well. So I do urge the board to reconsider. I do urge the United States Coast Guard to reissue a correct notice, clearly stating what the bridge height and clearance is going to be, because they have already admittedly said that they erroneously put that notice out. And I think that we need to notice people that are affected by this, to give them sufficient time to give professional comment and make sure that we're building a bridge of the future.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Gonzalo Sanabria.
Good morning.
Good morning. Gonzalo Sanabria, 944 San Pedro Avenue. I do live on the water, and I know the area quite well. And I've also been involved with the county on a major project right now as we speak of the Underline. So I know it can be difficult dealing with the county. I know that they have a lot of resolutions, a lot of regulations, a lot of processes. But the bottom line for Coral Gables at this time, and before I get there, is I commend Chairman Yoder and the Waterways Advisory Board. All of them are very concerned members that have put forth this resolution, which I hope we adopt unanimously. But the bottom line in this is very simple. It is out of scale. It is intrusive. It's over-exaggerated in the way that it's planned. It also makes it virtually impassable for any vessel to come to the rescue of, let's say a boat catches on fire west of that bridge. Let's say a pollution occurs because of an overspill of fuel. Let's say an unfortunate person hits a pier or a piling in a jet ski. You know what? You do all that, all these things happen, and there's no way that we can rescue those people in the water. Fire rescue, our Coast Guard, our Coral Gables,
pollution that starts there at the west of the bridge and makes its way all the way to Biscayne Bay. This is not a small item. This is a very large item. So I urge your participation in encouraging the proper pedestrian crossway, not one that's excessive and so densely exaggerated. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So I still am going to suggest a meeting, and we put this back on in the next meeting in January, because all the points that have been made by our Waterway Advisory Board are indeed true. This is a very low bridge on US 1. We need a future-proof. There are ways with switchbacks to address some of the ADA issues. Let's get around a table and have a constructive discussion about this and not try to kick it down the road for another decade or so, because there are a lot of concerns there. Our police and fire launch from that, what's indicated here as an existing kayak launch. It really is not an existing kayak launch because there's no good place to turn to park there. You have curbs in the way, so unless you have a 4x4 wheel drive vehicle, getting there is not feasible. You have to stop in the middle of the road, put your flashers on, take your kayak, unless you have a truck. It's just not feasible right now. So I'm going to ask staff to coordinate a meeting, and let's see if we can roll up our sleeves and get this done. Both the bridge and the kayak launch design needs to be put in stone so that we don't design something and then have to tear it all up again. Okay?
If I may, through the mayor. Clearly, we have competing concerns. We have those that are dedicated to safety on the waterways, who have the experience, who live what Coral Gables offers. We also have the competing interests or concerns about what happens on land, which is ADA, accessibility, also the ability to folks to be able to get out of harm's way because of traffic. The Waterfront Advisory Board, if I'm not mistaken, their next meeting is February 5th. And along the lines of what the Vice Mayor was saying, I would love very much for that, at that meeting for your team, to attend that meeting, the February 5th meeting. We meet again February 11th, commission meeting. I think right now we're so far apart in terms of what is the best path forward. I think it makes it very challenging because both sides have very strong arguments and both are valid. But I think we need to regroup again and have a discussion and then have the Waterfront Advisory Board come back to us after you meet February 5th, and then that way, hopefully at that point, we can all agree on a path forward.
Anything else for the good of the order? Mr. Yoder?
I concur with Commissioner Menendez on this. I would add, would it be possible to have a special meeting of the Waterway Advisory Board to go along the lines of the vice mayors to have this come up before our next commission meeting so that it doesn't take another month before there is a resolution to this? I would ask for the clerk's office to try to coordinate a special meeting of the Waterway Advisory Board with the folks from the county and the Underline so that we can have this come up at our next commission meeting and see if we do need to take action. Obviously, there are a lot of concerns. I myself wasn't aware of this issue until it was brought to my attention when we did agenda review. So this is something that it's not just that the residents haven't been involved, members of the commission also weren't informed as to what the issues were. And it's not the only issue. We had issues with access to our fire station, just a few I guess like a block down. And that was never addressed by the county or by the Underline. That was kind of just left up in the air. So I would like to see a resolution that is forward-thinking and that does address the concerns that have been brought to our attention, not just by the members of the Waterway Advisory Board, but also by the residents who have attended today.
Mr. Mayor, just A point of information for the commission, the next meeting of the Waterway Advisory Board is currently scheduled for February 5th, which is prior to our first commission meeting in February. So it gives time to for them to meet.
First off, I'd like to thank Doug, Mr. Yoder, and the entire, all the body, the members of the Waterway Advisory Board. Thank you for working with us.
Yeah.
I've spoken to many of the members of the Waterway Advisory Board, Levy Meyer, Manny Chamizo, yourself, and I've spoken to a lot of residents that live on the water for the last year in regards to this issue. And thank you to the county. You've been very accessible. We've met, we've had conversations on this issue on multiple occasions. This is not a new issue. This is an issue that's been been front and center for some time. Now it's just coming to a head. Everybody in this community has been very aware that this was going to be an issue that we have to deal with. There was 8 public meetings in regards to what were the plans, and this was part of the scope that was addressed. So, like the Vice Mayor said, I think it's an opportunity for us to come together and find a solution. Again, I don't think the solution is going to be that easy because it's a very costly situation that we're in right now, and the Underline has been a 10-year project in the making. So we have to find out a way that we can hopefully find some common ground and bridge this gap. Okay? So thank you, and I look forward to the board meeting with our colleagues in the county, and I appreciate all of your hard work. And thank you for being here. It means a lot to us. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next item, item 2-3, time certain 11 a.m. I want to welcome our friends from the Historic Preservation Board and the Landmarks Advisory Board, along with our employees who are here. Please join us. Mayor Sleznik, it's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Just wanted to do a brief introduction. We have the chairs of the Historic Preservation Board, Mr. Maxwell, and the chair of the Landmarks Advisory Board, Mayor Sleznik, here to present the joint resolution.
Mr. Maxwell, good morning. Good afternoon, 12:03. I apologize for the delay. But we're very grateful for your hard work on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to be with you and the Vice Mayor and all the commissioners today, even with our absent commissioner on Zoom. Thank you very much for hearing us, and thank you very much for considering this item. All of you have received, I don't believe I need to read this into the minutes, all of you have received this resolution. Just very quickly as a background to this, our joint boards met. We held lengthy discussions about this, and this is the resolution that the 2 boards of which you have appointed to give you advice on not only landscape and historic preservation, but also on the branding and maintenance of our city's historic fabric, of which is what we sell and is our identity. This was our resolution. For those of you on the commission, you'll recall that I have been here several times before. We started this in November or very early December over a year ago. So we've met with the city manager previously about this, and the point is that at this time, we believe that the resolution that's presented before you is a very positive and, shall we call it, win-win proposal for both FP&L and for our city to achieve what it is that we need and what we would like to have and what maintains the historic character of our city. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Sleznik right now.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Mayor, good morning.
Good morning. Fairly good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. It's good to be back with you again, and especially on an important item like this. Let me call your attention to, I was doing some research, and 100 years ago, 1925, the Board of Regents of University of Miami was deciding where to put the University of Miami. Some people think that it was a foregone conclusion that would be in Coral Gables, but that's not true. There were a number of sites that were considered in the Dade County area for the University of Miami. But let me read to you, this is from, by the way, the book that was published at the university's 75th anniversary. And it talks about the meeting of the Board of Regents for the university and why they chose Coral Gables. And it talks about several things, but then it said the regents also felt that Merrick had already established for Coral Gables a certain architectural unity and high-grade requirements for buildings. The letter also paid tribute to the community spirit which Merrick already had demonstrated. And then I found a clipping from 1984 that talked about tree canopies. And in this tree canopy thing talks about the importance of tree canopy, and it talked about comparing Coral Gables had the most tree coverage with 77%, while Miami Beach had the lowest of 2%. And then I came across in my wife's journal a picture of the 1925 land sales that were held by Merrick with one of our street lights right here. But the whole purpose of what I've just read to you is that there is a great sense of place in Coral Gables. We have an incredible sense of place. And if I were a realtor, I would tell you that's one of the reasons why real estate is so desired here. That's why people buy homes here. That's why we live here, is for this sense of place. And the streetlights that we have lived with since 1925 are part of that sense of place. And it's so important. The two boards that appear before you today, the members are appointed by each of you, and they represent good citizens of Coral Gables, and they represent you all personally. And both boards voted unanimously to present this resolution to you because of their concern for the replacement of our historic streetlights with lights that do not appropriately represent our sense of place. And it's not just the streetlights. We talked also about the lighting of the streetlights, the replacement of the golden glow lights with white bright lights. And some people may say, well, that's good for safety purposes, but I live on a street that has gone from golden glow silver lights to black poles and white lights. The streets are no lighter. First of all, the lights are higher, and for whatever reason, the lights, as I told FPNL yesterday, the lights shine into our bedrooms, but they don't shine on the street. And so the golden globes set off this city as well as the silver poles. And it makes us part of what we always thought Coral Gables was, a great and wonderful, quote, city beautiful, unquote. So I urge you to support the resolution in the sense that we'd like to work together between the city and FPNL. I've always had a good relationship with FPNL. As I told Addis yesterday, much to some citizens' displeasure, I actually showed up at the Dade County Auditorium one time to support their rate increase because of the work that they did after Hurricanes Katrina and Wilma and replacing and strengthening our grid. They did a lot of good work then, and the citizens should have been very grateful, and many of us were. So this is not something of city versus FPNL. It's something that we need to work together to resolve, to keep Coral Gables Coral Gables. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Mayor, Commission, this is not a difficult problem to solve. This is an easy problem to solve. This is a problem that most cities come up against. And where we have a public utility, they have a rate base, they have it approved by the Public Service Commission. The lights that we have are historic lights. While they used to be in there, through no fault of anybody's, that got left out at the last time. We need to come together with them. We need to work with them. As all of you know from our public works, there's almost 30 different kinds of street lights in Coral Gables. 30, okay? And originally, there was only 3 kinds. So what do we do? How do we deal with this? How do we deal with not only our branding and our history, but how do we work with our utility provider in a very positive way? We've done this before. We spent several years with them coming up with streetlights that they brought into our community that are now being replaced. They did wear out. But we need to move forward on this in a positive way. If we have to have streetlight districts, we can do that. There's lots and lots of different options for all of us to deal with this in a positive way that continue to represent Coral Gables and the brand that we're selling. Remember this, the New York Times just stated that Coral Gables is now more expensive than Beverly Hills. So why don't we, just like Beverly Hills, which has historic streetlights that they maintain, keep up with our neighbors? Anyway, thank you. Thank you for your, we're happy to answer any questions and work with you in any way. Thank you very much.
Okay, I am on the same, I am on the same page as you guys. What you guys want is what I want. With all due respect, and after speaking to the city attorney, you can't hear me? With all due there we go. With all due respect, and after speaking to the city attorney, there's no legal basis for proposing to talk to the Public Service Commission. I don't think it's worth hindering our relationship with FP&L. And what I would suggest is setting up a meeting with the city manager, Mayor Slesnik, through the city manager, with Mayor Slesnik, with Mr. Maxwell and FPL, and seeing if maybe you guys can negotiate. Let's give it that one last attempt to try to negotiate something with FP&L. Maybe you guys could. If not, then we're gonna have to really think about if we can afford to spend that amount of money in finding another vendor and then doing all the cabling in the bottom as well.
Commissioner Castro, we're happy to meet with anybody to begin to move this issue forward. And I think a meeting with FP&L and the manager would be appropriate. We don't know what kind of money we're talking about. So I don't even want to put that on the table because it's an unknown. And just like with the annexation where people started throwing out a bunch of money that wasn't real, that sum of money defeated exactly the motion that this commission brought forward to the residents on an annexation. So I'd really rather not deal with that at this time, if you don't mind, because money is not the issue. The issue, because this is A, affordable, B, it's workable, and there's lots of known solutions to it. And we're happy to do that. And if that doesn't seem to bring a resolution, we would continue to encourage you to adopt this resolution. You can delay it for a little while, we can do something, but it needs to move forward. And it needs to move forward in the way of which, we can all benefit. Remember, public utilities are just that. They are here to serve the public. They have served us before. They have delivered these streetlights before. And I don't see any reason why we can't do this in the future. So thank you.
So Mr. Maxwell, let's hear from FP&L briefly, but I was going
Mr.
to.
Mayor, I don't hear well,
Can you
so
hear
I'm
me?
sorry.
So let's hear from FP&L briefly, but I was going to basically make the same request in regards to having the both of you meet with FP&L and its leadership in an effort, along with our attorneys, in an effort to find a path moving forward. And if we're not able to, then we'll have to address the issue front and center. But I think it's worth just going and having a sit-down conversation, similar to what we did for multiple years. Hopefully it won't last multiple years, but in regards to the transmission lines, where we're able to find some sort of common ground. Addis, good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, members of the commission. My name is Addis Carrilla with Florida Power and Light External Affairs. Office is located at 4200 West Flagler Street. I hear myself super loud, so anyways, I'm just gonna, you just give me a minute and indulge me. So as a little girl, I grew up in Corway and 32nd Avenue. And to get to most places, we always had to go through Coral Gables. And it was my lifelong dream to live in Coral Gables. And I told my mother and father, one day we're gonna live there. And I have been a resident for many, many years of Coral Gables, so I understand the emotions involved and the frustration that you may feel, the residents and the board, right, in making these decisions. However, putting that aside, and again, as a resident, I love this city. I always tell all of you how much I enjoy living here, and I couldn't see myself living anywhere else. And you can hold my word to that. But putting those emotions aside, I think it's important to note that, yes, we had these silver lights that the city selected 30 years ago. And I want to point out the only city that has used those silver poles has been Coral Gables. Moving forward in 2018, that contract for the silver lights expired. And the city had 4 years to renew that contract. And in the 4 years, they were told, the prior administration was told, you can select whatever lights you want if the ones that we offer now are not available. The city, I guess, thought about it. I can't speak for them, right? But they had 4 years to figure out if they wanted to continue with another vendor that did provide those lights or if they wanted to do anything else. They decided to move forward with our program, which now at that time had turned in 2017, we discontinued those old programs and had the new LT1 agreement, which is the LED program. And under that program, there was a catalog of offerings with a select number of poles and fixtures and lights and all of that. So the city were the ones that selected those lights. And I'm not putting blame on the city, please don't take this as a disrespect, but what I'm trying to explain is that at that time, some lights were selected, and there was a contract that was signed and was brought to the commission and approved. So I understand the emotions, I understand the wishes, right? But now we have to deal with the facts that we have in front of us, and it's that we have a contract which we have put into effect and installed 70-something of those lights. We have a balance of them. So I think the decisions, and we can sit with the board members at any time, and I'm more than happy, and you guys know it, I have taken this to the highest levels of our company. We've had meetings with the manager and our VPs. I'm more than happy to set up another one. I have no problem with that. I just would like to put on the record that at this point, there's a contract in place, and we have to either move forward, or you are welcome still to get out of that contract. There's just a cost associated with that, with removing our infrastructure, our lights, all of that, and you can go with whatever vendor you like and put whatever poles and height and fixtures you so choose to. So I just want to put that on the record. Again, we're happy to, I think we have a great partnership with the city of Coral Gables. As a resident, I love this city. I don't want to see, I want to see it continue moving in the direction that it's going, but wearing my other hat, I do have to tell you there's decisions that need to be made. So
Addis, if I may,
if I forgot something.
and I appreciate your comments, and they're well taken. We haven't had a seat at the table just yet. I know outside of the previous manager and our current manager, with the individuals that are here with us today. 2 individuals that are well-intentioned, that have years of experience here in the city of Coral Gables on many different fronts. I'm always, like you, willing to take one more bite of the apple to see if we can find a resolution. There's a lot of things that can be discussed, and I want to make sure, because there was a statement made before that those poles are historical. My understanding was that those poles were not historical. The poles that are historical or that are in question are the white-way lights. That we've done a great job bringing them back to their original splendor, but these poles are not historical.
Right. So it's my understanding, and actually, I had a great conversation with Mayor Slesnik, and he did enlighten me that those poles were replicated as part of being historical, but they're fiberglass poles that were very deteriorated, and since they were out of contract, that's why the decisions were made that were made.
I don't have an issue going one more time to the table and bringing representatives from the city. The manager wants to join, the city attorney wants to join, everyone can be there. We can have a conversation and look at it from a different angle, from an angle of historic preservation, from an angle of our previous mayor. It's always an opportunity, and it's always an opportunity to take one last crack at it. And if not, we have to come back and make a tough decision in regards to where we move from here.
If I may, Mayor. I would like to put on the record what the cost is of us not pursuing the existing contract. So I don't know if you have the answer to that, or maybe Hermes can give us the answer. I want to make sure that my figures are correct as far as what the cost of the city if we were to not continue with the existing contract.
So the total, you're mentioning if you don't move
Talking
forward.
about the south and north Greenway lights.
Right, the North Greenway street light agreement, if you don't finish installing the 13 lights, is that the number
That's
you
correct.
need? Okay, I don't have that number with me.
my figures are that for us taking the lights off and so on, and Hermes, please correct me if I'm wrong, it's about a $2.5 million project plus a $620,000, I guess, fine or whatever you want to call it for breaking the contract. So can you give us the figures?
Mr. Manager, I don't think that we've taken any legal positions or conceded any legal positions, so I would prefer that we not commit to any figures, because like I said, we have not taken any legal positions with respect to that contract, and I would
I
not
don't even
want
think we
to.
should be even talking about that right now. My point is this, look, if you want to talk about something, if you want to talk about anything in this conversation, it's not the cost, which we've talked about before, and there's been some massive numbers that have been thrown out here in previous meetings that we've talked about. That's not really the issue here today. What I'm more concerned, not only is the price is exorbitant, is we have members of the community, we have boards that are presenting us resolutions stating that they think that we're headed in the wrong direction. I want to exhaust every opportunity and have a conversation to see what we can do moving forward. I do not want to go before the commission at the state level and have this conversation at that board. Okay, I do not. I want to have it here, exhaust every option, and then we can sit down and move forward. If we have to move forward in a different direction, we will. But the cost is not only the issue, it's also the maintenance. It's the maintenance moving forward that we would assume responsibility. And I don't want to scare anybody. I don't want to go in that direction. But if there's a hurricane, if there's an issue here in regards to power in this community, FPNL has the wherewithal to address these issues across the board. We don't have bucket trucks. We're not prepared to address electrical issues across a city of this magnitude. So I would like to see, if I may, is have this conversation with these two gentlemen who have worked incredibly hard along with yourselves and get the leadership of FPNL. I've sat down with them before when we were negotiating undergrounding. I met with the president on multiple occasions. The previous president, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting with the new individual, but maybe this is a good opportunity to have a conversation and come together and say, look, the city is one of the first cities in the state of Florida that's moving forward with the process of undergrounding. We kicked off a great relationship, continued a great relationship after some time that we had some issues in regards to overhead lines that we were not in the best position, but I think we're in a much better position today than we were. So maybe now's the time to take advantage of the goodwill and have a candid conversation and see if we can find an issue. Maybe it's our rate. Maybe we look at it in a different way. Maybe we skin the cat in a different way. Or maybe we're not giving an option. And then we present the fact that there's no other options, this is what we have, and then this commission has to make a tough decision moving forward. Okay, I think that's what we're discussing here today. We're not discussing costs, we're not discussing maintenance. It's just about having one more bite of the apple and then move forward with this issue. Either we say yes or we say no.
Absolutely. We heard you.
Thank you very
Thank
much. No,
you.
by the way, you've been amazing. You've been
Thank
amazing.
you.
We've had multiple conversations, even on the weekend, to talk about how we can address these issues. And I appreciate you keeping me informed, abreast of issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through
Thank
the mayor, if I may, for the meeting that's being proposed, and I know we already mentioned the city attorney's office, but the fact that there is a contract that's part of this arrangement, I ask that you have assigned whoever it is that's worked on that agreement to be at attendance, because there'll be legal issues that will need to be discussed most likely. Also, I think it's important prior to the meeting for all the parties, everyone's going to be involved, whatever questions or information you want brought to that meeting, communicate it through the manager's office so that that information is made available at that meeting instead of saying, well, we're going to have to look back and send it to you. It's better to just have everything on the table and see if we can come up with some clarity.
Agreed.
through the
Mr.
mayor.
Manager, will you be coordinating the meeting?
I'm sorry?
You will be coordinating the meeting
I will
through your
coordinate
office?
the
Okay.
meeting for the deputy city manager.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Again, I want to thank you, all of you, for working so hard on this. I mean, it's like the last issue that we had, getting around a table a lot of times helps solve those problems. In addition to the matters that are brought up, though, I also think you need, and the board needs, to use the resources that we have at the city attorney's office to understand Public Service Commission process. And the pros and cons of, getting involved in that, I think it's an area you don't want to tread in because it becomes very complicated. I think we'll do better working together, even if we have a resolution and we have a memorandum of understanding between FP&L to reach that goal. I think we're better off working with our partners here within our city. So thank you for all your efforts to bring this forward.
Mayor?
Since it came up about North and South Greenway, let me just add a personal reflection. For those of you who don't remember, if you go back 40 years, there were no streetlights on North and South Greenway. None. North and South Greenway was like a country road without lights. And it was the citizens of North and South Greenway, and I can say I helped lead that effort, who came to the City Commission to light North and South Greenway with the same silver poles and golden globes that we had seen up and down Granada and along Alhambra. And that happened. It was a public exercise and cooperation between the city. This is before I was on the commission. It was a cooperative effort between the city and the citizens of North and South Greenway and FP&L. And we circled the golf course, which is, as you know, one of your main public areas right now. It's like the Central Park of Coral Gables, which is good, and for the residents, sometimes challenging. But it was a beautiful circle around the golf course, around your public area, of a golden necklace, which we worked very hard to get. My point is that there's some lessons to be learned here. Number one, the contract that's being referred to, nobody that I know knew about this contract. And I understand that's within the purview of the city to make contracts with FP&L. But when it involves something so public and so visible as the streetlights, I think that in the future, you may want to think about involving the public comment as to something that's going to affect the view of their neighborhood, the scenery of their neighborhood, the livability of their neighborhood. And then secondly, the installation. I think FP&L and the city need to learn a lesson from that. I came out of my house one day and Ginger Jokum came by and said, "Oh, I see you're getting new streetlights." I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Oh, they're installing these new black lights over on South Greenway." And I immediately went over there. Nobody had told us that our streetlights were being changed. Nobody, nothing. That was how we found out about it. And that's how everybody on North and South Greenway found out about it, is when the trucks pulled up and started ripping out the silver lights. So, I mean, I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned here on cooperative efforts between citizens, the city, and the FP&L. And I think that, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, that your conversation here today shows that you share that spirit with us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that.
I appreciate you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I also wanted to thank Mayor Sleznick and Mr. Maxwell for their leadership on this. I know we had asked that both boards have a joint meeting to discuss this issue, so it was important to hear back. I agree with the comments that have been shared by my colleagues regarding this being a priority, but also being sure that we're able to work cohesively with FPL. And I wanted to thank Addis for the work that she's been putting in. It's great to have a government relations person who is local to the city and understands the needs of Coral Gables. The one suggestion that I had talked to the city attorney about was the potential, excuse me, of having our city's lobbyists speak to other municipalities around the state who may be interested in something similar. And maybe it's not just Coral Gable that's interested in a different type of light pole or a different size and color of light pole. I think that the size is also something that's affecting our ability to have the proper lighting. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Maybe we can discuss that further after we have that meeting between Mr. Maxwell, Mayor Sleznick, and FPL, and make a decision at that point. But I think this is an issue that's important to all of us, and we want to make sure that Coral Gables still stands out.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before moving forward, I have members of the public requesting to speak on this.
Okay.
First speaker is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Some time ago, not so long ago, under the previous administration, if I remember correctly, I realized that our light poles were being changed. I contacted Public Works. what we thought were beautiful light poles and beautiful light fixtures were being changed to these ugly, commercial-looking black poles that are so tall that the light really doesn't do much for us. We discussed it at commission meeting. Florida Power and Light was here, and we were told that we had no choice because our lights were not in the catalog. Some of us argued the point. I believe the end of that meeting, the discussion was slow down what you're doing to see what we're going to do next. I did not see that this was coming up today, so I didn't look for the minutes. But if I remember correctly, everything was supposed to slow down, not continue changing it until we decided what we wanted to do. Well, now we have to deal with the fact that they've continued doing it, and now we're going to have to replace what has been done if we want to do it our way. Something is wrong. I know that we're known, Coral Gables is known for fighting for what the residents want. I mean, we've even fought for things that we didn't want, but the commission wanted, and we've lost, and we've had to spend money. But you know what? We do what we think is right. And I'm not sure that I know many people in our area, and I know there are other people that live there and they don't see the same things that we see, but San Amaro and Camposano, we had the silver lights, the silver light bulbs, and we wanted those. And Hermes told me there was no option, and Florida Power and Light told us they're not in the catalog, there's nothing we can do. Well, I'm sorry. We do not want those ugly black lights. Sorry, I'm sorry, we do not want them. There has to be a solution. We've even discussed that day about maybe covering the poles, making them not so high. I mean, there was lots of discussions that day, but obviously we dropped the ball, and Florida Power Light understood that to mean, let's keep doing what we're doing. Wrong. That's not what we wanted, and that's not what we want today.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is going to be on Zoom, Carelia Carbonell.
Carelia, good afternoon.
Hi there, everyone. This is Carelia. Good afternoon. I wanted to say a few words on this item, and I basically, have followed it from the very beginning about, our white way lights. And I want to make sure that we all understand there are several varieties of white way lights, all going back to George Merrick. And really, they identify with the founding of Coral Gables. As far as the white way lights that we're discussing, which are replicas, they're called Arcadian. They're the Arcadian style white way lights versus our decorative white way lights, which we've been restoring. So there's several white way light styles, but within the white way light family, there are the Arcadian style, which is if you go to the country club, in front of the country club, there are two Arcadian lights that were restored, between the city and HPACG a few years ago, and they are the original, and they were brought back. Those are the lights that were around the city, that style of lights, which are the Arcadian lights, and they're part of the greenways, and of course, all the way down several avenues. Those lights are the bedrock of Coral Gables. They actually are mentioned in the city plan. So for Coral Gables to, number one, change them without consulting the historic, the neighbors within the historic district of the greenways and other, and again, I'm not following exactly where the other streets are now, but specifically to the greenways. How does a city that is historic, that has a historic city plan, that has the Whiteway lights as part of the city plan, that was founded by our adored Merrick, we're celebrating our centennial anniversary, and we're having a conversation about should we or shouldn't we? Shouldn't we bring them back or should we? First of all, they should never have been changed. If they needed fixing or if they needed replacing, I understand about the vendor, but you know, there are other vendors out there, and I am sure that could have been an agreement with FPL. So please keep in mind that the two Arcadian Whiteway lights in front of the Country Club of Coral Gables, those are the lights that were part of the original 8 miles of Whiteway lights that George Merrick developed. So, you know, as these meetings are going to happen, please keep that in mind. And I believe a decision should be historical versus financial because of the fact that we are a historic city. And unfortunately, sometimes those things they do cost more, but that is our brand. And so I'd like to really emphasize that. And I'll be happy to share whatever you all need as far as the history of them, but I believe Mayor Don Slesnick and of course, Mr. Maxwell have done a wonderful job in explaining back in the 70s, early 80s, these lights were replicated because, you know, many were lost. But again, that's where I think we should all, you know, be thinking about, which is our historical and cultural heritage. So I thank you for listening. Take care.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so I think we have a path moving forward. Thank you again for being here. I look forward to hearing from you in the next meeting. Thank you very much. Moving on to.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I don't
Mayor.
believe in coming without bringing presents for you all.
Thank you.
As far as I know, the mayor is probably the only person that was on the commission when the 90th birthday, we're here at the 100th birthday. Oh, thank you. Well, thank you very much. They can realize I'm getting old, I can't bend over. But anyways, I found in Jeanette's possession some of the leftover 90th birthday pins, which I brought for you all.
Thank you.
And so to start off our 100th year, you should have a 90th. And Mr. Fernandez, I'll give yours to the city manager to take to you later, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
That's such a beautiful gesture.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. It's beautiful.
Mr. Maxwell, thank you. Mayor Slesnick, thank you very much. Moving on to item G1. G1.
No, Mr. Mayor, G1 has been deferred at the request.
G1 is deferred, yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Moving on to agenda item F4.
F4 is a resolution of the City Commission amending the procedure for the selection of the Robert DeCourt Memorial Award recipient and increasing the associated award.
Madam City Attorney, if I may, before that, I skipped the consent agenda, and I just want to get that through. Is that okay?
Yes.
Just finalize that. So can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
Second.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? Mr. Mayor, I do have a request from a member of the public to pull an item from the consent agenda.
Okay.
Agenda item D5.
D5?
I have a motion and a second for the amended consent agenda, pulling agenda item D5. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
D5 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance of a $77,040 equipment rebate voucher from the United States Department of Energy for the installation of solar panels on the roof of the Granada Diner located at 2001 Granada Boulevard, authorizing the city manager to execute the assistance agreement and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 annual budget to recognize the funds as revenue and appropriate such funds towards the cost of the project.
Mrs. Maria Cruz?
need, she said?
She said no need.
Okay.
May I please have a motion on agenda item D5?
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Coming back to item F4, thank you.
So F4 is a resolution of the City Commission amending the procedure for the selection of the Robert DeCourt Memorial Award recipient and increasing the
I have Lieutenant Reynoso here, if you could please come up and talk a little about this award. Welcome.
Good morning. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and attendees all. Klaus Reynoso, representing the Coral Gables Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge Number 7, 265 Seville Ave. I stand before you today in support of an initiative to correct a matter that has been forgotten about for some time. On January 21st, 1972, Officer Robert DeCourt was murdered responding to a holdup alarm at a liquor store. Officer DeCourt was confronted by two subjects that were robbing the store, and during the apprehension effort, Officer DeCourt was shot and killed. On March 14th, 1972, the Coral Gables Commission unanimously adopted Resolution 17598, which established an award to be presented annually, every January 21st, to the deserving member of the Coral Gables Police Department who best exemplifies courage, dedication, and devotion to duty. While the recognition in memory of Officer DeCourt is the spirit of the award, we should not overlook the financial significance of the award. The Commission unanimously adopted the recommendation of the Citizen Security Advisory Board in Resolution 17750 to present the recipient of the DeCourt Award a plaque, 40 hours of additional annual leave, and $500. In 1972, $500 was a significant amount of money. In 1972, the budgeted salary for a Coral Gables police officer was $10,466. In 1972, you could buy a new Ford Mustang Mach 1 for $3,053. The 1972 Commission, led by Mayor Keith Phillips, understood the significance of the $500 award, not only in the cost to the city, but also in the value to the recipient. Standing before you today, feeling embarrassed, because nobody ever feels comfortable asking for money. But it seems that this matter has been forgotten for the last half-century. And I feel that by bringing it before you, it will get the attention it deserves. Both to honor the memory of Officer DeCourt and to continue to fulfill the intent of the Citizens Security Advisory Board and the Commission of 1972. There have been many commissions before you that annually manage the DeCourt Award. None have taken the opportunity to address the matter. Let it be said that the Commission here today, led by Mayor Vince Lago, addressed a long-forgotten matter that provides direct benefit to the officer, espousing courage, dedication, and devotion to duty. The most critical service of any city is to provide public safety. The officers that work for the Coral Gables Police Department do that every day. Let's provide them the recognition and the award that they deserve by, again, unanimously, after 52 years, adopting a new resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So after 50 years, I mean, inflation, we don't even have to talk about that, but I would move this, if any of my colleagues.
I'll second.
So I asked the, and money's not the issue here, but we do have to find the money somewhere. I asked the city manager from whence the money would come, and he said it would come from the police budget itself. So some time has passed since my pre-agenda, and because you weren't sure where the money was going to come from, I'm going to ask you to, update the response on that, because, inflation, we're way past $5,000 on what, this award should be. And $5,000 is certainly deserving of, the police officers that put their life on the line. Bottom line is we got to find the money to fund it, though, because otherwise it doesn't happen. You're the budget man.
It's my budget? No.
It's your budget that I was told would pay for it.
Well, it's the citizens' budget. I'm just the keeper of it. My wife will tell you I'm more frugal with your tax dollars than I am with the allowance she gives me. More importantly, and I did have a conversation with Commissioner Castro about this when the item was coming up. We honor our employees 3 different ways here in the city of Coral Gables. And I think in the spirit of the Robert D. Court Award, one of which I've had the honor of winning in my career, is to remember his fallen sacrifices, his family sacrifices. That is picked by the FOP Executive Board. At one point, it was the FOP and the PBA. It was by resolution, as Lieutenant Reynoso talked about, by this body, the formal body. I do believe now that we should also recognize the Officer of the Year, which is selected by the Police Department, as well as the Firefighter of the Year, which is selected by the Fire Department. That being said, myself and the Fire Chief have also had conversations, as now we have the Leaf Foundation, of which has had its inaugural. We also have the Coral Gables Police Foundation, which is separate and apart from the Leaf Foundation. So I'm not concerned about funding all 3 of those, if that is in fact the motion as I understand it, where we would give $5,000 to the D Court Award winner for the officer's sacrifice, $5,000 for the Firefighter of the Year, and $5,000 for the Officer of the Year. That money will be obviously donated from in-kind services or from foundations and then brought to the respective budgets and then forwarded to the employee.
So let me ask you a few more questions, because you mentioned the money would come from the foundation as opposed to from, the city's budget. I haven't had a conversation with the foundation to be able to know that they're willing to fund something that is, we don't have jurisdiction over the foundation. We cannot force them to do that. So unless it's a budget line item on the city's budget, I don't see how we can pass something that's not going to be funded, because it has to be something that they agree to. The Leaf Foundation had a magnificent showing in its first year. The purpose of that award was to take care of individuals who become disabled and those who unfortunately are lost in the line of duty. I've worked with agents before. I've seen one that has gotten lost, the devastation to their family, the tuition, et cetera, that has to be taken care of. This award is different than that, though. So unless they're saying that they're going to fund this too, I don't see how this commission can require a private foundation to fund a city resolution.
Well, to that point, I think if the commission were to allow the police and fire departments to accept donations to fund up to this amount, that would be done. I mean, the Leaf Foundation, its founder, Mr. Brumello, actually in emails has committed to that. Again, until we go in front of the foundation. I can speak for the Coral Gables Police Foundation, is that board has been put together. I know for a fact there's about $20,000 in that fund right now, and I would be asking for that as well. But that does not have the limitations that the Leaf Foundation has. So if in fact if we're not comfortable with having the money in place, we can either defer this until we have those monies and those donations, or you can give me the ability to at least, give the commission the ability to accept a donation up to the amount of $15,000 for the street. Now, right now, I would say we're funding 1,000, so it would be 4,000 each. Because I believe that's what the number is right
So
now. if I remember
there
correctly.
are two different items on the commission agenda. I just want to make sure that we're clear right now. There's F4 is the item that we called up, which is specific to the DeCourt Memorial Board. That one doesn't specify that it would be funded by any private organization, but if that's what the commission wants to specify, we can certainly revise that. And then F5 is the one that would increase the amounts for the awards for the Firefighter of the Year and the Police Officer of the Year. And that resolution does specify that it would be funded through donations from LEAF. And of course, if in any given year, LEAF does not have the available funds, then the award would not include those additional amounts.
And it says it on the resolution, and I understand your concerns, but I can guarantee that I've spoken to the foundation, and they've agreed, and it's in an email that the chief and De La Rosa were copied on.
All right, so, but it's not part of the record, and they're not here today. So I assumed that this was going to be funded through the city budget.
And I think that is how it's drafted for F4, is drafted
Correct.
that way.
There's two different items.
Yeah.
So
I
we could-
understand there's two different items, but I don't think that we, you know, I mean, I have to wear my lawyer hat. We have limited jurisdiction. We do not have jurisdiction over private foundations, private donors, et cetera. The purpose of the Leaf Foundation was to take care of fallen officers, fallen firefighters, and those who are disabled. So if you want to do something for them, it's much better to not dip into their funds for those specific purposes, and let's make it part of the budget process for the city of Coral Gables.
Vice Mayor, if I can, Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. Excuse my voice. The Robert DeCourt Award, as presented here today, changes the procedure for selection, but it also increases the city's contribution from $500 to $5,000. So that is a $4,500 budget change, the source of which needs to be identified. The separate item, which we haven't called yet, which is F5, has to do with the Police and Firefighter Award. The city is not increasing their contribution to those awards. It's staying at $1,000, but the commissioner has expressed that the Lee Foundation has made a commitment to issue an additional $4,000 per award for those funds, which is contingent, of course, on available funding each year. So that's a separate item, but you're correct that the DeCourt Award, the additional $4,500, the funding for which has not yet been identified by the manager's office.
We'll look at the current budget to see where we can find the $4,500, and then we'll include it as a line item in future budgets. Is Diana here?
You want to bring it back to the next commission meeting so we can have that identified?
I mean, I don't really think it's necessary.
I think that question goes to the city manager's office.
Well, I'm waiting for my finance director to ask her one question. But we will include it in future years as a budget line item for the award. I'm sorry?
It's for this year and the following years. Okay, I believe there's a motion and a second on the table.
We're on F4 now.
Yes, F4,
That was going to be funded by the city, correct?
Correct.
4,500.
Okay, so that, I don't have a problem voting on that one. I don't have an
Okay,
issue with that.
let's
as long as
take
the
care of
city-
that.
I have no problem voting on one funded by the city.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second?
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item. Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. When we talk about first responders, when we talk about what the police and the fire do for us, we shouldn't be talking about nickels and dimes. We're talking about little money. From what I understood from the chief and from the commissioner, they have commitments that they will take care of it. Why do we keep arguing? I mean, to me, it's absolutely slap in the face. I didn't even realize that we were giving the top award in the police department, $500. If that was not an insult, I don't know what I could call it. I believe that this is a wonderful opportunity for us to show that we really care for our first responders. And I understood exactly what was being said. 4,500 for this year, we'll find it. And the next year, we'll put it on the budget. And the second one, there are commitments from the foundations to do it. I do not need to delay this. I think our first responders deserve this and more.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so, go ahead. Yes.
Well, I wanted to ask you a question. In our current budget, we're looking for $4,500 as an award for the item under F4. Where can I get that funding from? And I prefer to take it out of my city manager's budget, so I leave it up to you.
Yeah, we can certainly identify $4,500 for this purpose if that's the will of the commission. We likely have some savings for some funding that we set aside within, technically the manager gives us direction on it, but it's our non-departmental budget. So we can certainly identify $4,500 from it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second?
All right, we do.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like the same question asked for the next award, too.
Okay. You want if we vote on this one now, or?
No, I don't mind.
This one's coming from appropriations of the city?
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. You want to take F5 now, before we go to lunch? And I want to take H1 too, before we go to lunch.
Absolutely. Let's
So
go-
F5 is a resolution of the City Commission increasing the award amounts for the city's police and firefighter of the year. The increase which would be funded by donations from LEAF at the Coral Gables Community
So
Foundation.
why don't we do this, if you don't mind? This item seems like it's going to be a back and forth, and there may be people who want to come and speak. Why don't we give it 30 minutes, we come back, we take it as the first item, we come back from lunch, and then we take item H1. They've been here patiently all day. It's a procurement issue, and I think it's pretty straightforward. So can we jump, and we'll take H1, and then we'll come back and then take H5, F5? Is that fine, Commissioner?
Yes.
I have a question. Other than the people that are here, who else is going to show up to talk about it? I mean, manager, did you call for somebody to come and talk about F5 that's not here?
F5?
Yeah, I mean, I think the mayor wants to
Increasing the
push
award
it.
for police and firefighter of the year.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I think folks are here ready.
Yeah, I can answer you. You want to ask me the question, I can answer for you.
Well, I was asking if he had somebody on his staff that needed to be here.
I don't need anybody to be here, but Willie Bermeo told me he may want to stop by. But if not, we can take the item right now, it's no problem. I'm just giving him the respect that he deserves.
So Willie was gonna go ahead and send Mary from the foundation and Tom, but I don't think they're gonna be here. Willie is going to be here, but on a different item. So if we wanna go ahead and take it, I mean,
We'll take H1, please. Then we'll come back to F5 after lunch. I think this is something simple we can just pass now.
you know what? Actually, let's just go ahead and take F5. I think it's gonna be really quick. It's nothing really to ponder a lot about. It's pretty common sense. F5.
F5.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Just very briefly, as already explained, this amount, this changes the award amounts for the city's police officer and firefighter of the year awards. The increased amount from $1,000 to $5,000 will be coming from donations from the Leaf Foundation. The city's budgeted amount of $1,000 for the awards will not be changing. The city commissioner has expressed that Mr. Bermeo and the Leaf Foundation have committed themselves to this amount. And then to address any concerns, the resolution itself says that that increase of $4,000 donation will be subject to available funds from the Leaf Foundation. And if they have any concerns about the appropriateness of that donation, I would defer to them and their decision-making on that.
So first, I want to thank the mayor for bringing the Leaf Foundation to the commission. I did offer the mayor the opportunity to go ahead and co-sponsor this item with me, since it was his initiative to bring the Leaf Foundation here. I also want to thank Tom Prescott and Mary from the foundation for making this possible. I spoke with Willie during the leaf lunch, and he committed to contributing $4,000 to each of these awards. So there will be no additional contribution from the city to these awards. I'm very thankful for them, and I will move it.
I'll second.
So before we vote on it, just very quickly, I'm gonna vote in favor of this. I bought a table with my own personal funds for $2,500 for this event. I asked my brother to also buy a table for $2,500, and he bought one for this personal event. When I was brought the LEAF project by Mr. Bermeo and Mary and Tom, we had multiple meetings to discuss the issue. I viewed it, and they were very clear with me that this was for police officers who were injured on the job and who were, God forbid, deceased as a result of being on the job. That's what they told me. But at the end of the day, you know, it's a donation for the police. I think we should be very wisely, and this should be funded, personally, this should be funded by the city, and that money should be kept in its place for those families, those police officers that have to horrifically deal with the issue of losing a loved one in the line of duty. So, but at the end of the day, I don't have the votes. It is what it is. This was changed, and we move on.
So,
Madam Vice Mayor?
yeah, I mean, I'm going to offer a friendly amendment that in future years it be funded by the city. The city should show its commitment, and I bought my own seat too at the Lee Foundation. I've experienced someone that I worked with for years that died in the line of duty. It's, you know, the DeCourt Award is a very important award, as is the awards that are given to the firefighters. This is an obligation of the city. I do think that we should not deplete funds that are meant to take care of folks and their families that have gone through the ultimate sacrifice and are disabled through life. So yes, I will vote in favor of this, but I think we need to put this as a budget line item for the city, and for the city to show the honor for our firefighters and our police officers.
I want to just add, I thank Willie Bermeo, the Lee Foundation, everybody involved, Mary, Tom. We should encourage the private sector foundations to be further involved. I mean, Coral Gables is known for our community involvement, so I'm grateful to the Coral Gables Community Foundation. But every opportunity we get to bring them closer to what we do and closer to our employees and closer to our residents, I think it's a win-win for our city. I mean, to have the public on one side, the public sector, and the private sector on the other, that's not what Coral Gables is about. So every opportunity we have to come together for a good cause, if it's $4,500 here, if it's $1,000 there, regardless of the dollar amount, that's what Coral Gables is about, coming together, public sector, private sector, for the benefit of the people that work here and for our residents.
And I want to thank Mr. Bermeo as well, Mary Snow and Mr. Prescott. It was a phenomenal event. All the folks who were there were very supportive of our police and firefighters, which was great to see. I don't question Mr. Bermeo's commitment. I welcome it. I appreciate the fact that he has committed to funding part of these awards. And I think this is, like Commissioner Menendez was saying, working together as a community. This isn't, oh, the city should do this and the others should do that. No, we're a community. We should work together. And if there are partners who are willing to contribute to these awards to recognize our officers, I don't think we should be diminishing our officers because they didn't die in the line of duty. I think we should be supporting our officers who are putting it all on the line every single day. So I'll be voting in favor.
If I may, and I wasn't going to say anything, I've kept my mouth shut the entire meeting. We're not diminishing any officer, and please, that's very disingenuous. The point was that we sat down a year ago to have this conversation at the Biltmore with Tom, myself, Willie, and Mary. It was sold as we're going to have an event to benefit these particular individuals. And I said, I'm all in, count me in as a sponsor. I'll get other people to sponsor, which I did, other family members. But now to change the game, you know, again, I think that if you're going to allocate the money, I don't have a problem allocating it for the police. I put my money where my mouth is, personally, and I continue to do that. So to say that we're diminishing police officers is just It's not correct, especially when I'm taking money from my own family to make sure that I put it for the police officers. That was the intent of my statement. I support the award being raised to $5,000. I have no issues. But again, I'm just stating on the record what I was told the money was going to be used for, and then it was changed. Mr. Chief.
Just let me put it in context for you. The Officer of the Month Award that we award every month, and the Officer of the Year Award, and what comes with it, has been co-sponsored or was co-sponsored by the Kiwanians Club for years. They picked up the tab. They haven't been doing that for years. The reason why the police department does not have this money in its budget is because we are giving out the monthly awards to everybody. So I don't have the money in my budget right now, which is another allocation. So it is just another group that is chosen, and we didn't ask, the police department didn't ask, that is sponsoring this award. Every month, the police department's budget does sponsor the Officer of the Month and those heroic deeds that we represent. So I imagine in time, this is why we're at this shortfall that I couldn't say, I can pay the $4,000 for the Officer of the Month, because we have had to pick up that cost for the last maybe 5 years, which comes out to be about that. Buying the plaque, we still have, in honor of the Kiwanians, we still have them on the Officer of the Month plaques for up until, I think, a couple months ago. So, Vice Mayor, to your point, I mean, we'll find a way to fund this. We'll come back and we'll ask whether it be donations from the Leaf Foundation, whether it be donations from the Coral Gables Police Foundation, which is a new entity, that as long as we'll be back in front of this body to accept a donation specifically for these costs like we would do equipment. So we'll get there.
I don't want it to go unfunded, which is why I felt it should be a city obligation. Not necessarily the police department's obligation. It could be the city manager's budget. It needs to be consistently funded and not have a situation again where, like, the Kiwanis aren't doing it anymore. Willie Bermeo, we don't live forever. That's why the better option is to have it as a city item for both police and fire.
Got it.
So we have a motion.
A second.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Okay.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Menendez, Commissioner Fernandez, I really appreciate your support. This is going to do great things for the department. It raises morale, and I'm pretty sure every officer and firefighter out there is going to be ecstatic to do their best job possible to get this award.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item H1.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFP 2024-33 for citywide landscaping services to SFM Landscaping Services LLC, Inc., the highest ranked responsive and responsible proposer pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Request for Proposal 2024-33.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. This was a competitive RFP that was issued on behalf of Greenscape. It is for the citywide landscaping. We had 2 proposers, and they were evaluated and ranked, and we're making the recommendation for SFM Landscaping Services LLC to be the awarded proposer.
Okay. Are there any public comment?
Give me a second, sir. Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I am sorry, but once again, I have an issue with what we do when we select companies to work for us, because of where I live, I do know what goes on Santa Mara Drive and I know I'm the only one that sees it, but I do drive there up and down several times a day. From the garbage that's on the median to the area that doesn't have green anymore because it was hard to keep it. From the fact that the company that we're selecting today has had issues, and I'm not sure that we will discuss it, but they haven't always been very good at maintaining the landscaping, at least where I see it. So I do think that we should concentrate ourselves in not only the price, but the services provided, and maybe, this I just thought of it, maybe when we have things that affect the public, maybe there should be maybe a survey here and there to evaluate the services that we get from private companies, because it's not always satisfactory.
Mr. Clerk?
Okay, do I have a motion?
Can I have a motion from the commission? There's no further
I'll move
comment?
it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. See you at 1:45. We'll be addressing item E1. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Not alone.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Clerk, you ready? All right. Welcome back.
Thank you. We have an echo in here. Yes. We have an echo in here.
You ready? Mr. Clerk, are we ready? All right. Welcome back. Time certain 1:30 p.m. Item E1, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item E1 is an appeal to the Coral Gables City Commission from the decision of the Historic Preservation Board on October 16th, 2024, to designate the property located at 1414 Galliano Street, legally described as Lot 12 and east 15 feet of Lot 13, Block 32, Coral Gables Douglas section, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 69 at page 25 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, as a local historic landmark. This is a quasi-judicial item. Mayor and Commissioners, pursuant to Section 14-208.6 of the City Zoning Code, this appeal is based on the record of the hearing before the Historic Preservation Board and shall not be a de novo hearing. What that means is that no new or additional testimony shall be taken. This is an appeal based only on the record. As a reminder, your role in considering this appeal is 1, whether due process was afforded, 2, whether the Historic Preservation Board's decision was based on competent substantial evidence, and 3, whether the essential requirements of law were met. The Commission's role is to determine whether the zoning code was followed and whether competent substantial evidence supported the decision of the Historic Preservation Board approving the request for historic designation. After the City Commission's review, the City Commission has 4 options as provided in the zoning code. 1, the City Commission can affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which in this case designated as a local historic landmark the property located at 1414 Galliano Street. 2, the City Commission can affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board with conditions. 3, the City Commission can override the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which in this case would mean the property shall not be designated historic. Or 4, the City Commission can remand for further proceedings to the Historic Preservation Board. The Mayor, as Chair of the City Commission, with me as parliamentarian, has issued a procedural order that was provided in advance to the Commission and the parties. Pursuant to that procedural order, the appellant will be allowed 30 minutes for presentation, which shall be limited to the record before the Historic Preservation Board. Next, the Deputy City Attorney, as counsel for the Historic Preservation Board and the Historic Preservation staff, will be allowed 30 minutes for presentations, also limited to the record below. Next, there will be time for questions by members of the City Commission to staff or the parties, and then public comment will be allowed, but will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Because the review of this appeal is not de novo, the public comment shall not be considered testimony in this case. Finally, there will be time for additional questions and discussion by members of the City Commission. As a reminder, this is a quasi-judicial item, so any inadvertent ex parte communication should be disclosed. And with that, Mayor, I think we can hear from the appellant.
Yep.
There was there was ex parte communication through email.
Same here. I received emails.
Can those be just forwarded to the clerk for the record? Thank you.
I did as well, and I think most of them were copied to the clerk, but I'll check and see what wasn't copied.
Mr. Garcia-Serra, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, Mario Garcia-Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue. Here this afternoon representing CREH Galliano LLC, the owner of the building at 1414 Galliano Street. The principals of that entity are a married couple, Danielle Gonzalez and Todd Rubenstein, who are with us today. I am also joined by our expert witnesses, Richard Heisenbottle and Willie Bermeo, who you will hear from shortly. What we're asking you to decide today is whether the Historic Preservation Board was correct in designating this building as a historic landmark. The answer to that question, we strongly feel, is an unequivocal no. Historic designation is a forever decision. It means that this building, must still be in existence 1,000 years from now for the sake of preserving the community's history. The law requires that not just any property, but only buildings of significant value merit designation. As we will demonstrate, the board did not follow that threshold significance requirement, nor did it have competent substantial evidence to support their decision. Let's first establish exactly what the board decided. Nina, if you can go ahead and play that clip. This is the motion that was actually approved by the board.
Carefully. Make a very surgical motion, so please listen to the words carefully.
So I'll go ahead and read the motion. I'll go ahead and repeat it to the audio difficulties. It was a motion to approve the local historic designation of the property at 1414 Galliano Street based on the historic, cultural, and architectural significance. Specifically, that it exemplifies the historical, economic, and social trends of the community, and it embodies the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural period. That's at page 90 and 91 of the transcript. If you could go on to the next slide. So the board's vote to approve the designation was 100% based on the premise that this building reflects a point in time in the history of the city, namely the 1930s Great Depression era, and an architectural period, in particular, the period when buildings in Coral Gables started to transition from Mediterranean revival style of architecture to other forms of architecture. The error of the board was that it did not find that the building reflects history or an architectural period to a significant manner or degree. This is very important. If you could go on to the next slide. So what do we mean? Here's the code provision that governs designation. So you can see there's a highlighted section there at the top that requires a threshold finding of significant value. The other criterion that follow, and the ones that are highlighted are the ones that the board cited as part of their historic designation, talks about exemplifying historic, cultural, and economic trends and embodying certain architectural styles or period. And the board importantly did not cite architectural style, they cited an architectural period. But trying to apply those two criteria, those lower criterion, without considering the threshold factor of significance renders them meaningless. Every building represents or reflects the time in which it was built. It needs to be a significant representation, exemplification, or embodiment of that time in history. And we simply think that is not the case here, nor was there sufficient information in the record to support that determination and that designation. If we can, let's go on to the next slide. Here, this slide is discussing what is the standard of review, the standard that you have to be deciding whether the board made a correct decision or not. As you can see, the criterion are whether due process was afforded, whether the decision was supported by competent substantial evidence, and whether the decision complies with the essential requirements of the law. By not applying that threshold significance requirement that I just pointed out to you, the board did not comply with the essential requirements of the law. And by discarding architectural style as a factor, which we'll discuss further later, the board simply did not have sufficient competent substantial evidence to support their decision. When one takes away the style considerations, what is left is that this building reflects the time in which it was built. Again, this can be said of any building. However, just saying it's significant is not enough. There needs to be competent substantial evidence. The board's finding that the building is not a great example of Mediterranean transitional architecture directly contradicts its supposed historic importance. The fact that its style was not repeated or imitated and that it was never recognized as a particularly unique or innovative building leads to a conclusion that the building may reflect history, but on its own, it is not historically significant. With that said, I'll hand it over to Mr. Heisenbottle, who is going to continue the presentation.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. As you know, Section 8103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code establishes, as Mario said earlier, 2 threshold criteria for historic designation. The first is buildings of national, state, or local importance are of historic significance if they possess integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, and association. And 2, to qualify for a designation as a local historic landmark, individual properties must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. These are the initial criteria for evaluating significance as the threshold that a property must meet before proceeding to the next phase of the eligibility discussion and assessment. In my professional opinion, 1414 Galliano does not meet the initial threshold criteria for the following reasons. It has compromised design integrity. Its significant alterations have made the property compromising its design integrity and diminishing its historical significance. And 2, because it lacks significant, and that's going to be an important word throughout this, character, interest, and value as part of the historical, cultural, aesthetic, and architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. Despite this lack of meeting the initial criteria, staff proposed that the property met the criteria and suggested its eligibility as a local historic landmark on the purported historical, cultural, and architectural significance, citing the following criteria. Historical cultural significance is exemplified the historical, cultural, political, economic, and social trends of the community. And B, architectural significance portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural styles. And that it embodies those distinguishing characters of an architectural style, period, or method of construction. Both of these were flawed. During this deliberation at the board struggled to justify the property's designation under the architectural criteria. They were very careful to make, as the chairman said, a surgical motion. You guys make surgical motions here? Once in a while, huh? Anyway. A surgical motion to approve the local historic designation of the property based on historical, cultural, and architectural significance. Specifically, that it exemplifies the history, economic, or social trends of the community, and embodies the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural period. Now, I want you to note that they were very careful to surgically remove criteria 1, which portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural styles. The board discussed what staff called Mediterranean transitional style and acknowledged that it needs to be better defined in the future. Quoting historic board member Silva, quote, "In all honesty, I think we need to define that Mediterranean transitional a little better moving forward. If not, we will keep kind of having the same discussion over and over again." End of quote. And then board member Banos, quote, "There has to be a clear definition of that style. end quote. Hence, there is a significant doubt amongst our board members that Mediterranean transitional is in fact a distinctive style at all. So the board chose criteria 2, the most ambiguous criteria that we have, citing that the property embodies the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural period. So the first question you need to ask yourselves this afternoon is, what is the architectural period? I'm at a loss. And the second question you might ask is, what are the distinguishing characteristics of that architectural period? Neither the staff nor the board describes the distinguishing characteristics of the period beyond saying primary during the 1930s and early 1940s, end quote. It seems that the distinguishing characteristics of the period 1930s encompasses all the known architectural styles that we see every day, including modernist styles, art moderne, art deco, minimal, traditional, ranch, international, anything. Moreover, the character-defining features in the local designation report concerning the Mediterranean transitional style are inconsistent. This reveals the city's difficulty in identifying a clear set of character-defining features for this ambiguous architectural style, which is why the board avoided the discussion of style criteria. For 1414 Galliano to qualify under criteria 4 for historical and cultural significance, the property would need to exemplify one or more of the community's historical, political, economic, social trends in a significant way. That's the important word there, in the significant way. In what significant way, I ask? The designation report places the property within the Coral Gables second development phase, 1927, 1944, you all know it. Citing the influences of the 1926 hurricane and the Great Depression, the New Deal wartime activities as general trends. Yet it does not provide significant evidence for linking the property to any significant cultural or economic trend within the period. For instance, while the designation report mentions a construction slowdown and subsequent uptick during the 1930s, it provides no basis to claim that the property represents a distinctive trend significant enough to merit historic designation. The description of the structure as a distinct departure, end quote, from the Mediterranean revival style leaves us with a critical question. Was this departure due to historical, cultural, political, economic trends, aesthetic choices, or some other outside influence altogether? The board and the staff failed to substantiate any definition rationale for criteria 4. Staff also points to the environment of to the involvement of notable figures like Phineas Paste and J.W. Ricketts as evidence of historical significance. While their roles in Coral Gables development are undeniable, the property does not singularly exemplify a trend in the city's history that warrants landmark status. Briefly mentioning the history of the Douglas section, the impact of the 1926 hurricane, the Great Depression, the New Deal, public relief, and saying it was designed by Phineas Paste and Stewart is not enough to prove that 1414 Galliano was part of a historical, cultural, political, or economic or social trend. The Works Progress Administration, WPA architecture that you're seeing on this slide, is an excellent illustration of what it means to embody the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural period. The New Deal era, specifically the 1930s, is a well-defined and recognizable period of American architectural history. WPA architecture is directly tied to this era. Coral Gables has significant examples of WPA architecture that have been designated as historic landmarks because they aesthetically reflect the period and the style. These buildings retain their original integrity and represent the economic, social, and cultural trends of the New Deal era. Understanding that a distinctive style is out of the question here, and that we struggle to define distinguishing characteristics of a period, what is the board designating and why? Is Galliano being designated simply because it was built in the 1930s? If that is the case, everything in the 1930s and 40s can be designated just because they were built during the Depression and the war period? Moreover, if we apply the criteria of the Douglas section to the Douglas section, everything could be designated because the vast majority of the buildings in the Douglas section are over 50 years old. Thus, the whole area could technically be considered historical based on the architectural period. This is a dangerous precedent, and being built in the 1930s cannot warrant historic designation. So why has the board and the staff failed to acknowledge that this building doesn't meet the two initial criteria? Why are we putting so much effort into an altered building? Is it because Paste's name and Stewart's name are on the permit? If so, then you should know that Paste died shortly before this building was even built, after a lengthy illness, and it is highly unlikely that he had anything to do with this particular design. We respectfully urge that the Commission reconsider the designation of 1414 Galliano, focusing on the properties with significant character, interest, and value that genuinely reflect our Coral Gables history, culture, and architectural heritage. Thank you for your attention, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Rich. Now I'll ask Willie Bermeo to come up and just provide some of his testimony based on his review of the record.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, Madam Vice Mayor, Willie Bermeo, address at 1238 Malaga, and corporate headquarters at 4711 South Lejeune Road. We should be here before you today because of the photo that you have on the screen. That's typically the reason why properties receive a historical designation. There's something unique, there's something worthy, and you can see that worthiness simply by looking at a photo or by visiting the actual building. It jumps at you. You sense that there's something special and worthy of preservation. That is not why we're here. So I'd like to cut through the chase and get through all the noise, because there's only one reason why staff and everybody else leading up to the board worked many hours to try to have this designated. Next slide, please. That's the reason that we're here. A title block. That's the title block of Phineas Paste and Stewart. Now, as an architect of 47 years practicing in South Florida, and 32 years as Bermejo Hamil and Partners, I can tell you that over the last 32 years, we've done over 2,000 projects, but only 15% of those did I put my fingers and hands on them. There's another 85% that might have had the title block, but I can assure you, with all sense of accuracy, that it never touched me, I never touched it, and it had nothing to do with my contributions to it. But the only reason that we're here is not because of that building at 1414 Galeano. The only reason that we're here, once you cut through all the noise and all the fanfare that's been created to try to designate this structure, the only reason that it caught the eye of the city and the staff is because of that title block. Because if you go back to the different Janus reports that this city paid for, you will see in the 2 surveys done for the Historic Preservation Board that none of them identified this property as being worthy of designation. Now, and my colleague mentioned this, and it's very important. Phineas Pace passed away 3 months before this building was built. I can tell you that when you're in your deathbed, you're not thinking about payroll, and the last thing you're thinking about is a building that's about to be built that the chances are that he even saw it or had his fingers on it are 1 out of a million. But that's why we're here, because of the title block, not because of what that building represents. Now, different communities have dealt throughout history with situations like this. Back in the 1950s, Minoru Yamasaki, highly respected architect, designed Pruitt-Igoe in St. Louis, Missouri. Can you put the slide up, please? It was part of an experiment in America at that time, representative of urban renewal. It represented the most forward thinking in the 1950s. But guess what? That thinking went bad, and it created one of the worst slums in all of America. And 24 years later, Pruitt-Igoe passed into history. Next slide. Now, different cultures and different countries deal with mistakes and areas of poverty in different ways. Merrick's dream in 1926 was shattered by a hurricane. And a year later, the market crashed. And over the next 10, 15 years, we had a recession in this country. That was at the time that this house was built. Now, in America, we deal with poverty and with ghettos and with things of the past that you could consider mistakes, not things that represent the spirit of America in a different way. Other countries, like in Brazil, you can go to Rio and they do tours of the favelas. Next slide. But I think you as a commission, you're speaking on behalf not just of yourself, but of this community today. And what I want to present to you is that this decision goes beyond 1414. Next slide, please. Because when you decide to preserve a property that lacks worthiness under any resemblance, simply because it's representative of a period which is not necessarily the period that we as Americans would be proud of, a recession, I think what you de facto do is to say, we're creating a de facto moratorium in Coral Gables where people will stop buying for fear of what may happen when you've lowered the bar so low, that at any time in history, whether it was the pandemic, the Montreal boat lift, or the 2008 crash that we had in this century, that people will simply stop buying and you will create negative equity throughout. I'm not so sure that this is what the preservation ordinance was meant to do. So I submit to you, and you know what? I've been very bothered by this project and what's happened here, because I wonder why on a year that we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of this city, a property owner, a broker, Somebody thinking to move into Coral Gables can't go on a GIS map and see every single property that is historically significant or is being under consideration. And it was troubling me. And at night, I would discuss with my wife, and it dawned on me why that's not the case. Because it's not money. Because you could spend $500,000, and in 4 or 6 months, you'd have a done survey, and it'd be on a GIS map. It's easier to deal with these issues haphazardly, piecemeal, because maybe at maximum you may have 50 people that'll come up. But if you had the entire community, every resident thought that their property could be downgraded the way that this one will be, because I can assure you that Ms. Gonzalez and her husband would not have spent $1.1 million on that, buying that property, if they thought that property was simply going to be restored as a cottage from the 1930s. So I submit to you that this is beyond 1414. This is much bigger. And there are a lot of people that are not here today that if they knew what you all are dealing with, they will be mighty upset. So I ask for your indulgence and your thoughtfulness in reviewing the record, because we're here not because of 1414, we're here because of the title block. And a title block where I can assure you, Phineas Paste died 3 months before that house was built. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Willie. Now I will wrap up with a few remaining points. If we could go to the next slide, Nina. The importance here, you've seen this already before, but it bears repeating. The board did not follow the staff recommendation with regards to architectural style. They specifically did not recognize that as a grounds for designation. We can go in more detail in that if you like, but I'm conscious of the time also too. Next slide, please. So the board's decision was based entirely on finding that this building reflects a historic period and a period in architectural history. However, as we have already mentioned many times, this can be said of any building. Every building reflects to some extent the time period during which it was built. The distinction and where the board erred was in determining with the support of competent substantial evidence that this building possesses significant character, interest, or value as part of the city's history. A threshold requirement that was pointed out by Mr. Heisenbottle, and you can see it there in the transcript at pages 26 and 27. Next slide, please. Actually, go back to the last slide, if you can. As is demonstrated by the board members' own words, they lost sight of the threshold level of significance requirement and focused exclusively on the later listing of criteria, which, when divorced from the first part, renders them meaningless. At page 80 of the transcript, Board Member Garcia-Ponce, it doesn't have to be the best of everything. It just has to meet those criteria. That's incorrect. It needs to meet those criteria to a significant degree. At page 80 of the transcript, Board Member Cuervo Dunaj, so even though I know the argument's been made that other buildings from the era better exemplify this architectural moment, we just have to look at the building as it stands on its own. Again, incorrect. The building needs to significantly exemplify history in comparison to other buildings to determine how it ranks in significance is fair. Board Member Silva at page 83, the building has to pass a significance test, right? It has to be worthy of attention. And I think something we are struggling with is that this style of architecture is specifically designed to be modest and to not call attention to itself. The style of architecture, as I mentioned, was discarded by the board as grounds for designation, but somehow the modesty of that purported architectural style is now significant enough to be the embodiment of a historic period. Lastly, on page 82 of the transcript, Board Member Spain, the snapshot in time that has this transitional style is important to the history of the Gables. So I think we need to save all that there are. A response, if the intent is to save all that there are of these buildings of this architectural period or style, which the board determines was not a great example, then the city should be creating a district where a whole different set of standards is applicable. Upon review of the transcript, it is clear. The board was only narrowly applying criteria which, when divorced from the significance requirement in the opening paragraph, was so ambiguous that they can be applied to any building. Next slide. There's only 2 more slides. One of the board members, Mr. Baños, did recognize the lack of substantial competent evidence in the record, and I'll quote him. I just don't think I've received sufficient competent evidence for me to make a determination that clearly, evidently, without objection, modifies the rights of this applicant to the nature of this property, that limits his ability to do X, Y, and Z with his property rights, and it ultimately may be a detriment to the overall historic designation in the city, at page 88 of the transcript. And then lastly, a member of the public, but a very well-versed and expert member of the public. If you could go to the next slide. Mr. Alex Adams, who is both a neighboring resident and an expert in historic preservation, having served both on the Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board and as a historic preservation officer for the city of Miami, identified the board's error immediately in his comments, which are at pages 60 and 63 of the transcript. We do not want to start designating hodgepodge of styles. This is the only thing that recreates the census place in Coral Gables. You can go anywhere in South Florida and see hodgepodge. There are many, many other better pieces in this neighborhood in which I live. We don't want to start describing things as, quote, a melding of architectural styles or a combination, multiple types on each facade. I agree, something can be significant if it is in a historic district. Something can be contributing, which is another way to say good enough, but not great. But if we're going to have individual designations, it should be great. It should, and we have great examples in Coral Gables. This is one of the best places. So I don't want to cheapen other existing historic buildings, and this is a cheap knockoff. It is a tear down, and it is not an example that this neighborhood wants to preserve. Please do not freeze our neighborhood. A neighbor who also happens to be an expert in historic preservation and has no affiliation with the property owner directly identified the issue. The designation of a building needs to be premised on a finding that the building has unique and significant historical value, and that simply was not done here. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, my client and every member of this project team has a long history in Coral Gables, and we greatly value how this city preserves its history, and we have all done our part to further that mission. But the laws which we have discussed and the process which we are going through are in place to make sure that the historic value is there and justifies this forever designation. That high threshold was not followed here and complied with, and we ask that you reverse that decision. Otherwise, not only will my client be impacted, but the overall course of historic preservation and the cause will be negatively impacted. Only those buildings which clearly satisfy that significance determination should be designated, and that is not the case here. Thank you very much. We, of course, have the whole team here available to answer any questions you might have and engage in further discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. I'm not normally up before you when we have these appeals, but the Historic Preservation Board has recently requested that I, as counsel to the Historic Preservation Board, present a little bit to you about the process and how they came to the determination that they did so that their voice can be represented to you here today live at this appeal rather than just on the pages of the transcript. I'm going to address a couple of the things that Mr. Garcia-Serra and Mr. Heisenbottle mentioned, but first I just wanted to give you a brief overview of the process to address the 3 points that the City Attorney mentioned to you or what are before you today. The property owner has made no mention of the due process, but just for the record, the property owner requested a historic significance determination after attending a preliminary Board of Architects review in May of 2024. In July, that letter was issued indicating that staff found that the property met the minimum eligibility requirements for designation, and it was scheduled to be heard by the Historic Preservation Board in September of last year. The property owner requested a deferral until October, where the item was heard and the designation that's before you today was made. The property owners were afforded plenty of time to present their arguments. Their expert witnesses spoke for almost 40 minutes, and the hearing itself was 2 hours long. As I said, the property owner hasn't mentioned any due process issues, but I want to make that clear for the record. As far as the proper law, I just want to address a few of the items that Mr. Heisenbottle and Mr. Garcia-Serra brought up about significance. That introductory paragraph of the significance determination that was brought to you before is incorporated into those criteria of eligibility that the board considers. In fact, you could see in the slides that they presented, it is historical cultural significance and architectural significance that are the findings that they made. By making those findings, they incorporate that threshold level of significance into their findings. Clearly, they thought that those were significant and of value and interest to make the finding of significance that they did. Clearly, the correct law was applied, the correct zoning code provisions were applied, and I have no concerns about the board's application of the correct law. As far as substantial competent evidence, as a base matter, the same presentation you heard today, the same evidence presented by Mr. Heisenbottle and Mr. Bermeo was presented to the Historic Preservation Board. As you can see from the record below, the 2-hour-long hearing, there was a lot of debate and a lot of discussion back and forth with the property owners' representatives as well as city staff. And the Historic Preservation Board found that there was substantial competent evidence to make findings for those 2 areas of designation. I think that surgical motion was made particularly because of all the evidence that was presented to the board, the evidence regarding the Mediterranean transitional style, the discussions and debate that they had amongst themselves led to that surgical motion and was very focused on what they thought there was substantial competent evidence for, the historical, cultural, political, economic, social trends, the architectural significance. They looked at those very carefully and were very careful in their words because that's what they thought there was substantial competent evidence for. To go back to some of the points raised earlier, the mention of compromised design integrity and alterations, that was discussed by the board and was incorporated into their decision-making process. There was a struggle about the architectural criteria and a long discussion, and those same quotes from Mr. Silva, about the style itself, Mediterranean transitional style, and that's why that surgical motion was made. In fact, an amendment was suggested to incorporate that criteria into the decision of the board, and they decided not to do that for the very reason that there was debate and discussion made based on the evidence presented by the property owners. A few things also to note. The discussion regarding Phineas Paste and Mr. Stewart, that again was discussed by the board. That was not a criteria presented by the Historic Preservation staff for the designation, and it was not a criteria that the board based their decision on. So regardless of whether or not Mr. Paste was alive or dead when this building was constructed or his name appears on the title, that was not a reason for designation that the board incorporated into their motion, nor was it a reason for designation that the Historic Preservation staff suggested. A few other things to note about the substantial competent evidence that was presented before the board and incorporated into their decision-making process. The designation report itself that the board relied on as substantial competent evidence places the property in that second development phase, and the staff report discusses many of those political and economic trends, including the move away from single-family residential, the Douglas section growth, and the marketability of rentals during the hard economic times during which this building was built. The WPA works and the comparative analysis that Mr. Heisenbottle presented and was discussed by some of the board members in public comment is not appropriate for designation. We don't do comparative designations in the city. We look at each property individually. And again, at issue today is only the designation of 1414 Galliano. We are not discussing every 1930s building in the city. We are not discussing citywide trends if we are talking about one specific property. As a final note, the discussion about historic preservation freezing for 1,000 years, a building in time. As you all know, the city has an extensive certificate of appropriateness process. Designated buildings are being altered day in and day out in the city through the process with the city. So I don't want anyone to think that designation freezes a building in time for all that. So again, I just want to note that those 3 prongs that are before you today, the due process, the correct application of law, and the substantial competent evidence, as counsel for the board felt that the due process was met, the substantial competent evidence was met, and they looked at those criteria. As far as that significance threshold, this is an argument that has been presented to you before, and I just want to be clear that the board feels, and as the city attorney's office has discussed before, that significance and value and integrity is incorporated into those criteria below. That introductory paragraph makes very clear that the criteria to be considered are to meet one of those criteria listed below, which incorporate that significance into them. I'm going to defer to Anna Pernas for any questions, and I think she has a brief presentation. But again, I'm here as counsel to the board and to present their process and their findings and sort of be the person behind the transcript that was before you as part of the record. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Anna Pernas, Director of Historical Resources and Cultural Arts and the Preservation Officer. If we can go back to the first slide. Yeah. Oh, I have it. Let's see. All right, perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. The multifamily residences at 1414 Galliano Street, historically known as 103 Menorahs Avenue, is before you for appeal for the Historic Preservation Board's decision to designate the property as a local historic landmark. This application was submitted to the Historical Resources by the property owner as a historic significance determination letter required when an applicant is seeking approval for demolition. Coral Gables is a certified local government, a CLG, recognized by the state of Florida, and as such must maintain a register of historic places and abide by associated preservation standards. It is the task of the historic preservation and an obligation of certified local governments to identify and protect those resources that contribute to the story of the city over time. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, criteria for designation of historic landmarks, a historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, or archaeological aesthetic or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. The Historic Preservation Board found that 1414 Galliano Street is eligible as a local historic landmark based on two criteria. The historic cultural significance, criteria 4, it exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, and social trends of the community, and architectural significance, criteria 2. It embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural period. It is important to note that these significant features are identified within the criteria listed, and that is our measure of what makes it significant. The property at 1414 Galliano Street is a 65 by 110 corner lot in the Douglas section. On the property is a duplex and an auxiliary building that houses a garage and studio apartment. It was designed by Paste and Stewart and constructed in 1937. There have been no additions to the structures, and they retain their original style and character. The construction of the multifamily residences at 1414 Galliano occurred during the city's second development period and was amongst the early buildings built during the New Deal era. It aided in introducing the city to a new architectural era as architects began to embrace modern trends. Coral Gables development history is divided into 3 major historical periods. George Merrick founded it in early 1920s based on the vision of a fully conceived Mediterranean-inspired city. It is now considered one of the first modern planned communities in the United States. The architecture constructed during this initial period combined elements commonly used in Spanish, Moorish, and Italian architecture, and has come to be known as the Mediterranean Revival style. During the 1920s, structures and amenities were built almost exclusively in this style. It was also recognized by the board in the transcript that the Mediterranean Revival style is also a mishmash of architectural styles, and it's something the city embraced for that first initial decade. Unfortunately, as construction was ramping up in the Douglas section, the 1926 hurricane hit. It severely curtailed building in Coral Gables, a trend that continued through the economic depression of the late 1930s. And as a result, despite valiant efforts, Merrick's grand plans to completing this Mediterranean-inspired city ended. As seen here, recovery in the 1930s was slow. Development during this second period was slow, with very few single-family residences constructed. However, while development had significantly declined in the Douglas section during this period, there was continuous building of apartments into the early 1940s, most likely due to the marketability of rental units during hard economic times. As the decade wore on, relief measures expanded under the New Deal era administration, and people adjusted to the new way of life. As a result, priorities and aesthetics changed. This was reflected in all aspects of life, including the types of residences that were built. During this period, only several hundred structures were built in Coral Gables. The style of these buildings was this distinct departure from the ornamental and picturesque Mediterranean Revival style that had dominated the city's landscape since its inception. It transitioned away from the Mediterranean Revival and began embracing modern and national trends. In a community whose early identity was so strongly tied to Mediterranean theme, it is not surprising that most architects sought to acknowledge Coral Gables' roots, as well as Merrick's desire for a cohesively designed community. Thus, while they embraced modern styles, as they still retained many of the Mediterranean Revival elements. The multifamily buildings at 1414 Galliano were designed in the Mediterranean transitional style with influences from the modernistic art moderne. In 1936, RW Holding Corporation acquired the property at 1414 Galliano Street. The president of the company was J.W. Ricketts. Ricketts had been a member of Merrick's construction team, and Ricketts hired Pace and Stewart to design the multifamily residences. The original owner and architect of 1414 Galliano Street were both deeply involved in the development of the Coral Gables from its inception. They were well-versed in Merrick's vision of Coral Gables, dedicated to helping Coral Gables grow and well-positioned to meld the new modernistic styles and traditional architecture of the city. This is important to the history of the building, but is not one of the criteria that was listed for its historic designation. Pace designed 1414 Galliano Street in a Mediterranean transitional style. It blended into the character of the Coral Gables in general, as well as specifically with Fink's distinct 1920s apartments within its direct vicinity, while embracing the modernistic style of Art Moderne. It is amongst the earliest examples of this transitional style in Coral Gables. From a comparison of historic photographs, the architectural plans with the accent fabric, as well as an examination of the building's permits and records, it is determined that the property at 1414 Galliano Street retains its historic integrity. Hence, 1414 Galliano Street significantly contributes to the historic fabric of the city of Coral Gables and is part of the collection of quality buildings that serves as a visual reminder of the history and the cultural heritage of the city. And then in conclusion, 1414 Galliano Street was constructed in 1937 in an era of many changes. George Merrick founded Coral Gables during the South Florida real estate boom of the 1920s, envisioning a fully conceived Mediterranean-inspired city. Building boom in Coral Gables until the 1920s, when the economy and factors ended Merrick's dream, construction ground to a halt. When building slowly resumed in the 1930s, Coral Gables moved into a new architectural era. Overall, construction was sparse, with only several hundred residences built, and they represent a turning point. 1414 Galliano Street is amongst those structures. During the period, architects embraced modernistic aesthetics, but also sought to acknowledge Coral Gables' Mediterranean roots and Merrick's desire for a cohesively designed city. And so, on October 16, 2024, the Historic Preservation Board found that 1414 Galliano is eligible as a local historic landmark based on the two criteria: historical, cultural, and significance. Criteria 4, it exemplifies the historic, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community, and its architectural significance. Criteria 2, it embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural era, period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker today is Alex Adams.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members. I didn't know that I was going to be quoted earlier. I do not have any compensation or any affiliation with either side of this argument. I do live in the neighborhood. I live about 4 blocks away. I do a lot in the neighborhood. And I think that you're being put into somewhat of an unfortunate situation because you're being asked to look at a binary item. Is it yes or no? And just on this block, this isn't the best building. There have been other buildings on this block that were designated. And I think if you look at those, and I'm sorry, but we have to compare things. I mean, that's what we do as humans. We're always comparing. And we have to know what is the city that we want. So I think if you just look at the block, you'll see better examples. I think there is a need to, and I've heard there's some sort of study, but maybe it wasn't finalized for all of North Gables so that you could look at a holistic area and say, yes, this is better, that is not, or this is a 1 through 5 ranking, or what style and all of that. I know Janice did some of that, but it needs to be moved forward. And I think the other thing that we need to also bring up, one of the kind of elephants in the room, if you will, is people are scared of what will go there instead of this. And I think that's a general across the board. So I think if you would move forward with revising the Mediterranean standards so that future development looks better. If people know that what's coming to their neighborhood is going to be positive, then they won't be scared of what might be. And I think that's what's happening here. Thank you.
Nelson De Leon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, staff. Nelson De Leon, Locus Architecture, 500 South Dixie Highway, Suite 307. I'm also a resident of the Gables, 455 Menendez Avenue, Coral Gables. Quick background, I served on the local board of architects here for 9 years, and the last 5 years I've been on the Arts Advisory Panel. As an architect, I've worked on numerous historically designated properties in the city. Currently, I have 6 projects that I am working on at different stages that are either historic at the moment or will soon be designated historic. And coincidentally, I lived on this property for about a year back in 2004. As an architect, I can tell you that having worked on so many historic properties over the years, at no point did I feel like I was living in a historic property. And in my professional opinion, I feel like the property, the house itself, the duplex as it were, lacks the type of character, the type of uniqueness that is so prevalent in so many of our other historic properties that we have here. And again, having worked on so many historic properties, I've been fortunate to be very involved, not only in researching past architects that worked in the city, but trying to restore, in many cases, the original architectural details that were shown that have been lost over the years by various additions, remodelings, removals. So I'm very familiar with the entirety of the historic process here, particularly as it pertains in the city. And again, as I state, having lived on that property for over a year, at no point did I feel that that property was historic in any way. Thank you for your time.
Jackson Ripoms.
Greetings. Thank you very much. I support giving the historic preservation designation to this property, which is in my neighborhood. I just feel that there's been way too much development going on, and I live here, right? So please uphold the historic designation. Thank you.
Ron Sheffield.
Well, I didn't think I'd be here twice in the same day, but it was nice being with you this morning for the caroling. I'm Ron Sheffield. I'm a real estate broker. My office is at 550 South Dixie Highway. I've been a real estate broker here for the last 40 years. I've enjoyed hearing the discussion. I appreciate what our historic board does. It's not easy, as we could see in the minutes that were shared by both sides here of what went on at the meeting. I know that there was one vote against, but I didn't really hear why that person was against. But just from a broker standpoint, and we've been very supportive of historic preservation. In fact, our company probably 30 years ago sponsored the plaques that many of our homes have. So those ceramic plaques that you have on many of our homes designating that they are historic is something that we were very proud to be a part of. And we continue to sell many of these homes that have been beautifully restored. I think that what I'm hearing here from both sides is that a lot of what was discussed on this particular house was the period when it was built. And of course, there were a lot of homes built in that period. And it's always interesting to look at those graphs and see how everything fell apart after the hurricane, and it didn't really respond until the mid-30s. So you had a long period in there. And I think people even forget that, George Merrick, as much as we love George Merrick and what he did for our community, he only had control of the city for about 7 years before he had to file bankruptcy and move down to the Keys. And so a lot of what happened in these later years in the 30s, even George was not here. So I think that just pragmatically looking at what we have now with this one particular property, is that if that property is left in this position, that it can't change, you probably will just continue to have a building that looks like it looks today for a long, long time. And we know from selling a lot of homes in Coral Gables that if even one bad house in the neighborhood affects everybody's value. And so that's my concern, that for the public to even hear about what we've talked about here today would give fear to some people to buy an older home with the fear that one day somebody's going to knock on their door and say, you know, we've targeted your house today. I know it's a tough decision, and, you know, I have friends on both sides of historic issues, but, you know, we like to believe that what the city has encouraged all these years is to restore these homes. But I don't think what any of us have seen in this particular structure is something that most people would want to invest in to restore. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So we've heard from both sides.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have one more speaker on Zoom. Carelia Carbonell.
Carelia, welcome back. Thank you for being here with us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me back. I am speaking on behalf of the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. And I have to say, we're looking really at a dying breed. These garden apartments are being lost. They're being lost to what we're seeing, which is demolition and then the larger construction. This area is the Garden District, and it's something that we should really take into consideration. The staff report was very well documented, and I am sure you have read through it. And the historic board accepted it and voted in a majority to designate this property. You know, Phineas Pace, Harold Stewart, you know, they don't have to be alive to, you know, to have their name on their property. And of course, that wasn't part of the criteria to begin with. As far as the era and such a dire era, and well, you know, that is history, and history doesn't pick and choose. This is part of the era. This era of the 1930s was a transitional era. And so again, we are trying to preserve that. And finally, the homes that are designated grow in value. They don't diminish in value, and that's proven through studies, and the National Trust has done numerous studies on the rate of return on historical properties. So please, I ask on behalf of our, you know, of organization, we've been following this home and have been supportive of staff and of the Historic Preservation Board. So we ask that you affirm their decision from October. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, so we've heard from both sides. We've heard from the community in regards to this following project. What is the will of the commission? Madam Vice Mayor, commissioners?
I had some questions that I had asked Ms. Paranes before this meeting began, because it's been close to 2 years now that, you know, we've been looking at doing a historic preservation study for the North Ponce area. So while I was sitting here, I looked for my notes as to when the last iteration or draft of the language going to be used for an independent consultant to evaluate the North Ponce area. And the reason I did that is, number one, you know, it was supposed to be done by December. I'm talking about December of this year, and that's after a number of extensions, because we were going to use, you know, $50,000 from the city manager's fund to get that study done. So I thought, well, if we're a few days off, why don't we just wait? Because the word significance has a place. You know, you can't determine if something's significant if you don't compare it to whatever is in inventory in a way of historic properties in the area. I understand the desire to preserve properties because we've lost so many, and there's very few in the mid-century era. But I do think the word significance requires a comparison to what else exists out there. So in full disclosure, my father-in-law owned the piece of property at 102 Minores for probably since the time that he came down in the early 50s. It's about a $26,000 or $23,000 piece of property at the time. And yes, there were some alterations to it, and it was still deemed historical. It's a 1926 type structure, 25, 26. The windows were changed, air conditioning units were put in, but it didn't detract from the historic nature of that property. So I'll share with you the following. The last iteration or draft of the language that was supposed to be sent to the consultant through the city manager's office for this historic preservation study to be done for the North Ponce District as well as the Flagler District was finished on October 12th of 1923 by me. My red lines were done. I sent it off to staff. It was supposed to be put out for a consultant. We had a change of administration. I brought it up again. I went and brought it up again over the summer. I needed to have a date. I communicated those dates to residents so that they knew what to expect. And I didn't hear anything back other than it was supposed to be done in December. And I asked again in the fall, when is this going to be done? And it was supposed to be December. Today I learned that, and it's just best that I read it into the record, that we haven't even started yet. We can get a better bid. In the meantime, it's almost 2 years have gone by, and we have nothing done. We have nothing to compare to, relatively speaking. So I'm gravely disappointed in the performance of staff on moving this forward, because this is something that the board asked about. I listened to the entire meeting last night. There's a lot of repetition of the same language over and over and over again in that presentation. But just because you say something is representative of an era, repeating the same language again and again doesn't make it representative of the era. I need to have comparisons. So, Ms. Paranas, I have to ask you, why? Why weren't we informed? This historic preservation study was never started. Why was I informed that it would be done in December of 2024?
That was the timeline that we had set with the original surveyor that we had met with in August, I believe it was, or July of last year. And that was the timeline that we received. With the delays and just our staff not being able to fulfill the budget deadlines, we weren't able to get to the funding in time for 24, so we had to wait till fiscal year 25, which then released our funds for in November of this past year, of 24. In discussions with the surveyor company, we decided to talk to another one that is in process of getting me updated quotes. This is actually the same company that did the 2000 survey that we have been mentioning today and I've kind of heard about within the Historic Preservation Board meeting. And they'll be able, since they've already done the initial legwork in 2000, they're willing to make it as like an update to their historic survey that they've already created. So I'm getting new numbers from there, and hopefully we could save the money, not use the entire $50,000 for that, and then from there use the additional funds for any designation that comes out of that report. Just to confirm with you all, when we do these designations and we get a historic significance determination letter, we are not doing a comparative analysis. We are not required to do a comparative analysis, and we should not do a comparative analysis because we are looking at the building as an individual representation of the historic fabric and how that building then contributes to the historic fabric. If we had been looking at the district, then we'd been looking at the fabric of the entire North Ponce area, but this application before you today was for a historic significance determination letter for this property, 1414 Galeano.
Stand. So let's turn back time for just a moment. The October 12th, 2023 draft was the result of a resolution that was passed in the summer, May or June of 2023. It was included in the 2023-24 budget cycle. And it was going to be funded, and it was supposed, the
We
money
have
was
the
set
funds.
aside in the city manager's office at that time. We went back and forth on the writing that was going to be sent to the consultant. It was supposed to have been sent to the consultant over a year ago.
I'll have to look at my emails if that was something that was sent to the manager's office, the scope of work that was done. I know about the resolution and the funding that was passed by you all, and we do have that funding within our budget for fiscal year 25 that was rolled over. So it is something that we're working on and we'll continue to work on, and we'll provide updates.
Something is passed by this commission and is supposed to be started within a particular fiscal year, and for whatever reasons, the wheels come off of the train, and we are not informed by staff. I can't expect everybody here to know everything that's going on. If you are aware that something has been derailed for whatever reason, the money had to go somewhere else, et cetera, we need to be informed.
And I apologize for that, and I will make sure to get it to you next time.
So I'm going to hold the rest of my comments and let the rest of the commission speak, having digested that.
Listening to both sides, all the discussions, by the way, Ms. Berdenez, I think you do a great job. I know it's not an easy task, but I appreciate all the work that you put into it. Listening to all the arguments and the discussions and the issues, I hear the discussion about the era in which the property was constructed. In the chart that was shown going up to, I think, late 30s, the chart went there in terms of permits. I know right after World War II, there was a spike in permits because our economy was in the tanks because of World War II coming out of the Depression. And the city leaders and the community realized the way to kickstart the economy was through real estate. A perfect example is the craft section and other sections that Merrick had a vision of what it would be like, but unfortunately Merrick was pushed out of the commission in 1928. He passed away in 42. So things that he had planned never saw the light of day because of reality, because of the economy, because of our life. A lot of properties were built, I would say 46, 47 to 55, 57. A lot of the properties, especially, I would say, east of Anderson, between Anderson and Douglas, and 8th Street, and probably Bird Road. There are a lot of homes from that era. If we were to say that those properties that were built right after World War II to the mid-50s were significant because of the era, we're talking about hundreds, if not thousands of homes. So the argument of era is important, but I think you have to look at the big picture as well. So I like to focus more, combine the era with other elements of significance within what's being proposed. And right now, I don't necessarily see it. I see the big picture, but the big picture, when you combine it with what the reality is, doesn't quite mesh. That's where I stand for the moment.
I am torn because I could put myself in the situation of the homeowners and for you to be able to start an application process of a demo and then to find this out, I mean, detrimental. But at the end of the day, I cannot make my decision based on that. I have to make it based on the evidence provided. I'm looking at page number 7, and it's saying alterations degrade the property's integrity of the design. I'm seeing awnings, I'm seeing change of windows, I'm seeing a portable AC. I don't think those changes significantly affect the integrity of this property. Honestly, I don't love the property. I don't think it adds value to the neighborhood, but I'm not an expert in historical homes. I'm gonna go ahead and hear the rest of my colleagues to see if Maybe they see something I don't see, but for right now, I'm leaning towards the city side.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is probably one of the most difficult appeals that has come before us when it comes to historic preservation, simply because it's easy to understand and see both sides that are being presented. And it was my Historic Preservation Board appointee who voted against the affirmation of designation of historic preservation on this property. I agree with the vice mayor's comments. I think that's something that we all expected to have by this point. A review of all properties in that North Ponce area, which would probably have aided in the determination on this property in particular. I have had conversations with Director Pernis and staff about doing a full study along the lines of what Mr. Bermeo was saying, a full study of all properties within the city so that we can at least have them marked. And when somebody's purchasing a property, they can be aware of what properties are being deemed historic or at least considered potentially historic before they make an investment in the city with a different idea of what they would like. I think the images that were presented show changes that were made to the property over the years. But I must agree with Commissioner Castro, there are changes that could be reverted back. I'm torn. I really don't know. I'd like to hear from you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor, you said you had other additional statements you need to make? I have just 2 questions to ask from staff.
Go ahead and ask the questions.
Madam Director, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
By the way, I don't blame you for not having the documents over the last year. You work for the manager. That was a direct order that was made to the manager, and if it doesn't matter if it was the previous manager or this manager, it falls under the responsibility of the manager at the end of the day. And those items, we want them. We need those studies moving forward. So let's get that addressed if we possibly can. Okay. Two quick points, and my points are simple. Okay. We're talking about architectural period. Educate me. I have a little bit of design experience and construction experience, but educate me on architectural period. I need to understand, after reviewing the tape of the proceeding, I need to understand a little bit more on the architectural period and the context of the architectural period.
And so, just to go back, since the motion kind of was, well, the board's motion includes both the criteria for the social trends, but also the architectural period, and I think they speak to each other. Because of the Great Depression, the architectural period that you saw was a transitional period that was moving away from the Mediterranean, highly decorative style, but something that was more modern, simplified, and something that was easy to construct. So some of the details that you see, and like we talked about, this building does not have the highly decorative elements that we're used to. It's something that moved away from that architectural type and style from the 1920s, but was more streamlined and part of that new era of construction in the late 20s and 30s.
So when we talk about design, embellishments, articulations on the exterior of the building, those are tangible features that can be easily delineated just by your visual approach to the building, correct?
Right. But they're integrated within the design of a building and the style of a building.
Obviously. But for example, when you look at what Mr. Heisenbottle mentioned before about AWP, that is when you drive by a building that fits that criteria and fits that model, it's easily distinguished.
Right. And those are very monumental civic buildings to
But again,
to
but
use.
I'm asking you, I'm gonna use it into context into this thing. Give me an example of a building that you drive by and say, this looks like this.
Off the top of my head, we have some examples that we've already designated on.
No, but I'm saying, but just anything you could think of. I'm asking you because again, they throw the blanket, the net, the very wide net, and that is Mediterranean. Okay, so standing up here as an arbiter who has to make a decision, a very important decision.
Yeah.
I can't just say, hey, listen, I'm not an expert. Well, today we need to be experts. We need to be prepared to face this decision.
Could I
So
get my?
I want to ask you a
my
simple
notes?
question. I'm talking about myself. So I need to understand when you tell me, when you drive by a building, for example, you look at the Billmore, you can see the type of design elements. You drive by City Hall, you drive by the Fink Studio building, you know, you can see those type of features that are evidently clear in a building that has historical significance and is a certain design. So I want you to, when you take a look at the building that we're considering today, I want you to tell me, Vince, what design is this? What are we talking about? Where can we potentially find a really good, decent example in the city that I could hang my hat on and say, that building is in the same mold or same criteria?
So I know that we, in the transcript, staff had recognized a few addresses that were designated within that same architectural era. Again, because we don't do comparative analysis, it's not something that's included in the report, but it was something discussed and talked about. And again, we kind of keep going back to these very highly decorative Mediterranean Revival buildings that we know that that was not the style in this era. The era was meant to be kind of a very simplified version of all of that.
Let me give you what I think.
Let me give you
Okay.
well, sorry.
While
go
you're
ahead.
looking,
Yeah,
let me
yeah,
give
go
you,
ahead.
when you listen to certain members of the board that were talking, I think they could have benefited, like myself, starting with myself, we could have benefited from having this examination already completed over the last year. Because we can refer back to it and say, here's a clear example, here's multiple clear examples, here's their location, so that the boards can use that tool. You know, I voted in favor of designating a building here that was later torn down, located on Lejeune, that was George Merrick's office, remember? And the reason why it was torn down and recommended for it to be torn down by the city was because the exterior of the building had been altered so significantly that at the end of the day, they viewed it to be no longer historic. I voted in favor of saving that building. We lost. But I use that building as an example all the time because I think we need a real test to figure out buildings like this. When a building is on the fringe and it's like yes or no, and you're seeing so many people on a commission be kind of torn with approving it or disapproving it, I think there's a problem. When you're gonna designate a building historic, I know that every building's not gonna be like the Fink or the City Hall or Billmore, but it should be so, in my opinion, easily distinguishable. It should be a decision that building has to be saved. And I voted in favor of that building even though the exterior had been significantly altered because of the history behind the building. Okay? So I need to understand when I look at a building like this, before I make the decision, why should I vote in favor of this building? I need to understand. Tell me, if you can't tell me the architectural period in detail and say, look, Vince, here's 5 examples that you can hang your hat on that have been designated, that are exceptional buildings that are of this same magnitude, then I need to understand, why is this building worthy after multiple changes to the facade of the building? I need to understand, why is this building up to snuff in regarding designation?
Yeah, so we, and I know that reading the transcript is maybe not the most exciting thing to do.
I got it.
But,
It's okay, I'll take it.
But we did talk about 6 other properties, at least 6 other properties that were designated in this same period or architectural period. Doing a quick study, I'm just going to quote here so it's easier. Very recently designated in 2020 was 2214 Segovia, which was a 1935 Med traditional, also Paste and Steward. Another one in 2020 was 6808 San Vicente, and another one was 3317 Toledo. These are all 1930s buildings that were designated in the 2020. Within the last 3 meetings, we've been designating other later buildings in that same era.
Now, quick question to you. This is my last question. Do you believe that when you mention those buildings, I looked at those buildings, that they are more significant value historically in regards to their appearance than this building?
Some are more intact than others, so they're going to stand out a
Okay,
little
I
bit
mean,
more to
we're
the
having
layman,
a
to everybody.
I'm trying to prove a point. We're having a conversation.
But but the building still meets the criteria, and it only needs to meet one. And we believe that the staff wrote a report with substantial evidence and many references and information that was provided to the applicant in advance. And, it's important to note that this hasn't changed, this process hasn't changed. Our designation procedure for an individual building is reviewed in the same way for every property that comes in through our historic significance process. Unfortunately, finding out at the time that you're looking to demolish a building is a really hard timeline for property owners. I get that because I get the phone calls and I'm dealing with them on the back end. So a lot of people try to get to our office in their due diligence period before they buy the properties. We get phone calls daily about, is this property on your list? And our list is available online, and we do have a GIS map that's available online, but it's not exactly within our same GIS. So we're working on integrating all of that to make it something that's more accessible, like Mr. Bermeo had mentioned. But this policy has been in place since 2009. It's not something that's new to maybe someone that is developing a property that is, familiar with land use policies. And we went through our criteria and what our requirements are as a certified local government, and we believe it meets the criteria for designation.
Okay.
I'm sorry, and this is not going to be part of the record, but can you give me those addresses again, just out of curiosity?
Yep, 2214 Segovia, 6808 San Vicente, and 3317 Toledo.
Madam Vice Mayor.
So one of those addresses is in the presentation here. The very consistent, cohesive architectural design on the building.
That's not my presentation.
It's the 2214 Segovia Circle address that you talked. And, just for demonstrative purposes, if you look at the front porch, you have this big round, opening, you have a circle on the one end. It's a cohesive design. Is it simplest? It's not Mediterranean. It's a simple design, but it stood out, as being something special, okay? Or which could also be called significant. That's what I'm talking about when you're talking about significance, okay? If I was asked the question, do we have a cohesive design? And I'm picking on this language because it's in it was part of the Mediterranean Design Code and part of the architectural code that you have to have a building that has a cohesive design, something that doesn't look like it's made up from one era versus another era, and basically a mishmash, so to speak. The word mishmash was used in the record below. That's what this reminds me of. It reminds me of a mishmash of styles as opposed to a cohesive style, which would mean it would be better architecture for preservation purposes. And the other concerning factor here, too, is if we over-designate, not only do we dilute what we have, but then we run the risk that we get preempted. I mean, there's lots of different reasons that have been expressed in the past as for reasons for designating, and it's not part of our code, such as too much development. We should not be designating because there's too much development. We need to amend the code to address that, and we're in that process of dealing with that with the underlying zoning and the architectural code itself. The availability of TDRs, that was one of the other expressed reasons to designate, and that's not part of the criteria. That's to encourage people to try to designate properties themselves, because now they get the monies from which, and you can go in further detail with folks as to, how they can use the TDRs. The fact that, we have Pace's name on this, it doesn't seem to have the fingerprint or the design of Pace. Okay, and I know people can draw on different architectural styles, but, I've seen enough architecture that when something is designed by the same individual, it's like a handwriting style. Okay, so Pace's touch on this is not jumping out. I'm torn. I shouldn't be torn on something that's this monumentally significant, impacting the future of our city. We've had architects that are involved in historic preservation coming in here and saying it doesn't cut the mustard. So that's where I stand on that.
Madam City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind the commission that your role in considering this appeal is to determine, whether the requirements of the zoning code were followed and whether there was competent substantial evidence to support the decision of the Historic Preservation Board. And in making that determination whether there was competent substantial evidence, of course, you are not to step into the shoes of the Historic Preservation Board or reweigh the evidence, but it's simply to based on your review of the record, whether there was that competent substantial evidence supporting the decision.
Okay. So what is the will of the commission? Does staff anything else they'd like to add, or the applicant? Mario, anybody? Anything else? Are you fine? Before we render a decision here?
One more closing statement.
Something else?
I just want to add, if I may, and I am in agreement with my colleagues, and, I see the architectural style is the way it's portrayed as Mediterranean transitional style. And we've always had these meetings, and we have the, TDRs, as the Vice Mayor said, and Mediterranean is the golden child of architecture in Coral Gables. And if I'm not mistaken, Mediterranean transitional style, the significance of it is that we are moving away from Mediterranean. So it appears to me that, we've always held Mediterranean at the highest level, and this is significant because we're no longer doing Mediterranean. I don't see the significance of this particular, it's a transition away from what everybody loves, and yet we're giving it so much attention, and I just see a conflict of concepts.
And as much as we all do love our beloved Mediterranean revival style, the intent of our department and as a certified local government, it's about the history of the city throughout time. It's not just going to be frozen in the 1920s. History continues, and we need to continue to protect that history, because if we lose all of our buildings, and we're going to be, we may have a Mediterranean 1920s building, and then what happens? Only 2020 new Mediterranean buildings? There's still a period of significance that needs to be protected, and that's why our ordinance exists.
We're all for protecting the history, and we have, I think, a very good track record of protecting the city's history. But as what was said, this property, in terms of, does it stand out in terms of portraying that history? Because if people see it from the street, they won't, I don't think, understand where it falls in the timeline.
It's a different period of where it falls into that era, and I think
that just muddies the water a little bit more.
And the other part too is just so that because I know the TDRs have come up a few times, just if the property is it within that area that they would qualify for TDRs, if they pursue them. They're also allowed to have ad valorem tax exemption for any of those renovation that require restoration. So there are other incentives that would be applied if the designation occurs.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think there's one point of discussion that I think would help. In our presentation, we showed a building from this time frame that is already designated historic, which we feel is something that is significant and rises to that level. If Mr. Heisenbotto could show it, I think it would perhaps help the discussion, seeing a significant building at that particular scale.
Commissioners, thank you again. As the mayor was discussing this earlier and asking for an example, staff was, my staff was over here going, show 1101 North Greenway, show 1101 North Greenway. That is an example of a building of a home that is worthy, that is significant, that meets this criteria. We've got a great photograph of it that is in our presentation. And hopefully they're going to be able to show it to us on the screen here real quickly. There it is on the bottom right. You can just drive by this property as was suggested and know right away. Lower right.
Yeah, the one on the bottom right. Yeah, I went for the 2214 because it was a lower income building. I mean, the one on North Greenway is spectacular.
Yeah.
In my
There's no
opinion.
question.
I mean, it says significant when you look at it.
And it shouldn't be that difficult to understand what's significant is here. It's a definition of the word, you know? And if we, and any of the buildings that we've shown on the right-hand side, the Stone House, the Coral Gables Museum, that we could go down the whole list. If we lost any one of those buildings, we would literally cry over it. At fire some night, we lose one of these buildings, we know we've really lost something. If we lose 1414 Galliano, I submit to you that I'm not so sure we've lost all that much. I think we're over-designating, I think we're overreaching, and I think the Vice Mayor was spot on with how she understood this process. And yes, I've been, from this dais, often telling you that we need to finish assessing all of the properties in Coral Gables and not just do this on a piecemeal by piecemeal basis. Make it a comprehensive assessment and do every last one of them so that we stop this sort of situation that we see right now, and we have a comprehensive, professionally prepared assessment of the entire building. If I can do it for our clients in Delray Beach, we can certainly do it right here.
Thank you. So what is the will of the commission? I need a motion.
What would be the proper phrasing for the motion in terms of accepting or?
So the commission can affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which would mean the property is designated historic, remains designated. You can override the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which means it would not be designated historic, or you can remand if you were to determine that further proceedings are needed. And I think in making the motion, you should perhaps make a finding whether that's based on whether the essential requirements of law were not followed or whether it was based on, you know, there wasn't competent substantial evidence.
I don't agree with the worthiness of the house. I don't think it adds value to the neighborhood, but then again, that's not what I'm evaluating. I think that I would stay with the decision of the historic board.
Okay, so then make a motion to affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board.
I move to affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Fernandez?
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting myself. Madam City Attorney, could you restate the questions that we need to answer? I guess there's two, correct?
There's two that have been raised by the appellant, but really there's three criteria that the commission considers on an appeal. The first is whether due process was afforded. I haven't heard no mention of any question whether due process was afforded in this case, but that is one of the criteria that you should consider. Next is whether the Historic Preservation Board's decision was based on competent substantial evidence, and finally, whether the essential requirements of law were followed, which means that they apply the correct law.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Castro to affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board. Would you like to make a second?
And then, Madam City Attorney, regarding the three questions, in order to affirm, we would have to have no doubt of any of the three, correct?
Correct. You would have to be satisfied that there was due process was afforded, that the board's decision was based on competent substantial evidence, and that the essential requirements of law were met. And of course, alternatively, if you find, for example, that one of those three was not satisfied, then, you know, that would be something that for you all to consider, and you perhaps make a different motion.
There's no second.
Commissioner, before I move on.
Again, like I think we're going around, and I think none of us are ready to make a commitment on this just because we really are not comfortable with the question as being presented. And maybe I'm wrong. Do all of you agree?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. There is a decision in the room. I'm affording you, since we can't see you, I'm affording you the ability to second Commissioner Castro's motion. or just to say, I'm not gonna second the motion, and we'll move on in a different direction. I just want
If
to,
you're ready, I'm ready to listen to you on what your idea is, or what your motion would be.
I'm not making the motion. I'm gonna ask my colleagues now on the commission, would you like to make a different motion? Since we're not affirming, would you like to make a separate motion?
So the first motion failed.
Yep, to affirm. If not, my next motion will be, if we can't get a motion moving one form or another way, I'll make a motion to defer. If we can't make a decision here today.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
It's a motion to what, I'm sorry?
To defer.
To defer to bring it back next meeting?
Yep. Because if we can't get a motion to affirm, and the commission doesn't want to make a motion to deny, someone's got to make a motion here.
Question, if we were to this is among the members of the commission, if we were to remand, just saying, to remand, what question would we ask, or should
So if you
we
remand,
ask?
it would basically, essentially, you would give some, you'd have to make a finding that there was
Yeah.
something
Well,
that was
that's
not,
my-
that's
that's
not
what I-
satisfied, one of those three questions, and that there was something that the Historic Preservation Board, in hearing this item again, could consider. You should give instructions specifically as to what you'd want them to consider. And they would have another full-fledged hearing before the Historic Preservation Board.
I'm asking my colleagues, if there's interest to remand, what is the specific issue that we would want them to reconsider? If one exists.
If we had a historic designation study that was like supposed to be done in December, maybe it was going to be done in another week or two, then we'd have, a concrete way to remand this back for them to consider the historic preservation study. I have no idea or confidence in when this is going to occur. Okay. I think it's pretty clear, I'm quite frustrated that so much effort was put into drafting the language for this historic designation study to be done for the entire North Ponce District and the Flagler District. In the past year, it's just not moved. It's just not moved. I can't comprehend why.
At the end of the day, the evidence is not going to change.
Exactly.
It's not. So deferred or not, we're going to come back with the same hearing.
I think that if we were to remand, the question would be regarding significance. I think that's the biggest question that we all have. As was presented, the other properties that have been designated based on the study that I saw and the addresses that were presented, there was some sort of significance to the buildings that were presented. This one does not seem to show that. So I would like clarity from the Historic Preservation Board and to reconsider the significance of this building when designating.
So are you making a motion, Commissioner Fernandez?
It would be an amendment to the motion that you made to remand.
Okay,
Friendly amendment.
I accept. Do we have I guess that's.
I believe the motion was to defer, not to remand. So
Yeah.
just to clarify, if
Okay.
the amendment is,
Well, I withdraw the defer, and I make a motion to remand with the language that Commissioner Fernandez suggested with regards to significance. I think it was Mr. Baños, he himself, as a board member, had concerns as well, or wasn't confident that there was significant evidence. So that's my motion with the language that.
So just to clarify, so that then staff and everyone in the parties would have the motion would be, it goes back to the Historic Preservation Board, staff presents we have the full hearing on designation with specific instruction to the board to provide more clarity on the significance question. Is that the staff or the parties have any questions on that?
Sir.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I almost feel like that's double jeopardy. We're being put through the same trial again that we already went through once. There's a clear record that's been established below, further elaborated upon here and explained, and it sounds like the substantial competent evidence just isn't there to support the designation.
Sure. May I ask a question to staff?
Go ahead.
Anna, do we have a timeline for the designation for North?
No, as mentioned, and Vice Mayor had said in the email that I provided to her this afternoon, was that I'm waiting on the new updated estimate from Janus Research.
Would you forward me that email that you sent the Vice Mayor, please?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's a fact that is being overlooked, which was presented at the Historic Preservation Board. It's part of the record, and it's this. There have been studies of that area in the past by Janus, a consultant hired by the city. And in Janus's report, which is available to all, describes 1414 Galliano. And you know how it's described? Masonry vernacular. Now, masonry vernacular is not a style. Masonry vernacular is a euphemism, architecturally, to be respectful and simply call a cinder block building with punched openings something that existed in that period. It's trying to not degrade the area. But that's how it's called. That's how it's referred to in black and white. And I think I heard Ms. Perna say that you're thinking of hiring the same company, I believe. They're very competent. But nothing has changed. That study has been done. It's in the past. It's part of the record. So when you're remanding it back to say about significance, they read that. I read it. Anybody can read it. Your consultants in the past that you paid for already have said it. So I would ask that you consider that, because that's black and white. It's not like subjective. It's not anybody here today. It's your consultant doing that survey years ago.
Sir?
If the chair and the commission will accept it, I'd like to make a suggested motion. As I sat for 10 years on one of these boards and chaired ours for at least 2 or 3 right here, I would suggest that rather than remanding this, that you reject the designation of the building for the reason that it lacks the significant character and interest and value that it has to have in order to meet the criteria for the City of Coral Gables historic designation. And keep it as simple as that. We have lots of other buildings in that district that'll be assessed now by Janus, hopefully, or someone else in the near future, and maybe we'll come up with a better way of doing this. But I would just suggest, Commissioner, that it probably doesn't necessarily serve a purpose to send it back and do the same dance again, as Mario was saying. The reason that we're objecting to this is because it lacks the significance as your appointee noted in his comments.
So what is the will of the commission? We have a motion, we have a second from Commissioner Fernandez. Do we proceed, or do you want to amend?
I think the way to go here is either to reaffirm or to reject. Anything in the middle doesn't really make sense. The evidence is not changing.
Is that what everybody else in agreement? It's one or the other?
I'm not sure.
What would you like to do, Commissioner?
Well, get consensus among my colleagues.
That makes
You
sense.
but you have to make a motion.
Well, I'll be more than happy to listen to you, what you prefer, and the vice mayor, and we can agree collegially.
Why didn't you make the motion?
I love how much they care about me now.
Reject it.
We have a motion and a second. We never voted.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw.
Let's take a vote.
I'll withdraw.
He's withdrawing his motion.
Well, we're going to defer this item to the end of the commission meeting then, because we got a long agenda, and I'm going to move to defer this to the end of the agenda. We'll hear back in about 2 hours, okay? Hopefully, we can come to some sort of consensus. All right? Thank you. Moving on to item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving the vacation of a public right-of-way pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process, Section 14-211, Abandonment and Vacations, and City Code Chapter 62, Article 8, Vacation, Abandonment, and Closure of Streets, Easements, and Alleys by Private Owners in the City Application Process, providing for the vacation of the remaining portion of Ken Mars Street lying east of Harlano Street, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeater provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. Billy, if we could have the presentation up.
If cable TV could share my screen.
All right, so we're here for the closure and vacation of a portion of Kenmore Street.
Hermes, I got you.
Fine. Oh, you got the power? Can you get all the text in? So, sorry. So Kenmore Street is located east of Harlano, south of Kadima, and west of Riviera Drive. It lies between the properties of 510 Kadima, 3600 Riviera Drive, 3615 Harlano, and 3616 Riviera Drive. The section of Kenmore Street no longer serves a public purpose. It dead ends at approximately 148 feet east of Harlano Street. It is not a part of the city street network. The total area to be vacated is approximately 7,400 square feet. Next. Kenmore Street is located within the Coconut Grove Terrace subdivision. It was platted in 1921 and recorded in Plat Book 6, page 107 of the records of the city of Miami-Dade County. So this actually predates the founding of the city of Coral Gables. The section of Kenmore Street on the west side of Harlana was actually already vacated in 1958, and you can see that in color. The red section is the area that we want to vacate. The blue section was vacated in 1958 by Ordinance 1075. In 1925, the Coconut Grove Terrace subdivision became contained with the City of Coral Gables Country Club Part 6. In Plat Book 20, page 1 of the records of Miami-Dade County, and this, in a sense, it condemned Kenmore Street to be dead-end roads. The next slide will provide a better view. So that is the section of Kenmore Street relative to the adjacent lots. So I think that completes the presentation. The purpose of this, we want to abandon city interest in the streets, and the property will revert to the abutting property owners.
Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
First speaker is Wayne Pathman.
Mr. Pathman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and staff and commissioners. My name is Wayne Pathman with Pathman Law, located at 1 Biscayne Tower, 2 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. I'd like to point out that this is not a simple vacation, because there are a number of parties, or at least 2, that are claiming an interest in the action you might take today. But there are 3 things that you must consider in a vacation. First thing is the plat, as your Public Works Director alluded to. The second is the law. And 3, how is the law interpreted? I'm going to walk you through those in a very quick presentation. I represent Mr. Filippo Fertini, who lives at 3615 Harlano Street in Coral Gables. Mr. Fertini is the only one that has a legal claim to the vacation of Kenmore Street. Why? As the plat that your Public Works Director showed you is the one legal controlling document that deals with the vacation, which was a plat that was done prior to the city becoming incorporated. But what's important that he didn't show you is the language in the plat, which says that Kenmore Street was dedicated for the perpetual use of the public, reserving, however, to the said Monterey Corporation its heirs, assigns all revision and revisions, remainder and remainders when said streets and roads cease to be used as public highways, are closed or vacated in accordance with law. So it's a standard process under Florida law, under section 177.085 and 336.12, that you can only have a revisionary interest if you were a part of the original dedication. Under this plat, which is the only legal document in the city records, shows that the predecessors of Mr. Fertini are the ones who dedicated the roadway for city purposes back in 1921. And it has in that language the revisionary right that Mr. Fertini is indicating to the city through us, his council, that he has the only right to receive the property back once you vacate it. Your Public Works Director, Jimenez Diaz, also wrote a letter to the city attorney's office wherein he stated that only someone with a revisionary interest can take ownership of Kenmare Street. Technically, the city of Coral Gables, through its Public Works Director, has already made a determination that only someone who dedicated property can receive the revisionary interest. Now imagine if you claim that you're entitled to the property, as you might hear today, but you have never dedicated it, you could do that anywhere in the city. I could come to your house and say, apply to the city, I want to vacate the street, and I want an interest in that property, even though I have no legal right to it. Some of the other important issues that I think you should consider is, under Florida statute, the revisionary interest in streets, roadways, alleys, or similar strips of land are reserved for the dedicators, as I previously mentioned about the plat. And that section in Florida statute is 177.085. The revisionary interest, as defined, is a revision in a future interest that is kept by the grantor and that becomes possessory when one of the several specific present possessory interests given to the grantee by the grantor expires, which is what's happening here. Your Public Works Director has recognized the city no longer needs the street, you should vacate it, and it reverts back to the dedicator. The only dedicator of the property was Mr. Fertini's predecessors. In Bouvier Law Dictionary and Webster's Dictionary states, revisionary interest is a future interest in property left in the control of a grantor or the grantor's successors. Black's Law Dictionary says revisionary interest is a future interest left in the transfer or successor in interest, which is exactly what the plat says when you go back to 1921. Only those who dedicated or whose predecessor dedicated the street for public use holds a revisionary interest. There is no evidence or proof in any other dedication that any other dedication was made for Kenmare Street besides Mr. Fertini's predecessor. Mr. Fertini owns the property abutting the street to be vacated, with a viable claim to Kenmare Street. The city received from outside counsel a memo. In the memo, the attorney cited to one section of the Florida statute, but not both. And he left out the plat. Never recognized that there's an existing plat which has revisionary language in the plat. And he never cited section 177, which I just read, the revisionary interest in streets, roadways, alleys, or similar strips of land are reserved to the dedicators. And that's the essence of the law. That's the essence of the case law. The case law that is cited by your outside counsel, also cited by my law firm in a memo that we sent you, reads as follows. In this case is Emerald Equities versus Hutton. The fee in the abandoned roadway reverts to the abutting estates in the same portion that these estates were reduced in order to create the roadway. Again, revisionary interest, dedication. You must have one before you have the other. The first is to have the dedication, which entitles you to reversion if, in fact, the city vacates the property. I also think it's important to look at what your Public Works Director has put into the record in his memo that he wrote to the city attorney's office, because the memo dates back to January of 2023, before the city took upon itself to vacate this property. In the memo, he identifies that, again, only a dedicator could receive the property back. So you have a professional opinion from a city director indicating exactly what would happen if the city takes action today and vacates the property. I would like to just emphasize again, if anyone else comes up here today and speaks, ask them, what is their legal authority for seeking a portion of this property? Do they have a revisionary interest? Did they or any of their predecessors ever dedicate any of the property that you're seeking to vacate today? And the answer will be no. The memo that you received, unfortunately, is bad law. It was not written correctly. It does not include the plat language. It does not interpret the state statute correctly. I would ask that you find that Mr. Fertini and his family is the proper owner of this property once you make the vacation, and it should revert back to him. I would ask that I be given 5 minutes for rebuttal if necessary.
Thank you.
And I have copies, I have copies if you'd like to see the plat and you want to see the language, because wasn't given to you. If you'd like to see it, I can hand them out. I think that's the most important document that you should consider today.
Thank you, Mr. Path.
Thank you.
Tucker Gibbs.
Mr. Gibbs, how are you? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Tucker Gibbs. Law office is at 3835 Utopia Court in Coconut Grove. I'm here today representing Hillary and Javier Rodriguez. I just wanted to start off by addressing Mr. Pathman's argument. There's a section that he cited in Florida statutes, platted streets reversionary clauses. There are two sections of that. Section 2 says, as to all plats of subdivided lots heretofore recorded in the public records of each county, the holder of any interest in any revision or rights in streets in such plats other than owners of abutting lots, shall have 1 year from July 1st, 1972 to institute a suit in court of competent jurisdiction in this state to establish or enforce the right, and the failure to institute the action within the time shall bar any right, title, or interest, and all right of forfeiture or reversion shall thereupon cease and determine and become enforceable. That's kind of in the parlance, it's use it or lose it. You have to, if you have a reversionary interest and you did not file that suit, you're out of luck. You have no reversionary interest. So the only interest that they're talking about is the interest, only that they can talk about under the statute, is their interest as an owner of an abutting lot. My clients also are an abutting lot. They filed this application initially, and the city accepted it. So let me get back to my main point, and that is my clients. My clients have owned their home on 510 Kadima Avenue since 2002, and this property abuts Kenmar Street. On October 24th, the Rodriguezes met with city staff to review with them their application to vacate Kenmar Street. The application sought to vacate Kenmar to annex, and this is a direct quote, to annex half the width of the street to 510 Kadima Avenue, which is the north side of Kenmar Street, and half to 3615 Harlano Street, which is the half on the south side. That's Mr. Frattini's property. Mr. Frattini did not join in the application, but my client still said it's 50-50. And they told this to staff. Staff said they understood that. The basis of their request, however, was a 1958 vacation from the Kenmar Street west of Harlano. The one today is east of Harlano. And the ordinance said that portion of Kenmar Street lying west of Harlano Street and adjoining and abutting the following described property. And I have a board I'd like to show you. I just forgot to bring it up. Okay. The board. Oh, sorry. And I don't know if I'm able to walk around with this.
It's fine.
But I wanted to show you, and you've seen it. You've seen all this in your staff report.
Be careful there.
Let me go do this. So whoever's taping this can get it. Let's see here. Kenmar Street has a north side and a south side. My clients are, this is Mr. Frattini's property is to the south down here, the three lots. My client has 2 lots, and that's to the north side. And so you're going to see a lot of this legal stuff. I'm just going to say the north and the south sides to try to get this, keep moving with this. So it said that the portion of and this is in 1958, it said the portion of Kenmar Street lying west of Harlano and adjoining the abutting following described property. One was the south side, which Mr. Frattini owns now, and the other one was the north side, which, among other people, my clients own. And so it says, let's see, it says B and the same hereby vacated subject to certain reservations. And they have a series of reservations about utility easements and about when you, and it describes when you abandon the property, what can you do with it? And that is section 3, and section 3 specifically says that you can only use it for the zoned use of the neighbors to the north and the neighbors to the south. They actually give the legal description. So it's very clear, and I'll get to that in a second. So my clients, I'm looking for my, there, it's all yours. I want to hand you out something, and I'm going to describe it to you all, but you can look at it. I said, now my clients understand the city's taken over their application, but they submit the following proposed approval language, which actually comports with the city's past practices in vacating properties and Florida statutes. Section 1, and you'll see this, and this is literally the same ordinance that was approved in 1958 for the other side of Kenmar. And what we've done is we're trying to, what we're doing here is we're trying to keep it very simple, to follow the city attorney's position on this, that an abandonment or a vacation is not an apportionment of property, and that the city has no authority to apportion the property. And all we're interested in, all my clients are interested in, is assuring that that you're doing the right thing. And the right thing, according to Holland and Knight, which was the special counsel or whatever to the city, the advisor to the city on this particular issue, and that's what we're trying to look at. And so the Holland and Knight opinion, and I want to read this to you so you understand what it means. It says, Holland and Knight opinion requested by the city attorney states, based on past practice, which I assume is the 1958 vacation, and that's one example of it, and Florida statutes and case law, each abutting property owners take title to half the vacated right-of-way up to the center line which abuts their property, regardless of which plats the property owners and the right-of-way are located in. This would be consistent with what the city of Coral Gables did under Ordinance 1075, which is that 1958 ordinance. And that's all I'm asking you all to do when I handed that to you, is today pass that, on first reading, pass that particular proposed, I call it the proposed ordinance. It's just proposed language for the ordinance. So it would be consistent with what the city of Coral Gables did under the 1958 ordinance, which vacated the west side of Kenmar, excuse me. And my clients and I believe that the proposed ordinance responds to a key issue that has been articulated by the city attorney staff, that it vacates Kenmar Street without transferring the vacant parcels. This is not anything that is going to be shocking to staff who has said this to us. And so we respectfully request that you adopt the proposed language that we've made after your consideration of the vacation application. And I thank you all very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, anyone else?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment.
So,
Mr. Director.
Yes, just to give a little bit of backstory. The property to the north, which I believe is who Mr. Gibbs represents, started an application for the vacation of that street. When this came to my attention, and based on my experience with platting, I remember having a conversation where it was my understanding of platting process that the property to the south will be entitled to the whole thing. And I told them, I mean, you're more than welcome to proceed with the process, but there's a cost and time associated with it, you know, like it didn't really make a lot of sense to me, right? Through this process, We also learned that the property owner to the south, at some point in the past, had attempted to do the same thing. It never came to fruition. And in discussions with the city attorney's office, and given the fact that we don't have any real interest, the city doesn't have any real interest to be so sure, we decided to, you know what, maybe we're gonna make this a city application to close and vacate this street. But the code doesn't really spell out that we're determining who gets what. Regardless of what my professional opinion is, or the fact that the offsite counsel from the city attorney's office has a different opinion, all we're asking is for the vacation of the right-of-way. The city's abandoning all interest in the right-of-way. If there's a dispute as to how that right-of-way is to be divided, unfortunately, the property owners will have to sort that out through legal means. But through what we are proposing, we're not making a determination as to who gets what, regardless of whether my opinion is or whatever the opinion of the offsite counsel is.
I will move to vacate the alley.
Could I-
2 seconds, please. And we don't have any, this body doesn't have any jurisdiction to decide who takes the alley, so that would be out of the,
I don't know if you have jurisdiction or not. I'll leave that to the city attorney's office, but that's not what we're proposing.
Yeah, Commissioner, if you could just wait 1 second, we want to have some further conversation. I want to ask our city attorney for a little guidance on this issue. So, Madam City Attorney, could you give me a little background legally in regards to this issue? What is your opinion on this matter? What do you feel, as we have two neighbors who are battling over this piece of property? At the end of the day, the options are either one ends up with the property, they split the property, but the last thing we want is to see two neighbors be at each other's throats, when at the end of the day, if you cannot depend on your neighbor to have a good relationship, you know, that goes
Understood,
against
Mayor.
everything you want in a community.
Understood, Mayor, but ultimately, that is
I
not
get
a
it.
determination for the commission to
I
make.
understand.
So the commission's role in this matter is to determine whether to vacate the alley. As you know, Mayor, the city does not own the right-of-way. It was dedicated to the city for the public purpose, so we have a
So we
possessory.
can't make money on the right of way, I
We have a
understand that.
possessory interest in the right-of-way, and so once we determine that it's no longer needed for that public use, and no longer serves its dedicated purpose, the commission can relinquish its interest in the right-of-way. But because we do not own it, we cannot determine who would get who would get ownership of the right-of-way. And that would happen either by operation of law, or the parties would have to get some kind of determination in court on that, or reach an agreement. There's, multiple ways they can handle that.
Through mediation or one form or another.
That would be, it becomes then a private property matter.
And I want to clarify, it's not an alley, it's a street.
The street.
Apologies, I said alley, my apologies, it's a street.
Perfect.
It looks like an alley.
Mr. Pathman, you said you wanted a few minutes to rebuttal.
I think this is actually more simple than what's being portrayed here today. And like I said earlier, there's one legal document that controls, it's the plat. The plat language is very clear. There's a revisionary interest in my client's predecessor. I agree with the Public Works Director, what he said, but there's also an email where, and I'm not saying it's a legal opinion, where he concluded that if the property is vacated, it goes back to the original dedicating property. I would also tell you that what Mr. Gibbs said, with all due respect.
Can I interrupt you? Can I
Yeah,
interrupt you for 1
sure,
second?
please.
So based on the gentleman's points, because he made that point before, what is your opinion on that matter?
It's not a determination the city makes. We don't dictate that, we don't make that determination. And so that is something that either, if they're so confident that it would revert to them, that might happen perhaps by operation of law, or he can get a declaration that's the case, but it's not a determination for the city to make.
Yeah. Along the lines of what you're encouraging, Mr. Mayor, we don't want to end up in court over something like this. This is very straightforward. It's really by operation of law, happens in every city in Florida. When there's a dedication to create cities, streets, and so on, when the city no longer needs that property for its intended purpose, it reverts back. Just simple operation of reverter. The only document that's been presented here today is the plat that shows my client's predecessor dedicated this property to the city. By operation of law in the plat, it says it must revert back. When Mr. Tucker Gibbs said section 177, that we didn't act timely, he misread it. It only says that you have to make a claim if you're not an abutting property owner. We are an abutting property owner. We dedicated it. So Section 177 is irrelevant. Holland and Knight's opinion does not include a review of the plat, and it only following a mistake the city made in 1958 by vacating the entire street, and people just didn't say anything. They didn't do the homework that we did to look at the plat to see who actually gets it. Doesn't mean you should follow a bad law or a bad decision. I would tell you that the only thing, again, that's absolutely 100% correct is the plat. There has to be a revisionary interest. That's by operation of law everywhere. It's not the first time the city will have done this. And it should only go back to Mr. Fertini because his predecessor is the only one that dedicated it. If there's any claim that the other residents have, they should go to court and say to the court, we have some entitlement or right and interest, and I guarantee you they will not win. But there's no reason that you should force Mr. Fertini, who's already spent a lot of money, to go and exercise more time, spend more money to get something that he's already entitled to. I would ask anybody here, your city attorney, your public works director, Mr. Tucker Gibbs, do you have a legal document? What is your best evidence to show that anybody besides Mr. Fertini should get this property?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
So I'm gonna make some respectful suggestions to you all, because I had a discussion earlier today about, what this body has authority to do and not to do, and we have been advised that we don't have that authority to make that determination. It looks like whether we have the authority or not is irrelevant, because you're gonna agree to disagree. You could engage in pre-suit mediation as a way to try to resolve the issue. There's other means to it, but it looks like you're going to be heading down that road anyway. So I only say that to you as, as some people call it, a public service message, as a way to try to resolve this thing. We have a motion. I'll second it to just approve the vacation, and you all can take your next steps.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. All right, moving on to item E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission granting conditional use for a building site determination approval pursuant to zoning code Article 14, process section 14-202.6, building site determination, and section 14-203, conditional uses, to separate two single-family building sites in the property zone single-family residential district legally described as lots 11, 12, 13, and 14, block 119, Rivera, section number 10, 5810 Majore, Coral Gables, Florida, one building site consisting of lots 11 and 12 north parcel, and the other one building site consisting of lots 13 and 14 south parcel, including required conditions, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Clerk, if we could get the presentation up, please.
It's up.
Mr. Clerk, this is a quasi-judicial item, so we can please swear in anyone who will be testifying today.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And by the way, for the record, I've had communications with people involved in this matter,
With the applicant or others?
with people, residents that involved in the community.
Understood.
I did as well. They came to my office hours.
Sorry, Clerk, this appears to be the presentation of staff. We had put forth a presentation as applicant.
Jennifer, do you know which number it is on the? Do you have the register open there?
I can get started while that gets sorted, not to waste any more time here. Eddie Baker, 1450 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant, Legacy 5810 LLC. We're before you today for a conditional use application. This is to allow for the subdivision of a property at 5810 Majore Street. This property is 20,006 square feet. And hopefully, once we get the presentation up, I'll just show you an aerial. But if you can imagine, it's a corner lot. It abuts 3 rights of way, and it's the only home, or rather property, on Majority Street that fronts Majority Street that only has 1 home. All the other properties along Majority Street consist of 2 at the very least, and some even have 3 homes on pretty much a 20,000 square foot lot. So what we're proposing is to divide the lot immediately in half, have 2 resulting lots of 10,003 square feet. The proposed design, which of course this application is before you with a site plan tied to it. The design, of course, went before the Board of Architects, and they did approve the design with respect to the density of the proposed homes. We're not looking to build the highest, most dense home possible. We're suggesting, or rather proposing, open or green space of 54%, where only 40% is required. The impervious coverages were about 5 to 10% below the maximum, and same for lot coverage. So again, we're not building the highest and greatest density at each of these proposed lots. There also are no variances being requested. So that's kind of the short of the proposed sites when divided. And I'd like to show you some illustrations and elevations, but nonetheless, some of the requirements of the code, right? You need to do an analysis of the properties within 1,000 feet, because the purpose is to really establish whether or not the 2 resulting lots would be in keeping with the neighborhood. So we did a study of all the properties within 1,000 feet of the subject property, and 60% of the lots within the area had 10,000 square feet or less. So we're slightly above that at 10,003 square feet each. With respect to the frontage, which is another condition to approval of this conditional use application, we are proposing 100-foot. Does this work? Yeah. So here's the aerial, if we go back. So you'll see there, it's on the west side of Majority Street. If you look at the blocks to the north, fronting Majority, if you look to the blocks to the south, fronting Majority, all of them have 2 homes. This is the only one, pretty much from the Chinese Village all the way south, that has 1 home that fronts Majority Street. So it's a very unique site, along with the fact that it has 3 right-of-way frontages, or abuts 3 rights of way. So these are some of the percentages that I had just noted to you before. Lot coverage, we're proposing 31% and 32%, where 35% is allowed. With respect to impervious coverage, proposing 35 and 37, where a maximum of 45 is allowed. But most importantly, green space, right? We're not building to the highest possible lot coverage. We really want to create a lush landscaping for each of the resulting lots, which is in keeping with the other homes on Majority Street. These are some of the percentages I just noted. Most importantly, the first 2, because those first 2 are part of the criteria that must be satisfied for the commission to make a decision as to whether or not this subdivision should be approved. And again, as I just noted before, the only property fronting Majority Street that has 1 home. So neighborhood support. As you can imagine, we went, or not as you can imagine, but rather as required by the code, we had our community meeting. There was about 10 homeowners in attendance. There were a couple people that were not in support of the application, but the large majority liked the design. Subsequent to the community meeting, we did community outreach. These little green stars, those are all of the people that support this application. Overwhelming support. 50 letters of support from the community.
May I ask you a quick question? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you get any opposition to the project?
Yeah, I was just going to touch on that.
Thank you.
Sure. You'll probably hear from the gentleman today. He represents the abutting property owner, contiguous and adjacent to our property. The concern, at least what was expressed at the community meeting, was that you're going to build a 2-story home. We could build a 2-story home whether we were before you today or whether we went through the alternative, which I will touch on in a few minutes. So whether a home is 1-story or 2-story, that's within the confines of the code, and we are well allowed to build a 2-story home. I appreciate the fact that sometimes a neighbor is going to be impacted more so than the 50 other people that support it, but the reason why they support it is because of this. This is what could be built there. This is a 7,000 square foot lot coverage on a 20,000 square foot lot. This could be built absent approval of Board of Architect, which again is largely related to the design and features, not to the scale and density. This is an as of right development. We wouldn't be before you today. This is 7,000 square feet across 4 platted lots, 2 stories. So we're talking approximately 14,000 air-conditioned square feet, completely out of context with the neighborhood. That's not what we're proposing. We're proposing something that's been supported by 50 people in the community because it's in keeping with the landscape, in keeping with the streetscape. We're proposing 2 homes, obviously very different. There's the massing. Nobody wants that, but that is likely what would have to happen because there's nothing else that could be built there. And as you'll see right now, I'll just touch on the existing home. So it was built in 1947. Unlike what we were discussing in the prior matters before you, this is not deemed historical. It received a letter from Historic Preservation deeming so. And over the last, or within the last month and a half, I believe it was, we had a structural engineer perform an inspection on this property. And I'll just highlight the items that are bolded and underlined because I think those are the most important. Significant deferred maintenance with degradation of key building components apparent. And then the final sentence, the building's exterior envelope, structural systems, as well as mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and roofing systems appear all to be in poor condition and have long surpassed their estimated useful life. Based on the age and level of deterioration, a complete demolition and replacement is the most practical approach to result in a safe and usable structure. So this home was built in 1947. It's had some additions done over the last 75 plus years, and it's somewhat of a Frankenstein house, has different structural and roof systems, and it's just not something that could be renovated. It needs to be demolished. So if it's going to be demolished, there's the 2 options. What we're presenting to you today or what I just showed you on a couple slides before. Whether the applicant decides to build something of that scale, I cannot guarantee it, but that is absent, again, the approval of the Board of Architects. That's what they could build as of right. Moving on to the next slide, you'll see here the illustrations, elevations of the 2 proposed homes. This is the northern 2 lots, which would be what we call the Marmori property, a traditional Florida vernacular. Again, went before Board of Architects and was approved. And then you have the next slide, you have a traditional Mediterranean style for the property to the south. Next slide, please. So neighboring properties, again, just kind of touching on what I mentioned before for one of the people that had been in opposition to this application was the concern of a 2-story home. The Planning and Zoning Board staff also mentioned, this neighborhood has 1-story homes. Well, here's homes in the immediate vicinity, 2-story homes. They're prevalent. They're not non-existent. The proposed design and architectural style are also in keeping with, as you can see, with what's been built in the area. And if you look at these homes, I'm sure you can see that the large majority of these have been built probably in the last 10 to 20 years. And that's because the architectural style has changed, the prohibitive cost of building a 2-story house as opposed to 60 years ago or 70 years ago has changed. So people prefer 2-story homes with a larger green space and less lot coverage. It's just a changing style and design. Next slide, please. I just have the site plans to just kind of show you the layout. The driveways will be on the side streets with the frontages along Missouri Street. If you see there, little squares to the east or right of the pool deck, that is the mechanical equipment. Those were previously along the lot lines, obviously within the required setbacks. But given some of the concern with noise of the neighbors, we moved those closer to the properties. Next slide, please. And that goes for the Duraco property as well. Next slide, please. This is just the frontage of Majori Street, right? 200 feet of frontage. Again, each property with 100 feet of frontage. So before I start talking about the code and the criteria for satisfaction of building site determination, I wanted to bring to your attention a matter that was before this commission that I believe the mayor was a commissioner at the time for. It was a property located at 6009 Majori Street, right down the street from this property. Very similar situation, very similar facts, but the difference was that property was 15,000 square feet. Ours is 20. So we have a larger property. We're proposing larger resulting lots. And in that situation, the commission found that the applicant had satisfied the criteria, whereas the staff report had opined that the criteria was not met. So I put that before you so that you understand that the prior commission made a determination as to whether that criteria had been met. And I am going to be asking you today to make a determination as to whether that criteria has also been met. So let me just touch on the code. If you could please go to the next slide. So I've highlighted the most important of the 4 criteria. So there's 4 criteria that must be satisfied, and the 4th criteria really has 3 sub-criteria. So I'll just touch on the 4 that, or the 3 that are not up on the presentation because there's been no disagreement between the applicant and staff that those have been satisfied. First being that the building site created would have a lot area equal to or larger than the majority of the homes within 1,000 feet. As I noted before, we are at, or 60% of the homes within 1,000 feet have a lot size equal to or less than our property. Exceptional or unusual circumstances exist that are site-specific, such as unusual site configuration or partially platted lots. Again, 20,000 square foot lot, nothing comparable in the area. It's, I believe, the only lot that abuts 3 rights-of-way. And then third, that the proposed building site maintains and preserves open space and specimen trees. Again, 54% of the lot that we're proposing would be preserved for green space, promotes neighborhood compatibility. Again, the design, as I showed in the elevations, is very much similar to the other properties in the neighborhood. And also, the percentages kind of speak for themselves in terms of whether this conforms with the other properties in the neighborhood. And then most importantly, the 4th criteria. So this is the 4th criteria, and to satisfy this 4th criteria, you need to meet 2 of the 3. Earlier, or I guess now 2024, earlier in 2024, this criteria was a subject of a text amendment that I'm sure you all are aware of and remember, relating to removing a restrictive covenant as one of the requirements. So at least my understanding from city attorney's office was that the criteria of having a restrictive covenant, or not having, rather, a restrictive covenant was superfluous because this commission would otherwise be approving whether or not this subject site could be released, or rather divided. So in effect, that would allow for the restrictive covenant to be released. For this subject property, the restrictive covenant said that it may be released by approval of the city, in other words, the city commission. So that criteria had been removed. So now we're faced with satisfying 2 of these 3 criteria. So first of which, can we go back to the last slide? Sorry. First of which is that the street frontage is equal to or larger than the majority of the buildings, or rather sites within 1,000 feet. So I noted before, 79% of the properties in the area have 100 square foot frontage or less. So we're pretty well beyond that number. And then the second criteria, whether the existing structure would become non-conforming as it relates to setbacks, lot area, lot width, depth, ground coverage, et cetera. The voluntary demolition of a building or structure within the last 10 years, which eliminates any of these conditions identified in this criterion, shall result in non-compliance with this criterion. So we are of the position that this home is in such a state of disrepair and has not been maintained for likely decades that this is not really a voluntary demolition. We're coming before you to ask for permission rather than coming back and asking for forgiveness. This is a property that we very well, upon purchasing, could have demolished this home, and then we would have had to come before you to make the determination as to whether that was a voluntary demolition, which would have obviously obviated our satisfaction of this code, or whether was that a voluntary demolition. So I just want to kind of lay the groundwork for what I'm going to go into, which is a bit of a statutory interpretation. I want to just also outline the fact that this criteria was formulated, and the purpose of it was to disincentivize developers from coming into this city, looking at a property that had a perfectly good, perfectly useful, beautiful home, buying it, knocking it down, and building 2 new homes. Those facts are so far removed from this subject property. This is a property and the structures that are thereon that has been completely neglected. I don't know that I would raise to an eyesore. I'll let the public touch on that. But again, it's a Frankenstein house that's been kind of mishmashed together, to use words from earlier. And that's kind of where it stands. So the structural engineer said that it's really cost prohibitive. There's no alternative. We're not going to keep this structure there and live in it or have anybody live in it because it's just not something anybody would want to live in. I'll just touch on one other item in the code, which isn't outlined here, but the conditions of approval. It's within this section. It says, if an application is recommended for approval, the City Commission may prescribe conditions, restrictions, or safeguards deemed necessary to satisfy the provisions with this section. Number 1, single-family residence. I'm paraphrasing here, not to read every sentence or word, but the new single-family residences constructed shall meet all applicable requirements of the zoning code. No variances shall be required. Again, we've proffered site plans, no variances. We've met all the zoning requirements. The plans depicting the site plans and elevations as part of the conditional use application shall be made part of the approval. And most importantly, the third requirement, a bond shall be required as determined by the building official to ensure the timely removal of any nonconformities as a result of the building site separation approval. So the code has already contemplated that in the event that you all, as a commission, approve this building site determination, and there is a situation where a nonconformity exists, which is what happens here, because there is a home that is on across lot lines that, if you approve this application, would in effect be non-conforming because it didn't meet setback requirements. But this home is going to be demolished. We could have demolished it before. We chose not to. We chose to come before you first for your input and hopefully and respectfully support of this application. But again, there is a mechanism in the code, if you were to approve this application, to impose a requirement that a bond be posted by the applicant in the event that there are any nonconformities that, of course, could create some type of legal ramifications for the city. So that's kind of all I wanted to touch on for the zoning code with respect to that specific requirement. Again, let me just quickly go through the definition of voluntary demolition, because it is a term that is defined in the code. If you can move to the next slide, please. The voluntary demolition means the act or process of wrecking, destroying, or removing any building or structure or any part thereof that has not occurred as a result of any disaster. In other words, if it has occurred as a result of a disaster, then it's not a voluntary demolition. And that's what we have here. We have a disaster that occurred that wasn't voluntary. It wasn't natural. It wasn't a hurricane. It wasn't a tornado. It wasn't man-made. Somebody didn't break a pipe, create a flood that destroyed the house. No, this was a disaster that was created for a lack of care and maintenance for a property that's become derelict and unlivable. I'll just go to the next slide and won't bore you with this, but hopefully the city attorney will appreciate the canon of presumption of consistent usage. There's 5 different references in the zoning code to disaster. 4 of the 5 references explicitly describe disasters as either natural or man-made. So the absence of natural or man-made from this section infers that such disaster is not limited to natural or man-made, but rather any type of disaster. Next slide, please. And here,
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. How many more slides do you have?
this is it.
Okay.
Disaster, someone or something that's in a very disordered state, something has very bad effect or result. So you'll hear from the public, again, 50 letters of support. I'm sure some people here are in opposition, but I think largely the reason for us putting forward this application is because what we're proposing is really in keeping with the neighborhood. We respectfully request your support, and if I also could reserve some time for rebuttal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Have the presentation from staff, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Garcia, Planning and Zoning Director. If I could have my PowerPoint, please. That was the first one you brought up. Can you not hear me?
It is a little difficult to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Check it out.
How's that? That better?
You got to get really close to
Oh my
this.
goodness, okay. I'll put down my throat. How's that?
That's much better.
Perfect. So as we know that property is on Maggiore between Marmore and Doraco. It is on the west side, the east side of the block. The future land utilization is single-family low density, and the zoning is single-family residential. You can see here in the aerial, it's a very mature, built-out neighborhood. And it's very unique along this whole length of Maggiore that connects between the Chinese village down south to basically the French country village. It is the only block that's facing Maggiore that has one building site. Every other block side facing Maggiore has 2 or sometimes 3 building sites facing Maggiore. And it's a picture of the existing house right now as it sits. So as you know, a building site separation has to come before the commission when it's not meeting the criteria to separate it administratively. So this is a site plan they're proposing. They're proposing 2 building sites. Right now it's just 1 building site. They're proposing 2, a north and a south building site. They're just 2 single-family homes with the driveways exiting out on the north and south street. This is a comparison of what they could build on the very, the left column. They could build a 7,100 square foot house, mean all the setbacks, of course, in the maximum square footage. They're proposing 2 houses, a north parcel and a south parcel, more or less 4,100 square feet, of course, mean open space and setback requirements. This is a rendering looking west at the 2 buildings. This is the north house and the south house, both approved by the Board of Architects. And this was reviewed by DRC back in June of last year. Board of Architects approval back in August. It had a neighborhood meeting with the neighbors within 1,000 feet of the property in September. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed it, recommended denial back in November of last year, and here we are for first reading. Letters to the property owners were sent within 1,000 feet of the property. And that was sent 4 times for neighborhood meeting, as well as Planning and Zoning Board meetings, and today's meeting today. As well as property was posted many times, 4 times. The website was posted, newspaper advertisement, as well as our email to subscribers. And our recommendation is denial based on the criteria. As you know, our criteria in our zoning code to separate lots is very stringent, very strict. They meet the first 3 criteria. They are proposing building sites that are equal to or larger than the majority of the sites within the neighborhood. I believe it's around 60% larger. It is an unusual property along Maggiore. It's a large property. It has 3 abutting streets. And they also do maintain, and they go well beyond the minimum open space. It's very compatible with the neighborhood as well. It's the last criteria that we have to meet 2 of the 3 that staff's fine and not recommending approval based on not meeting the second or the third of those 3 criteria. And start with a denial. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So it sounds to me like what you're trying to say is that the only reason that we didn't approve this was because it didn't meet criteria. But from a planning perspective, it makes sense.
So yes, as far as urban design goes, it makes sense as long as Maggiore, because it's the only property that has only block that has 1 building site facing Maggiore. As you can see from the study that they've done, it is meeting majority of the building sites in the area, as well as the length of the property, the frontages along the streets. It's just our code is very stringent as far as meeting that criteria.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Clerk?
Public comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
First speaker is David Hartnett.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. My name is David Hartnett, and I represent my mother, Catherine Hartnett, who has lived at 510 Marmore. That is the property that directly abuts the subject property that's applied for here on the Marmore side, just to the west. I'm the attorney of fact for her and lawyer as well. And Mrs. Hartnett has lived at 510 Marmore since the purchase of the property in 1965 with her husband, James Hartnett. James was a son of the former mayor of Coral Gables, Fred Hartnett. James died in July of 2023. Catherine is 86 and still lives at 510 Marmore. I write to oppose the conditional use application for subdividing 5810 as requested, and further oppose the attempts for an application to demolish and remove the existing single-family residence in order to then subdivide and build two-story single-family residence on the existing property. The Planning and Zoning Board previously voted unanimously, 7-0, to recommend denial of the application. The staff report also recommends denial of the application because it does not satisfy the criteria of the Coral Gables zoning code. My previous November 11th, 2024 letter in opposition was submitted to the Planning and Zoning Board, and I think you approved the minutes related to that today. It's attached there. I did not see it attached to any of the public comments as part of the agenda. The subject property is also subject to declarations of restrictive covenants from 1982 and 1983, recorded at book numbers 11474, page 207, as well as the amended one is book number 11760, page 606, that restrict the subdivision of the property. Let me say that again. The restrictive covenants entered in the 1980s restrict the subdivision of the property. At the time the application was apparently submitted in early to mid of last year, 2024, the criteria for conditional use application included consideration of whether the property was subject to restrictive covenants, encroachments, easements, or the like existed to prevent the separation of the site. And I think Mr. Baker has mentioned that. That was in section 14-202.6F4 of the Coral Gables zoning code in effect as of June of 2024. My understanding is you amended that code, and so now there are only 3 criteria in subsection 4. We submit the application was defective at the time for the failure to meet 3 out of the 4 criteria and should have been rejected. We further note that the Coral Gables zoning code also states in 202.6E3 that where a single-family residence is removed, no permit can be issued for construction of more than one building on the building site. Similar provisions exist in other places in the code as well, and the applicant's proposed demolition of the existing home that physically sits on 3 of the 4 platted lots should also lead the city to reject the application. I noted for the first time it's been submitted, that engineering report that was discussed today, that was not in the presentations that I'm aware of that I reviewed either to staff or at the Planning and Zoning Board. As the applicant submittal mentions in the September 24, 2024 letter that's attached as part of the staff report before you, it appears the applicant first requested to subdivide the property in 2023 and was advised on December 22nd, 2023 that the subject property could not be subdivided. Notably, this was before the applicant purchased the property and closed on it on January 26, 2024. My point there is they were already told that it was not subject to being subdivided. We agree with the staff report recommending denial of the application for the criteria expressed in the report. Additionally, contrary to the applicant's original submittal, we submit that the restrictive deeds are valid. And I cite a case, the Calusa Country Club case out of 2026 from the 3rd District Court of Appeal, holding that restrictive covenants recorded in compliance with government-imposed condition of a land use approval was not a title interest subject to the Extinguishment of the Marketable Title Act. Part of that case, the city of Coral Gables submitted an amicus brief at the time defending its right in 2015 to uphold its own restrictive covenants. It was a passionate amicus brief, and I believe supported what ultimately became the decision, which held that the MRTA did not apply to the public restrictive covenants. City of Coral Gables should uphold its restrictions that were imposed through an agreement by the property owner at the time in the 1980s. Mrs. Hartnett and the neighborhood have an interest in the City of Coral Gables maintaining those restrictions. Given that Ms. Hartnett's property abuts the applicant's property, the 3rd District Court of Appeal recently recognized in 2023, she has an interest that is measured greater than the general interest in the community. And that's another part of the Calusa versus Miami-Dade County case of 2023. Additionally, Mrs. Hartnett also opposes the application to build 2 two-story buildings that are not in keeping with the one-story ranch designs that are generally in the area. The proposed structures to the north side of the Maggiore property, which would abut my mother's property, would tower over property, block her view to the east, and apparently remove a live oak tree that's approximately 30 feet high, and that's after the owners closed on the property and trimmed it back a little bit. The proposed new homes of 4 bedrooms each will presumably increase the density and use of the property, including expected addition of the amount of persons and cars and traffic on the streets, as well as other land use issues. Additionally, the proposed buildings we submit would not comport with the neighborhood, but would rather give the appearance of an apartment condominium style building in a neighborhood of ranch houses for the most part. There is also nothing in the plan submitted that we have located that would identify where septic tanks will be located, which is a particular concern regarding the potential leaking on Ms. Hartnett's property to the immediate west of the avenue. We disagree with the staff's report as to its assessment item under the 202.6F3 that the proposed site maintains and preserves open space and specimen trees and promotes neighborhood compatibility. Rather, the proposed plans eliminate the north side open space of the current property and replaces open spaces with new building that did not exist. We respectfully request that you uphold your restrictive covenants, apply the building code, and deny the application. I have 4 other points very quickly. Mr. Baker referenced a previous application that was at 6009 Maggiore, which is the street just north of Hardy, in between Caligula. To my knowledge, I reviewed the record, I reviewed the hearings that are available on the agenda of the City of Coral Gables website. There were no restrictive covenants at the time. That was a 1920s house that had fallen into disrepair that they were arguing at the time that would have to be forcibly, involuntarily demolished because of the condition. The fact that they brought up here now for the first time some structural report of which I have not had the benefit of seeing, but I'm sure the expert has opined on it. It didn't dissuade them from listing the property for rent over the past year until they took it down a couple months ago. So I don't know whether the applicant's telling you that they were trying to rent a house that is so in disrepair that couldn't be used, or whether they're just saying that they're using a report now to argue that it should be torn down now. The last thing that I would point out about that 6009 Maggiore, which was a house owned by Mrs. Hunt, she had died. It went into the trustee. Mayor Lago, I believe you were on the commission at the time that considered that back in 2013. It came up with no recommendation one way or the other from the Planning and Zoning Board, who had voted 3-2 to deny the application, but because they didn't have 4 votes, it didn't come up with a recommendation to deny. So in summary, we'd ask that you uphold the restrictive covenants. The only other point that I would make is it apparently, most of those letters that the applicant references, they canvass the neighborhood, and this is after the Planning and Zoning Commission. I was in touch with at least one neighbor that is directly on the Duraco southeast corner of Maggiore and Duraco, Laura Marandino, who had requested that her name be removed from supporting it. She was told by Mr. Baker, at least she advised me, that her name would be removed, Neighbors and Reports, and she reported to me that she exchanged emails with Kara Kautz at the city and forwarded the information to the clerk's office. I don't know whether that was taken, but between that and the property directly across from it, who I believe will speak also in opposition as well. Thank you again for your consideration.
Mr. Clerk?
Francisco Senior.
Good afternoon, neighbor. Good afternoon, neighbor.
Good afternoon.
Okay, my name is Francisco Senior. I'm proud to be a resident since 1961. I want to share my thoughts about the application of Legacy 5810 LLC being presented to the City Commission. For the last few years, I have seen how many of our residents have not been happy with some of the developments that have been approved in the past. Longtime residents are the ones that helped build Coral Gables be what it is today. Moving forward, we should be cautious and take in consideration that residents will be affected by splitting this building site in two, allowing 2 homes to be built to pretty much the max. They will have more square feet than if only one house is built in this site. I definitely would not like to live in the immediate radius around the proposed development if this were approved. If I'm not mistaken, these restrictions on already built sites and the unity of title required for obtaining a building permit were imposed probably in the late 70s. In 1980 for sure, because I signed a unity of title in 1980 in my house. So for a reason, and they did that for a reason, to preserve the neighborhood appearance by preserving larger properties to be demolished and be split into smaller sites. Residents want to preserve their neighborhood. Mistakes have been made in the past, but we should try not to do them again. Like, I'm referring to the other house in Maggiore, I think, between Caligula and Savona. that was a mistake. It doesn't even look like houses. It's very close to the Dutch village, so, it's at the other end. But I think it was really not Coral Gables, because that house that was was an old, very old house. It didn't even have roof tiles, so I don't know exactly what the history on that house, but that was a split. Okay. I agree with the planning and zoning staff report and with the final decision of the planning board last November to deny the separation of the building sites. The applicants do not meet all the requirements to divide the property, no voluntary demolition within 10 years, and not owning the property for 10 years or more. I hope a decision is made in this case, to think as you live. If you live in any of the two lots behind the property or close by, how would you feel? What impact will do to their lives and their property value? Most of the houses in Majori are only one-story homes, with a few that are 2 stories, but not that big. If I'm not mistaken, previous zoning limited the square footage on the 2nd floor years ago. The existing 2-story houses that are really big are basically at both ends of Majori, the Chinese village on the north and the Dutch village on the south. The location of the proposed development of 2 houses built to that max, pretty much to the max, is not located in either end. It's not in balance with the rest of Majori Street. The splitting of the lot for 2 homes between Caligula and Savona about 8 years ago was a mistake. They don't even look like homes. Let's learn from the past. The LLC that purchased the property knew that it was considered a single building site because of the existing footprint of the house and the unity of title. They can build 1 home in the property, but 2 is not a right. The lot's street frontage is similar in the neighborhood, but the proposed development is not. It is not in tune with the rest of the neighborhood, and it would look out of place, just like the 2 houses in Majori between Savona and Caligula. I heard there has been some people going around the neighborhood trying to get signatures, but whatever they got, it's not the general feeling about the neighborhood, because I've been a lot longer than them. With due respect, I ask the commissioners to consider all the facts with the residents' concerns in making the decision on this application that would split the present site into 2 sites. Finally, I hope this will follow the same path as the planning board denial, along with the vision the city had when these restrictions were enacted over 40 years ago. Thank you so much.
Elsa Alicia Espino. Carlos Sosa. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I've been sitting a long time. I just came to disagree. I do not want the buildings to have 2-story, 2 buildings there. We've never had that many tall buildings. I've also lived in that area. First I lived on Girona, now I live on Bargello. And I drive down that street and there is a monster house on the other side of Marmore now and Majori. It would be horrible to have on the other side of Marmore another double-story house with 2. So it would be like a big monster house on Marmore and a big monster house on Daroko. So I would hope that you vote against it. And thank you, and I hope everybody has a happy new year and lots of good things for this year.
Carlos Sosa.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I live right in front of the 2 houses that are supposed to be built in Majore. I haven't seen the deterioration of the existing house as was described today. And I have looked at the information as far as square footage and the look of the house. And I would prefer that the one lot condition remains and not the two houses. I think the spirit of the area would be more maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna go with Turner McKinney. 600 Biltmore Way.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And Happy New Year. I'm Terrence McKinley. I live at 600 Biltmore Way, Unit 901. More importantly to this matter, I'm a native of Coral Gables. And as I was growing up in my formative years, I spent a lot of time in the neighborhood where this property is. Many friends, many family members, still some acquaintances and family members that live in the area. I took a look at the proposed development, and in my opinion, it is not inconsistent with everything that's there already. The lot size, proposed lot size is within the parameters of what's there. As was mentioned, two-story buildings are in that subdivision. And according to earlier reports, a lot of the other specifications of the proposed development meets the criteria that exists in the area. So as such, in my opinion, I would encourage you to approve the application.
Everett Glines.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Everett Glines. I'm the developer of the two properties that have been mentioned, 6001 and 609 Majori. I happen to reside in 6001. I did develop two-story houses on those two lots, which were subdivided and happened to be previously owned by Jeanette Hunt, the previous zoning director for the city of Coral Gables, or previous zoning director. I dealt with their estate. I dealt with the commission. I was nudged around a lot, even though there was no property on that site that would stand up for more than a month, let alone a hurricane coming through. And so Jeanette's family agreed to sell me that property, and I got the permission to subdivide with a fair amount of work, particularly on the architectural design end. I happen to be an architect. We based ourselves, and still do, in Coral Gables. We happen to have empathy for the Mediterranean design. We did the Coral Gables Hyatt, but we also understand that there are transitional projects like the Douglas Center, which we also did. I have some empathy for the surrounding properties because this particular site, if it's subdivided, is going to be considerably larger than the two that I developed. And as a result, it's going to have two houses that are considerably larger. I have an email here from the lady and gentleman that live immediately east of them and on Duraco, or west, I should say. They have objected. I'd be happy to pass this around because what is proposed is inconsistent, incongruent with the neighborhood, the scale of the neighborhood, and relatively the 60s and 70s architecture that exists in this neighborhood. I understand that there are a few other homes that have done pop-up 2 stories. I think that terminology is well known around the community. There are others that manage to do 2-story homes on larger sites, but I'm not aware of other properties that have actually subdivided and gotten 2 I'll call them Mediterranean-ish homes done. I also know that this has gone through several bouts with the city in order to get those homes to actually conform with something that is more Mediterranean. I had looked with the zoning and planning directors at the previous proposals, and I'm kind of surprised to find that they have moved in that direction. It's comme ci, comme ça from my point of view, other than the fact that there is this incongruent scale and density that they provide to the city, or to the community, which, again, when I talk to my neighbors, they don't like, and I don't like. We were actually fortunate to have the homes at 6001 and 6009 pushed around by this board and by the Architects Review Board until we provided a step-down quality to those homes so that the scale didn't offend people at the street level. We have hedges and walls and gates to the street, and the house then steps back to balconies and terraces and finally up to the second-story roof. I don't see much of that in these proposals, and I think that that would be something that would maybe have me come around and be more in favor. But at this point, as an architect, as somebody that graduated from the University of Miami and has lived my entire life since then, I've got to object, and I leave that with you. Happy New Year, folks.
Thank you.
Jackson Holmes.
So I wonder how well you all know or remember James Hartnett. He was an amazing guy because I used to come to city commission meetings, and there were at times only two citizens sitting in the audience, right? Me and him. Now, I just found out he died, so I'm a little bit upset, but here's why I'm taking up your time. He was here from solid 10 to 15 years, attending virtually every meeting. Now, here's the remarkable thing. Think about this. He never, that I remember, he never asked the city for anything. He was just in the audience attending. He never asked for anything. So, I'm sorry it's left us, but on his behalf, I'm asking you to do what his son is asking, what the city is asking. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
So what is the will of the commission?
Besides that it didn't meet criteria, what did the board say about this when they were discussing it for denial?
The Planning and Zoning Board, I'm assuming? Yes. So there were some concerns about the two-story houses and how it's a built-out, mature neighborhood that was built in the mid-century that's mostly of ranch-style houses. So there was concern about the two-story.
But if that doesn't get approved, aren't they still allowed to build a massive two-story house?
Yes.
So what would be better?
Yes, as approved by the Board of Architects. I don't want to put words in their mouth.
But if you look at the, for example, if you look at the exterior of the building, the facade, you're allowed a two-story building by right, correct?
Right.
How many square feet are you allowed if it was a 20,000 square foot lot to build there?
I believe it was 7,100
No, but
square
7,000
feet.
It's not 7,000 because you got to add the second floor on top. So it would be 14,000 and change, correct?
I still
Yes, a
think it was
two-story building.
7,100.
The footprint would be 7,000. The footprint would be 7,000, and you got to add, got to stack.
Yeah, almost 15.
Got to stack on top. So you have a footprint and a footprint. So you're allowed by the code as of right a two-story building, and you're allowed 15,000 square feet on the lot.
I think I had a slide for that. I think it was 7,100 square feet.
And the entire
The square
property.
footage.
So you're allowed to build 3,500 square feet. Let me tell you how it doesn't make sense. My home is almost 3,000 square feet. I'm on a 10,000 square foot lot on San Amaro. If I could build a second story, there has to be a way that you can, it's more square footage. You understand?
Livable.
Yeah.
More FAR.
Yeah, more FAR. So my point is that the square footage is, if we're talking about, we're building one home for 5,000 and change square feet, correct? So, and then we're building another home for 5,000 and change? That's 10,000 square feet together, if you split the lots. But if you build if you allow a 20,000 square foot lot and you're gonna build now, if you're concerned about second stories and you're concerned about the actual FAR of the property, explain to me what happens if you're allowed to have a 20,000 square foot lot.
So remember, in our single-family zoning, we have a sliding scale.
I understand.
Right? So smaller properties are allowed to have more square footage or more FAR than larger properties. As you have a larger property, you have less and less percentage of the property can be built out.
I understand.
So right now, the existing house with, I think is 3,900 square feet. They could be 7,151 square feet.
How much?
Today, 7,151.8.
So that's the max they can build on a 20,000 square foot
Right.
lot with 2 stories.
Mhm.
Okay, and if it's split down the middle and you have 2,000 square foot lots, what are they
4,100 square feet.
per home?
Right.
So it's 8,200.
Correct.
Okay. What would the setbacks be on that property?
The same, 25 feet.
So
front
25.
setback.
So whether it's a 20,000 square foot lot or it's a 10,000 square foot lot, the setbacks are still the same.
Correct.
Okay. You told me that 60% of the homes in the area have a 10,000 square foot lot,
Yes,
or roughly around that.
correct. I believe 79% of them have a similar width of the frontage.
Can you refresh my memory on the property that I voted on, a majority that the gentleman, the developer, said, came and spoke about, he's here? What was the outcome of that? He said it was 15,000 square feet?
Yes, it's a little bit smaller. It's a little bit different because I think they were partially platted lots. It was a single-family house that's on partially platted lots.
And if I remember, it was
And they
around a
went through a
rotunda,
replat
correct?
process.
It was around a rotunda? Was it
No,
around a rotunda?
no, it's just a couple blocks south.
Okay. And what was the outcome? The lot was split
Yes,
and 2 homes were built?
right, and replatted as well, yes.
Okay.
To face Maggiore. And I guess it was 15,000 square feet.
So it was
I don't remember that detail, but
So it was what, 7,500, 7,500?
I guess so.
Split down the middle? Or so? Okay. Madam Vice Mayor?
The prior one that was split, though, met the criteria of the ordinance, correct? Staff didn't recommend denial?
on 6001, is that the address? The property,
Not the one
the
that was-
precedent south of us, or?
Yeah. It-
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. And for the record, I did receive letters. I just was traveling. I just looked at them now.
If I can just answer your question and then follow up with some rebuttal on some of the public comment in opposition. With respect to 6009 Majori, which was the address of the property prior to this commission approving the subdivision, it came before the Planning and Zoning Board, and it came before the City Commission with a recommendation of denial. The purpose, or the reason why it was a recommendation of denial from the Planning and Zoning Board was that they didn't have the requisite votes to approve. There was only 3, I guess, at least through review of the minutes, there was a very poor attendance that night for whether that was on purpose or who knows what the reason was. But in the City Commission minutes, the commission did determine that the criteria was met despite not having a recommendation of approval from Planning and Zoning, nor a recommendation of approval from staff.
So they only had 3 votes in yes, but it was 3-2?
3-2, I believe, was accurately represented.
So that's a little different than what we're dealing with here, because here we have 2 out of the criteria that paragraph B and C, that staff says do not satisfy the criteria. The current property only purchased the property in January 2024, so so the applicant hasn't had it for the minimum of 10 years. And the one prior to that says the building site separated or established would not result in any existing structures becoming non-conforming as it relates to setbacks, lot area, lot width, and depth, and lot coverage and any applicable zoning code provisions. the voluntary demolition of a building or structure within the last 10 years, which eliminates any one of these conditions identified in this criterion, shall result in a non-compliance with this criterion. And that's why staff recommended to reject the application. We just relaxed the code a little bit. This was brought by Ms. Castro to relax the code to allow longtime residents that have been here for 10 years, because the whole purpose of this code was to discourage developers from coming in and doing lot splits. You know, so we have an existing code, and the existing code doesn't allow for this type of a lot split to occur. Please explain to me why we should deviate from this code as opposed to amend it.
The first point with respect to the nonconformity after an approval. Same situation happened. There was an existing home. It was in a derelict state. It hadn't been maintained. And upon approval was also nonconforming. But the purpose or the reasoning that the commission proffered was that it was not a voluntary demolition. It was a demolition that was involuntary. It was required because of the state of the existing home. And that's a very similar situation to what we have here. So the commission in 2013 made a determination that little b, was met because the applicant was not voluntarily demolishing the existing structure that was creating the nonconformity.
Was that evidence put on before the Planning and Zoning Board?
Are you asking me about the prior application?
No, this application.
No, because this report didn't become available until the beginning of December.
What is staff's position on voluntary demolition on this site?
So we did not receive it until this morning. We did not hear about it until last week, so we have not really thoroughly reviewed what was submitted as far as the state of the home. However, it's the commission's discretion if they feel that this is not voluntary demolition.
Well,
Staff will always interpret the code more strictly than the commission can, of course, so the commission can make a determination.
This is new evidence.
Right.
You haven't had an opportunity to review it.
Correct.
Okay. My preference is staff needs to have an opportunity to review it rather than trying to make a ruling essentially on something that you haven't seen.
Yes.
We haven't seen. It's just a statement. There's no evidence in front of us.
Is there any possibility with the new evidence to take it back to the Planning and Zoning Board to see what, maybe have a change in criteria?
Yeah, that's up to the commission. If they want to put it back to the Planning and Zoning Board, that's perfectly
I will move.
acceptable.
I will move
Yeah,
to-
no, that's consistent. I would move it. You want to second it?
And before we do
Have-
that, I
have staff do their evaluation.
I have a quick question regarding what was mentioned earlier, restrictive covenant. Could you perhaps go a little bit more detailed into that? Because that's, I think, one of the pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, so the commission has, there are existing restrictive covenants. The commission has the authority to release those covenants, which is why when Commissioner Castro sponsored her ordinance a few months ago to change the criteria, one of them involved the restrictive covenants, and we determined, or the commission determined that it was appropriate to eliminate that as one of the criteria because the commission could consequently, as part of this approval, authorize the release of that covenant.
Okay. So we have a motion, a second?
So I have a couple of comments.
Sorry, we forgot about you.
It's all good. I'm easy to forget. I have serious concerns with the size of what is being proposed. You're currently allowed 7,150 square feet, and you're proposing almost 8,300. Looking at the massing of the two homes side by side, it looks like a massive complex. I also have serious concerns with the fact that the neighbors are really not on board. You can have 100 signatures from residents 10 blocks away or who don't even live in the area. But if the neighbors adjacent to this property do not believe that this should be changed, that's a serious concern for me. I drove through the neighborhood. I've seen the sizes of the homes, and most homes in the area are one-story homes. We're not talking about these mega mansions of 4,200 square feet or 4,100 square feet, whatever is being proposed. I would support the motion to remand it back to planning and zoning, but I would be a no today if we had to take a vote.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you. We're gonna go back now to E1. Let's see if we can close that chapter.
Possible to take a 2-minute break for the
Yeah.
restroom?
Perfect. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back. Back to item E1. Madam City Attorney, can you reiterate our two options that we have before us? I just want to, since we're starting again after about an hour and a half of not discussing this item, I want to refresh, please.
Yes, Mayor. So the different motions that the commission can make are a motion to affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which in this case designated the local historic landmark, the property located at 1414 Galeano Street. The City Commission can affirm with conditions. The City Commission can override the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which in this case would mean the property is not designated historic, or the commission can remand for further proceedings. Mayor, I've been reviewing what would occur if there is no motion, and we do.
So there's going to be a motion. Don't worry about it. If the commission doesn't make a motion, I'll make a motion. At the will of the commission, would they like to make a motion?
I already made a
Okay.
motion, it was denied.
Then at the rest of the commission.
I was hearing very much what Vice Mayor Ronda was saying. I don't know if maybe you want to go ahead and make a motion.
Which points met your interest? Because I made lots of points.
Well, the ones where you felt that we should have done the whole development of the North Gables, but besides that, that's a separate issue. The ones,
You're talking about the historic preservation study that's been pending now for close to 2 years.
you felt that maybe it was, it would have been an easier decision if that would have been accomplished by now. And the one that you don't think there's sufficient evidence to support the decision of the board.
Wasn't exactly what I said. I said there was a lack of cohesiveness in the building, cohesive design. Okay. That a lot of the factors that I was hearing from the letters in opposition are non-factors, such as TDR, availability of TDRs. That's not evidence in support of historic preservation. So you agree with that?
No,
Okay, what else?
it's not that I agree. I find that there is a lot of common sense in what you are saying. However, I still stand by my motion.
But
All right.
if I may, of course there's common sense. We've been waiting 2 years for this document. It would be amazing to have this document right now to use it as another tool in helping us all make a decision whether you're in favor or against. I mean, that goes without saying. Of course it makes common sense. My point is this. If the commission is not ready to make a decision, I'll make a motion. Does anybody else want to make a motion?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Okay.
Make the motion.
Madam City Attorney.
Make sure you pass the gavel, Mayor.
No, I got it. I understand. Repeat yourself again, what you said, the things.
To affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which would in this case mean the
Yours?
property is designated, affirm with conditions, or override the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which would mean the property shall not be designated, or to remand for further proceedings.
Okay, perfect. I will override the decision of the Historic Preservation Board.
I'll second.
I knew they had to wait for me to do it because they couldn't do it themselves. We have a motion.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Sorry, I've been dealing with a relative in my house I may have to take to the hospital. What was the motion?
To override.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to the next item. Item F2, excuse me, we're going to go E4. Thank you very much.
E4 is an ordinance to the City Commission adjusting the date of the 2025 runoff election from April 22nd, 2025 to April 29th, 2025, in accordance with Section 1.1 of the City Charter, and adjusting all other dates related thereto, including the date the mayor and commissioners shall take office, providing for severability clause, repeater provision, and providing for an effective date.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I had asked to place this item on the agenda. At the time that we had this discussion, we had not been informed that there were already events scheduled by the Community Foundation Miracle Theater, the Chamber, in order to honor the city's centennial. So I would like to withdraw the item. Last election, we had the runoff election fall on the same dates in the cycle, and it worked. So I have no problem keeping things the way that they are.
Perfect. Thank you. We will also be deferring at the request of the sponsor F6 also for the next commission meeting.
Correct.
All right, moving on to item F2. Very simple. Thank you, by the way, to staff for working on E4. F2 is very simple. I think everybody should have been briefed already. Just in an effort to continue the effort to do something spectacular for the centennial. I was presented over the last few months, and we've had multiple meetings with the possibility to support the Orchestra Miami and do something spectacular at the Venetian Pool, bringing it back to the days of the city, the real beginning of George Merrick's vision, and when we used to have incredible celebrations at the Venetian Pool. I'd love to hear a little bit from our staff, if anybody would like to talk about it, anybody who's interested. If not, this is something that I'm putting before you that I want to gauge your interest and see if there's any support so that we can have, through the city manager's office and through our staff, put something together that they can present to the commission. And if there's a budget, if we can get sponsors, if we can get things done by members of this community who are interested in sponsoring this type of, orchestra at the Venetian Pool, which harkens back to our founding fathers here in the city of Coral Gables, that's the point of putting this on the agenda.
Mayor, if I can just read it into the record. It's F2 is a resolution of the City Commission supporting Orchestra Miami as the presenter of a centennial concert celebration at the Venetian Pool in 2025.
I've given my pitch already.
I commend you on bringing this up, Mr. Mayor. I know we've heard from members of the community, including Carele Carbonell, who had brought it up, and some others. Happy to second if you make the motion.
Okay. Motion a second.
Can we talk about funding before we approve this?
Okay. So the whole point of this, Commissioner, is very simple, is to find funding, kind of like what we did with LEAF. We didn't know that we were going to get funding at that moment, and then I went out and got people like myself to buy tables and sponsor the event. At that moment, we knew we had a concept, we had an idea, we wanted to deliver on something spectacular to support our police officers. This is the same thing. There is no real budget breakdown. We're trying to first get the concept and the idea down, understand what the cost would be, especially now that the Venetian Pool is under construction. There may be some new protocols in place in regards to using the Venetian Pool, caring for it, being very thoughtful and careful. Because again, we've spent millions of dollars now renovating this facility, and I want to make sure that we leave it in pristine condition for the next 100 years. So there is no budget right now. This is a resolution of support, and it's to engage everyone in the city, from Martha Banting to Fred Cusero to legal to the manager's office to the elected officials, so that everyone can come together and potentially do something that takes us back to 1925.
And I think this event was already in the works, if I remember. So this wouldn't. It's not a new event. It's just incorporating the Orchestra Miami into the event that was already being planned.
It's an excellent idea, Mayor.
Thank you.
During the September 10th commission meeting, we voted on a resolution to instruct staff to begin on the planning of the concert. And we also voted, and we approved, to seek private support from individuals or businesses during that item. I just wanted an update if anybody in the commission has any contributions, or are we working on that? Any updates?
Are you asking me if I'm contributing?
I mean, it was
I'll
all of us.
I'll make a contribution right now. If anybody matches, I'll give $10,000. If anybody here in the commission is willing to match, I'll give $10,000. $10,000 for this event. If anybody's willing to match, I'll double that. I'll make it $20,000. If anybody's willing to do it, because I believe that our centennial is something that we need to celebrate here in the city. It's something beautiful, similar to like all the other things that I engage in to benefit the city. Comes out of my own pocket. I'm willing to do it, and I think it's a beautiful thing. So, but this right here has nothing to do with that. This is supporting a beautiful orchestra that we will raise money from in the private sector, and we will deliver a great event for people in this community to come. Also, we will sell tickets. We will get, there will be a great cause. So if people want to get involved, listen, get involved. I want to build big tent consensus, get people involved and do something amazing for the Centennial. I'm willing to do it. If anybody has any better ideas, come forward, bring them forward. I would love to see that. Marta Pantin, is a great resource here in the city. Let's start planning. Fred Cusero, let's start planning. I'm more than willing. I can bring ideas. I can donate money. But I need also help from my colleagues in the commission, and I need help from other members of the community. I know that Alan Morris came to see me with a wonderful idea. He's engaging in something I think is spectacular for the city. So let's do it together. I'm more than willing.
Happy to participate.
Thank you.
I have a question for the city attorney, if you don't mind. The passage of this resolution will allow the city to have a blanket acceptance of donations from the public to fund this particular event, or do we have to come back every single donation?
So the city manager can always accept a donation up to $50,000 without commission approval. Beyond that, it does require commission approval. It's a standard donation policy.
Answers my question.
Okay, I'm not opposing this whatsoever. In fact, this is something that when I was.
And by the way, I know that because I helped write that law. So, and how much the city manager would spend, because it used to be 100,000, and I brought it down to 50.
Yeah, excuse me.
So my point is, my point is that this is a simple thing. There's so many other things that we have to discuss. This is a good thing. If you don't want to do it, we don't have to support it.
I'm sorry, I got interrupted. I was saying that I did not oppose this at all. This is one of the things that when I was campaigning was important to residents. I just would like to see maybe some help or strategy to how are we looking for contributions. I think the commission can use a little help on that, and then we'll go ahead and engage in whatever plan we have. Maybe
So-
Martha can help us with that.
I'll give you an example. Since you spoke to people when you were campaigning almost 2 years ago, I welcome you to join. The point of this is to build support amongst the commission and actually engage and move forward with a resolution from the city saying we're moving forward to do this event. If you'd like to take control of the event, you're more than welcome to take control of the event. You can run with it, and you can make it your event, since you've been talking about it for 2 years with constituents. I welcome it. I will donate to the event if you can run point on it. Just run point on the event and do something spectacular with the Venetian pool. How about that?
No, I don't understand why so much animosity and
At
putting
all.
a guard up. I told you I love this project. There's no reason for this.
Good. Then I look forward to your donation and your help.
Uh,
So we have a motion and a second. Let's move forward.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F7.
If I have the administration regarding the Merrick House, I just want an update on the maintenance. I know they've had some issues, some repairs.
Good afternoon, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. So we do regular maintenance on the Merrick House. From the AC, pest control, we do quarterly pressure cleaning, weekly janitorial services, we do annual fire inspections. We do a pre-hurricane inspection that includes the roofing, and we've been in conversations with historical and them through the Merrick board about maybe we should be doing that roofing inspection twice a year instead of once a year. We also do other things as needed. We often rely on them to tell us whether it's an issue with plumbing, carpentry, electrical services. The fish pond is now being maintained by a company called Pond Doctors. And Dina, they do a tremendous job there of maintaining the landscaping there on a regular basis. And, we're in conversations with historical and the board to see what additional things they need.
I heard recently that from residents that there was a hole in one of the walls, and I want to see what the status of that. I think it's related to the roof issue.
Yes.
Yeah, so the regular maintenance that Hermes mentioned is something that we talked about, and there's also a project that's ongoing now for the installation of a diverter on the roof that will allow for the water not to run against the coral rock chimney, because right now it does, and then the coral rock chimney is a very porous material, soaks in, and then destroys all the walls around it on the interior. The diverter just got made. It was a copper piece that needed to get done, and the roofer will be coming out this week to install it. Then they'll do waterproof testing, and then they can do the interior repairs. Unfortunately, everybody wants to see the interiors repair done soon, faster than not, and we need to make sure the waterproofing is done first.
Once everything is done, if you don't mind just letting the commission know that, we got everything.
Yeah, and we
completed.
briefly talked we had a Merrick board meeting yesterday, and I asked them if there was anything specific outside of the list that Public Works put together, and there wasn't anything really that was out of, line, and we're just gonna work on creating a schedule, so we know what happens 4 times a year, twice a year, and all of that.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the update.
Commissioner, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item. Sure. It's Carelia Carbonell.
So, Ms. Paranos, I was going to do a follow-up question for you. Is this the same chimney area that, I had brought to the historic's attention about a year ago?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the one that we had, and then it's been an ongoing issue with, I think it was part of the original renovation that was done it's been in process for a while.
The area, as you walk in, that's near the air conditioning duct, has that been addressed?
No,
Okay.
that's a special Venetian plaster consultant that we need to get that's outside of the scope of work for that.
So if you can add that to the list of
Yes,
stuff to add,
and that's when
update us on.
with the new funding that we received for FY25, that will be addressed along with the woodwork that was never refinished on the interior too.
Thank you.
By the way, Commissioner, if I may, it's interesting that we're having the conversation. I just got a text message from 2 residents who told me, not only will I contribute, but I'll take 2 tickets to the event. So people are excited about it, and there's actually people listening to this commission meeting, even though it's late. So people say, I will contribute, and I will take 2 tickets to the event. This is 2 separate people that have told me that. So I guess there's an interest in seeing an orchestra play at the Venetian Pool. So.
That's a great idea.
Hello there.
Carelia.
Hello.
Hi, Carelia.
Am I on? Hi. No, I wanted to speak on the item before, which was the Orchestra Miami. And I'm very pleased that they will be the presenting orchestra for the Centennial Concert. And as far as funding, I believe there was a proposal, which you all should have, that was submitted back in September, where there was a funding proposal with private funds, private donations. And I think that's, it was just, the committee was just waiting for the vote to be, or I guess the concept to be approved. So as far as private funding, I believe that's all in the works. And as the mayor just said, he would be happy to support it. And of course, I think people will get excited as, the time nears. But that should, that I think that's part of that was part of the original proposal, which you all should have back in September, so you can refer to it. So anyway, thank you again. Thank you for, accepting the proposal or the resolution, and then we'll move forward with it, with the funding, and I'm sure it'll be a very successful. And as we all know about history, the concert in the Venetian Pool, it really harkens back to the very beginning of the city and how Merrick used it to sell his planned city. And back then, I think one of the first concerts was a cost of $1 million, which in today's money, you can just imagine what that cost. But so 100th anniversary, it's perfectly appropriate to have a concert at the Venetian Pool. And so I'm excited about it. So thank you all.
Thank you,
Bye.
Gabriela. Thank you.
Next item? Okay.
F8.
We have Fred, our Community Recreation Department Director. Since I put it on the item, this item in the agenda, we have good news to share with our community about Greenskeeper at Granada Golf Course.
Yep, good evening. Really quick, we did have our golf and park superintendent left us in August. We went through a couple of rounds of interviews, looked at some prospective candidates, and I'm happy to report we were able to find someone who accepted the job, and they started working yesterday. So if you go by the course, you'll see him. He's gotten his hands dirty right away, and he's working on the course, so he might be a little dirty and sweaty, but he's doing a good job. He's got 16 years of experience in different golf courses, and he's also worked as a turf manager for managing athletic fields. So his experience is well varied, and he's been a superintendent, so we're excited to have him.
The golfers that I've bumped into, they're very happy with the news, and thank to you and the administration on not giving up and finding the right person.
Yep, HR is, I thank them for helping me out on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
All right.
F9.
F9, an update on the septic to sewer plan. Mr. Diaz, are you ready to just give a preliminary overview so the
The
Commission's
basing
aware?
plan is being completed. We're still in conversation with the county about the direction of flows in some areas and others, but we're getting ready over the next few weeks. We're gonna be sending invitations for public meetings. We divided the city into several basins, and we're gonna have an opportunity to discuss with the community what the plan is, the associated costs, and gauge their interest in the work. And the idea behind that is, if we're gonna be applying for grants, we wanna make sure that there's community backup behind that. So it will give us an opportunity to gauge, maybe some basins have a more higher level of interest than others, and we can concentrate our efforts in getting grants for this work in the areas where there's more community support. So over the next few weeks, we're gonna be sending mailings, and we're gonna be having community meetings, starting probably I will say probably late February. We should start maybe early March at the latest.
So I did share with you all the memo that I had with the map of the basin plan, so that the commission is up to date on that, and basically the 3 steps that we need to take, like you just described. That's it. I just wanted to give the commission an update.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. F10.
F10, is Dina available? Or are you going to tell us about the,
She's in the meeting, but Dina hasn't actually been, we've been in conversation with her, but Dina hasn't really been the one running this project. But obviously, when it has to do with a technical thing with trees, we obviously involve her.
yeah, where I left off with her was that there was a landscape designer that was supposed to be retained to do the landscape plan on Biltmore Way with trees in the sidewalk, which the residents had requests, so that we can do a presentation to them. Where are we on that?
So we're negotiating, we're trying to negotiate the price with a consultant, and we ended up getting a price that we felt was too high. So after going back and forth with them for too long, we basically tell them, you know what, never mind. We negotiated now a proposal with Cabin Giordano to, which is a well-renowned local architect, which is in our pool, to proceed with the design. And the idea is that we will start with something preliminary, bring it to the commission, get some feedback, and then go back to the community afterwards. I know that there's some residents who are asking for different things on this specific street. So, we'd like to hopefully accommodate as many people as possible, whatever is feasible. So our goal is get to a point where we have preliminary drawings, maybe like a 20, 30%, something very conceptual. Come to commission, the community, and then, build upon that.
So the million-dollar question residents are going to ask is, when do you think they'll have those drawings ready? And this is-
30%, I'll probably need about, I will say 4 to 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, we'll try to push them to get it done a little quicker.
Right, when you get updates, you can
Yes,
let us know.
absolutely.
Director, I had a question. I know we had a meeting a couple weeks ago about this project as well. We had talked about the potential of expediting that timetable so that we're not waiting another 6 months before we have designs and another 2 years before it actually gets built. I think residents have been very clear about what they want, and it's a simple plan. It's about adding a tree canopy. So I just want to make sure that we're still on that same wavelength, and we're still looking to get this done as soon as possible and not continue to push this project down the road. We've been working hard on this for several years, and it is a priority, I think, for the entire commission. So I just want to make sure that we're moving as swiftly as possible to get to where we need to get to.
No, no, I agreed, and that hasn't changed. We're now got to the point that we have agreed on the price with a consultant, and we're gonna push them to get it done as soon as possible.
Yeah, no, this is why I put it on, because we had discussions, they were gonna do a fancy presentation. I said, that's not what the residents want. They already said what they wanted trees.
Correct.
They didn't want to lose any parking. So that's the goal.
Thank you. Is there any public comment or anything else? F11.
F11, at least I put all these in a row. Mr. Diaz. At least I can get you done all in one shot. The speed tables.
Yes.
And the temporary speed tables. There's been some installed. I've gotten a lot of very positive responses from residents that they're happy that those are in. We have septic to sewer coming forward. I wanted to broach with the commission to have a discussion about utilizing temporary speed tables on the areas that we're most likely to be doing septic to sewer work first in order to be able to save, and reduce costs. So the information we're going to need is how much are these temporary speed tables are costing, and the timeline to put those in. What are the permanent speed tables cost, and the timeline to put those in, because that will weigh on the decision, and we can continue the discussion in the next commission meeting after you provide us with that information.
We can get more detailed information, but just as an update, out of the 30 temporary speed tables that we were working on, about 17 has been installed already. And we'll continue through the rest. The zones 4 and 5, which are towards the south, that are the areas that are pending for the permanent speed table, we have about 52 speed tables on cushion. Out of those 52, there's 5 of them that they're already on areas that they already have sewer. We've estimated that the cost to cut through a speed table that is done, and it varies because not all of them are the same size, but it could be anywhere between $4,000 to $7,000 per speed table if you have to cut through them in order to put a sewer line at some point in the future. The actual cost of the devices, it varies per length. It could be anywhere between $12,000 to $17,000 on the smaller speed tables. On the speed cushions, get a little more expensive. They get up to upwards to $20,000, $25,000, $28,000. The speed cushions.
That's the number I remember in the past, about $25,000 per permanent.
Right. The speed tables are cheaper than the speed cushions. And we estimate that if you have to cut through and restore them, you're looking at about $4,000 to $7,000 per item. That is in today's money, obviously. So if the decision is that the temporary ones, obviously they're a lot cheaper, and I think
How much cheaper?
right now, if I don't mind bringing out my calculator, order of magnitude, I think we're spending about so about 4,000, a little bit more than $4,000 $4,300 roughly per, and we've been installing those with city staff. There's been a little bit of an additional expense that I couldn't give you the details right now. We've been doing them twice a week, one during the working day and then on Saturdays. The Saturdays involving some overtime, so I don't have those numbers with me. If we're gonna do a significantly larger amount and then we're gonna continue to do these temporary ones, I think we're probably gonna have to engage with a consultant. I'm diverting, we had a project to do 30, and to some extent we diverted some of the folks that are working on other things for this temporary project. If we're gonna continue to do this, because it's not only the 52 is what we have planned. We do have, new requests that continue to come along, so that number really continues to grow. I think we have to engage a contractor because, there's only so much that I can keep those guys from doing their jobs that are all the things that they're doing for the city. So the expense would be a little bit more, but I can't imagine getting anywhere near close to the cost of the permanent speed tables. But we could work out some more detailed numbers.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to do that and share it
Yes.
with the commission. 'Cause if
Absolutely,
it's-
we can
if
do
it's
that.
co- You know, if you put in a permanent speed table and it's going to cost us an additional $4,000 to $7,000 to restore them after the sewer lines cut in,
Approximately, yes.
okay. Share this information with the commission and then we can discuss it again in the future as to how we should proceed.
Absolutely.
By the way, I want to just add the temporary ones that I've seen or driven over, I think are fantastic, and I too have heard from residents, they're very, very happy. In fact, I think the fact that their work, as you know, other areas, other streets are saying, could we get one too?
We've had a handful of locations that people have complained, so what we decided is to, let's move on to the next one, and then we re-engage those areas afterwards, since we have others to install.
I think a lot of the small side streets that are off the major thoroughfares, those are the ones that are getting hit by a lot of the volume and the speed off of Ponce, off of Lejeune, off of those kind of roads. But I'm looking forward to the update.
Absolutely.
Just so you know, Vice Mayor, I did ask Director Diaz to look into purchasing additional speed tables, the temporary speed tables, and to also look into hiring a contractor to see if it's more cost-effective to have them come in and start putting down those temporary speed tables, because as you all mentioned, we've gotten a lot of positive comments over those.
So we'll just put it on the next agenda. We'll get some additional information. In the meantime, the commission members can receive feedback, more feedback, I should say, from residents.
That's it.
That's it.
Final item, City Manager, H2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On February 27th, 2024, I was appointed city manager. At that time, I said I would serve for 1 year. So as the 1-year mark was approaching, I made the difficult decision to fall back into retirement. It is the right decision for me and my family. My last day at the city will be February 28th. I'd like to begin by expressing my deep gratitude to our residents, team members, and this commission for the honor of serving as your city manager. Over the past year, I have had the privilege of providing strategic leadership and executive oversight on a variety of initiatives that have helped shape our community and its future. While too numerous to enumerate all, I would like to highlight some. The planning and the kickoff of our centennial year celebration, an important milestone for the city. The City Hall complex renovation, the Menorca parking garage office build-out, the implementation and troubleshooting of critical systems such as the financial management system, Infor and Energov, the electronic plans review system. The purchase and installation of temporary speed tables, providing our residents with much desired traffic calming and on an expedited basis, and may I add, those have been favorably received. This oversight extends to the citywide broadband and public Wi-Fi expansion, legislative agenda formulation for the City Commission, and lobbying efforts to secure state and federal grant funding, which total more than $2.7 million. Our office made strides in enhancing property management and strengthening tenant relationships, establishing a property management inspection system that includes yearly independent commercial inspection services and ongoing review for local and state agency data regarding city-owned properties. The office also provided oversight for tenant build-outs as notable sites, including the Francesco Restaurant at the Miracle Theater and Senora Martinez at Geraldo Merrick Way Parking Garage. Of special note was the assistance I provided with the negotiations of contract agreements for the city-owned properties, including key negotiations that resulted in new or renewed lease agreements for prominent city assets. Resident favorite, Granada Golf Course Diner, now Birdie Bistro, Le Parc Cafe at Coral Gables Country Club, and Fritz in France. Many accomplishments of overseeing projects would not be possible without a staff that was communicative, knowledgeable, and efficient. It has been imperative to continue to recruit and retain top-tier talents such as Monica Beltran as Director of Parking and Mobility, and Joe Gomez as Assistant City Manager. This, alongside the establishment of fair and transparent talent management process, our team members are our greatest asset. In the past 5 years, the priority of human resources have changed drastically. Facing the pressures of competitive labor market, rapid technology advancements, and evolving human capital trends, our focus must be on developing and retaining existing talent over recruiting new employees. To that end, I instituted a hybrid work-from-home policy, one of which has been a real success. Providing stability for our workforce is crucial. An especially noteworthy achievement was finalizing negotiations and reaching new bargaining agreements with the Police and General Services Employee Union. Our team members want to be heard. They are the front line of providing service to our residents. During my tenure, we started the Employee Ambassador Committee. I meet regularly with employees so they can bring forth both suggestions and concerns. Speaking of voicing concerns, team members can now also submit their concerns anonymously. And this direct and personal approach isn't limited to team members. I have an open door policy with our residents and businesses as well. It's all part of my philosophy of leading in a transparent manner and one in where I can engage directly with all stakeholders. However, of all that we have achieved this past year, what truly stands out for me is working alongside an outstanding team of professionals. The City of Coral Gables staff is one that is committed and dedicated, and I am privileged to have been able to lead this extraordinary team. Thank you all for your support and collaboration throughout this journey, and to the City Commission and our residents for allowing me the opportunity to serve. The City of Coral Gables is fortunate to have a strong bench. Last year, before my appointment, Deputy City Manager Alberto Parjus was appointed as interim manager. There's no need to look outside of our organization for a replacement. Alberto is the right man for the job, and he is ready, willing to serve. He will be able to lead our city and provide a seamless transition for our residents, businesses, and team members. While my tenure is coming to an end, I am grateful for the opportunity to have served the city beautiful, and my belief in the future of Coral Gables remains steadfast. I am proud to have played a role in the city's ongoing success and reiterate my thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
I will make the motion to make Alberto Parjus our next city manager.
I'll second it.
So just some clarification, what would be the effective date, March 1st?
Your last day is February 28th.
February 28th would make it a year.
And then do you want, so how would you like to, for us to handle?
Yes, I would like to instruct HR to go ahead and negotiate with Parjus, whatever is his pay rate should be.
So
through the mayor, I'd be remiss not to share with you the same comments I've given both City Manager Amos as well as Mr. Parjus. In order to have the appropriate respect, everybody should have an opportunity to put their name in a hat. As we do with HR, and we share with every employee in our city, when we have openings in our city, they have an ability to apply so we can promote from within. I do feel that an interim city manager position would need to be appointed first so that we can do a proper process according to best practices, as we generally do for every other employee that we hire in our city. Just because you have the right to do things a certain way doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. We have a process that we should follow to have the best results for the residents, our voters, to be able to have the qualifications and the vetting done in a manner that the residents know that the best person was appointed for the job. But when you bypass that system, it calls into doubt the qualifications of the person that was appointed. That's why I made that recommendation to you. Go through the process. Put your name in a hat. There may be other folks in our city that also want to put their name in a hat. and let the best person succeed.
I have a presentation, if we can please.
If cable TV could please show my screen.
Can you put it big? There you go. Hiring a city manager. The overview of a city manager and its leadership. The city of Coral Gables operates under a council manager form of government. The city manager appointed by the commission acts as the chief executive officer. The city manager is responsible for implementing the commission's policy and day-to-day operations. The city manager can appoint, supervise, and remove all administrative employees. The city manager manages an annual budget of almost or about $350 million. Okay. An executive recruiting services. This is what we've been talking about, a national search employing a third-party company. The cost of that is approximately 25 to 35% of their first annual salary, which could be anywhere from $70,000 to $100,000. History. In 2014, Collin and Associates was used for a national search. The city spent $68,000 on an unsuccessful candidate, Jim A. Beard. A national search takes about 6 months to be completed. This is what resulted from that national search from James A. Beard. That city manager only worked for us for 1 week. He wasn't even sworn in. There was a background check in 2014, charges on child abuse in 2011, and more than one bankruptcy. And that's from the national search that we spent a significant amount of money in 2014. Imagine inflation. I'll go ahead and update you about this individual. He just got in August of 2024 a sentence and sent to federal prison. Crimes, multi-year theft of funds, purchases, possession of 2 machine guns, obstruction of federal tax laws, methods used. He altered documents, created a fake business to facilitate the scheme. And this is the individual, this is the candidate that we obtained and we paid for that national search, just to put on the record. Okay, so let's go back to the history of how it's been done here in the city of Coral Gables. Promotions within from our whole city commission have been 58.3%. Internal decisions, 16.7%. Appointment, which was Mr. Amos's, is, I can't read very well, but I think it's 8.3, yes. And a national search, our history of a national search has been 16.7. Right here is detailed explanation with data of our prior city managers of how they have been hired, and also our city attorneys and city clerks. I think that given this information, I can attest that my decision is the right decision. This is the way that we have been doing it in the past. I do not intend to change any process. In fact, I'm following the protocol that we have done the majority of time. Alberto Parjus is uniquely qualified to serve as city manager of Coral Gables, combining over 40 years of proven government leadership with an intimate understanding of our city's operations and priorities. He has demonstrated exceptional leadership as assistant and deputy city manager, successfully overseeing critical departments such as finance, human resources, innovation and technology, economic development. His ability to deliver results, foster collaboration, and navigate complex challenges has already made a lasting impact in our community. With his extensive experience, strategic vision, and unwavering commitment to Coral Gables, Alberto Parjus is the leader we need to ensure continued excellence and growth. And if my colleagues would indulge me, I think this is the next step to continuing.
So I just want to make sure you heard me correctly. I never said the words national search. Okay? I said advertise the job, just like we do every other job in here. We get an email out to everyone that is an employee of our city. They can put their name in the hat and come in with the due respect that the ultimate person that was chosen is the best. Mr. Gomez recently joined the city. He came over from another city. Ms. Zeta Sardinas is now the city manager for the city of Doral. This is nothing new. People have application processes. They go through interviews. They get vetted by the commission, and may the best person be chosen for that. In 3 months, 3 short months, we have an election. The face of this commission may look totally different. It should be the choice of that commission. Who is the next city manager? The voters need to make a choice as well as to who sits here next. And I think I would think if I was applying for the position, just like I told Mr. Amos when he came in, you need to have the respect of the community, go through a vetting process before you're hired in. That's how you get respect. That's my recommendation to you as well, if you choose to accept this position.
I have spoken to Parhus. He is more than ready for this position. He will work as many years as the commission needs him. And I really think this should be a unanimous vote, because at the end of the day, it is Mr. Parhus who has been working closely with the mayor. And I think they have a respectable relationship, right?
Just before I speak, she said that you've been working closely with me?
Well, no.
I'm just saying, I just want to make sure.
This didn't come from him. This is my understanding from when
Okay,
you're
so I
telling me
just-
that the manager will meet with you.
So I just want to add.
You tell me when I can speak.
Correct me if
You
I'm-
tell me when
I'm
I can
sorry,
speak and I
correct
will
me if
speak.
I'm wrong, because maybe I misunderstood, but.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
First off, not only in Coral Gables, but throughout South Florida, you're highly respected, not only as a professional, but as a person. You're an expert in all aspects of government, which isn't an easy task to accomplish, and yet you have. You have the respect of the employees, of the folks that work with you from the outside, the private sector, our residents. You've done an astonishing job. The one thing I really like about you is your focus is serving the residents, because you were hired by Peter Iglesias, and you did a great job, and you worked with Amos Rojas, and you did a great job. So no matter who it is that is in the room with you, your focus has always been public service, regardless of the political winds. And that's why I think you're an exceptional candidate, and I think you are definitely what the city needs. You have my support.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So, first off, Amos, you have done a phenomenal job as our city manager. Dealing with tons of adversity, tons of criticism, blogs, writing things about you, false information, false narratives. Most recently, they published a picture, which I think is very racist, of a migrant worker with your face on it. This is what you've had to put up with and your family has had to put up with. And thank you for doing that for Coral Gables and for our residents. It's unfortunate that living in the city beautiful, the negative politics of some on this dais and outside just have to try to bring down our city and divide us every step of the way. You've done a phenomenal job. I had actually written some of the things that I know you have accomplished. You've mentioned some of them, but under your leadership, the city has successfully hired a top-tier assistant city manager, Joe Gomez, after a long-time vacancy, more than 2 or 3 years, commenced the structural repairs at City Hall that had been neglected by several prior administrators, changed the way we handled our budgeting process to ensure more transparency and accountability, negotiated the contracts with the Fraternal Order of Police and the Teamsters successfully, and everybody at the table ended up happy at the end of the day, but we did not break the bottom line for our residents. You hired a parking director with top talent and is modernizing our parking department. You oversaw the construction and completion and the reopening of Burger Bob's after your predecessor had refused to do it. You spearheaded the efforts to place temporary speed tables where needed until the permanent ones are installed, and we could just go on. Resident after resident who came to see me said, I met the city manager, I went to his office, I had my concerns addressed. Emails that were sent to you, your predecessor many times didn't even respond to emails from residents. You always took the time to respond, and that's commendable. But I must say, you weren't my first choice for the job. And that does not reflect poorly on you. It reflects on how highly I think of our Deputy City Manager, Alberto Parjus. I think Commissioner Castro summed up Alberto's ability to do this job. But for those who have questions, I'll refer you to my memo to the commission on February 5th of last year, where I said ensuring the stability of our city is paramount to providing the services residents expect and deserve. And this is not a point that I'm making myself. When the commission appointed Peter Iglesias was the assistant city manager at the time, and he was promoted from within. Not only was he promoted from within, there was only a 3-minute discussion to appoint him city manager. And it was at the request of former Mayor Raul Valdez-Fowley, who was asking for stability in our city. We can try to go out to a national search, put in for a bunch of people to submit their applications, but I'll remind you, in 2014, that national search and requesting the applications was in itself a fiasco. We had 5 people that were pushed forward by our committee, and those 5 individuals, the one that was selected, as Commissioner Castro very eloquently stated, has been arrested and is serving 3 years for government corruption in a federal penitentiary. Additionally, the other 4 candidates, the commission didn't even deem to be qualified enough to assume the role of city manager and never even considered them when we went for a second round. The funny thing is, the person that was selected was the one that was always thought to be the top candidate by some of the members of the commission and members of the community. Jeanette Slesvig, for example, who wrote about it in the Good Gables government publication. So I believe that Alberto's many years of experience, qualifications, he has been here through 2 administrations. And most of you know, Peter Iglesias and I seldom agreed on anything, but we both agreed on Alberto Parjus and his hiring in the city of Coral Gables. Alberto comes with experience from Miami-Dade County, over 37 years of experience. He has sat there in the trenches and worked with staff to find solutions. And over the last year, he has been the right hand of our city manager, navigating this city to where we are today. We cannot move backwards. We must continue to move forward. Now, I find it interesting that the vice mayor says we have to follow the process as we do with every other employee. Just 2 years ago, at this exact meeting, the city named a new city attorney. The item wasn't even on the agenda. It was placed on the agenda 7 minutes before the commission meeting started. And it was the recommendation of the former city attorney to promote Cristina Suarez, which we are grateful to have here as our city attorney today, that we are here in this situation today and have her as our city attorney. But there was no application process. There was no, oh, we need to go out and find who else is qualified. There may be an assistant city attorney who's qualified or somebody else in our city who's better qualified. We trusted the recommendation of the person who was in the top job to recommend who would be the best person to replace them. There was also a comment about it should be the choice of the next commission. Well, that wasn't considered when it was the city attorney's appointment 2 years ago, and it was 3 months before the election. It was exactly the same timetable, and there was no objection from anybody on the commission at the time to naming Cristina Suarez and waiting for the new commission. But I'll tell you, if the concern is that we're making decisions today that should not be made for the next commission, what is the recommendation? Should we just not have commission meetings? This body has been elected to make decisions today, not 4 months from now after the election, hoping to see if you can pick up a majority and bring back Peter Iglesias. That's not a solution. We have a responsibility today. And Commissioner Castro, I would like to offer a friendly amendment to your motion to name Alberto Parhus city manager effective the next city commission meeting. So Amos, nothing against you, but your last day would be the day before the commission meeting. I would like Alberto Parhus to take over and assume the position effective the next city commission meeting. This is not a time for dirty politics. This is not a time for dirty attacks. This is a time for civility, for stability, and for our city to move forward with the right person at the helm. And I can assure you that person is Alberto Parhus.
If Amos is okay with that amendment, I accept it.
So quick comment on Commissioner Fernandez's retort. The position of an interim city manager is exactly what Alberto Parhus took up when Mr. Iglesias was departed from our facility, okay? It doesn't remove the ability of this city to function any differently if he takes up the interim city manager position so that we can have other applicants, and I'm gonna, you guys are gonna vote him in. And I'm gonna say the same thing to you, Mr. Parhus, that I said to Mr. Iglesias. We need a succession plan. None of us live forever. So we need to be able to bring in some younger folks to the helm. I understand you have the votes. I made my personal recommendation to you on how to come in with due respect. Same recommendation I made to Mr. Amos when he stepped in to take the position. I understood you originally you only wanted this job as an interim position for up to 3 months. Clearly your mind has changed since then. But that's your choice, all right? That's the end of my comments.
Now I'm going to speak. So, as I noticed, this item was added to the agenda, and if we're going to discuss this important position, we should discuss it with everything that we have. It shouldn't just be about today, it should be about the past year. Succession planning is important. As a person who has a business with a lot of employees, it's critical to make sure that today is going to be as good as tomorrow, and tomorrow is going to be even better. But it has been done with intelligence and strategy, not based on impulse. Selecting a city manager directly impacts how our city operates, how it's perceived, and most importantly, how we serve our residents. And when I took the time to write this, I knew this was cooked, just like the last time. So I knew that no matter what I wrote here was not going to be considered, but at the end of the day, it'll at least be memorialized. The role of the city manager is the backbone of our municipal government. It is a position that ensures our operations run effectively, our goals are met, and our vision for the city of Coral Gables is realized. But for this to happen, we need leadership that is not only capable, but carefully chosen through a thoughtful, transparent, and professional process. That does not have to be a national search. It can be simple as a local search. It can be as simple as opening up to all the employees, many of them who I see in front of me who have come to visit me in City Hall and have asked me. Giving an unqualified individual a position sends a bad message for employee morale. Unfortunately, we've experienced what happens when this process is ignored. Let's reflect on how our current city manager, Amos Rojas, was appointed. His hiring was anything but conventional, certainly not reflective of the standards we've worked so hard to uphold here in the city of Coral Gables. In a moment that was unprecedented, as it was troubling, a decision was made on the spot in the middle of a commission chambers. The previous city manager was fired, and a new one was announced without the formal process we've relied on for decades. Not a resume, not a background check. You're chosen. To make matters worse, the individual chosen lacked the necessary qualifications and credentials for the role. I think one member on the commission said they made the decision based on LinkedIn. This was not how Coral Gables operates. It was a deviation from our core values of professionalism, transparency, and excellence. This is not who we are. When we bypass process, we risk everything. Without a structured hiring and recruitment process, we undermine the integrity of the city. We diminish public trust, and we jeopardize the efficiency of our city. everything begins to fall apart, from daily operations to long-term strategic goals. Mr. Soon-to-be manager, your own words, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you were disgusted the way things were handled and that you did not approve of the way they fired Mr. Peter Iglesias, and you will be leaving in a month. I guess you weren't disgusted enough by the actions taken by this commission. Succession planning is about more than just filling a position. It's about ensuring continuity, stability, and leadership that reflects the high standards of Coral Gables. When we take the time to conduct a formal recruitment process, we open the door to highly qualified candidates, whoever those candidates are. Those who bring expertise, fresh perspectives, and a clear understanding of the responsibilities ahead. And in many cases, it reinforces that we have the best at home, and we don't have to go out and look at another municipality. And we could potentially offer that job to somebody we have in-house in one form or another. Going out and testing the waters is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But this isn't just about hiring the right person. It's about preserving the fabric of our community. A robust process fosters accountability and reinforces our commitment to responsible governance. When our residents see that we prioritize qualifications and transparency, they feel confident that our city is in capable hands. We must also view this as a lesson learned. The appointment of Amos Rojas was a failure, one that cannot be afforded to be repeated. It's a cautionary tale of what happens when process is ignored and standards are compromised. If this happens in the public sector, your company will not survive. As we prepare for leadership transitions in the future, we must commit to smart succession planning. This means formalizing procedures, conducting thorough searches, and ensuring every decision we make reflects the professionalism Coral Gables is known for. Coral Gables deserves leadership that is earned, not announced. Leadership that is carefully vetted, not hastily chosen. Leadership that reflects the values of this incredible community. And by the way, I'm not against naming somebody from our ranks, but I'm a believer that it should be 5-0. It shouldn't just be done, the item is mentioned, and the commissioner to my right and to my left immediately 1-2. Just seems so contrived and so prescribed. Let us move forward with a renewed commitment to excellence. Let us learn from past mistakes and ensure that we never again allow process to take a back seat, because the future of Coral Gables depends on the choices we make today and the standards that we choose to uphold. So if we name a current manager right now, just to give you some simple facts, the manager will take office February 27th. He'll have 5 weeks before the new commission. Again, whoever's elected will then make a decision whether the manager is kept or not. At a minimum, we should not allow the manager to have a 5-month severance if he works here for a month. Because at the end of the day, who knows what the next commission is going to do? So imagine, you're in office for 5 weeks, you're let go by the next commission, and you're given a 5-month severance. Again, that is not being fiscally sound, in my opinion. So now is the time to focus on employee morale. Now is the time to focus on pushing this city forward and doing what we can. Mr. Parhus, you told me you would be leaving in a month. Now you're fighting for this job. I told you I cannot support you, not because I don't believe in you or respect you. It's because you know very well that there has to be a process. So I wish you Godspeed, my friend. I will do everything I can to support you. I will be here, I will listen to you, and God willing, you'll meet with me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
I would like to say one thing. Thank you for those kind words, Mayor. To answer the Commissioner Fernandez's question, yes, then my last day would be the next commission meeting.
So I accepted his amendment and also about the rate, about the salary. I know we can appoint one member of the commission to go ahead and negotiate.
So the mayor's authorized to negotiate unless the commission designates somebody else to
I'm
negotiate.
just afraid that he's not going to do it at goodwill, since he's opposed to this appointment.
Let me make a suggestion, because that, again, is exactly what you've complained about. Commissioner Fernandez complains about hits being put on somebody. You're presuming that something's not going to be done in good faith in making that allegation against somebody. why don't we try following the normal process first?
I would, except for the fact that when he started his speech, he was trying to intimidate Mr. Parhus. So I don't want to go ahead and risk, like we did last time, the appointment of Rolf Cutie. It will be the same situation.
You
I'm
just
not
said
gonna se-
Godspeed. You know,
Can I-
good luck.
I'm not going to
Can I add
subject
something?
yourself.
You
So
know-
in my motion, I would,
May I add something just really quickly? I'm not even gonna touch what you said because it's so ridiculous, it doesn't even merit a comment. I forgot to mention something. I need to apologize to somebody out there who was slandered by multiple people on this commission. James Beard was chosen by this commission and was chosen by John Beard, James Beard, Jim Beard, I can't remember. I can't remember his full name.
Jim A. Beard.
He was chosen for the position. He was vetted by an outside company. I think we paid $50,000. They made a mistake. They didn't catch certain things in his background. We were reimbursed that money. It happened in a commission meeting. But to bring that man up here and slander him, in my opinion, is very distasteful. And we're better than that as a city. And whether that guy's, I wish that man nothing but the best, no matter what legal troubles he's having. And we shouldn't bring that man's name up here just to make an example that a search did not work in one form or another. I think we can do much better than that. So if you don't trust me to negotiate with Mr. Parhus, no problem. Then select another member here of the commission. They can do it as you please. Listen, everything here is 3 votes. It's been like this for the last year and a half. Look how well we're doing with these 3 votes. So
I would like.
do as you please,
okay,
Commissioner.
Anything that I said about Jim A. Beard were facts. And the sources were on my presentation. They're not made up, they're not hallucinations.
Well, I
And-
have
and
an
I would-
I have an IRS press release here. Atlanta's former chief financial officer pleads guilty to theft of government funds and tax obstruction. This is the IRS, so this isn't National Enquirer. So it's part of the record. Just like some people can say, you said this and you said that. If you want to bring the past, we bring the past, because the past affects the present and the future we're going forward,
Kurt,
so.
we're dealing with a person, we're talking about a person who has no stakes in the discussion today. And you're tearing somebody down for no reason. There's no reason for it. It's distasteful. So
Okay,
why would you
so-
like to make your decision?
yes,
Would you like to make a
So
decision?
I would nominate Commissioner Kirk Menendez. I think that he is balanced in making that decision with our new city manager.
And just to clarify, that would be still subject to commission approval, of course.
Yes.
Perfect. So can we have 2 motions? One for the approval, the naming of
The
Mr.
appointment.
Parhus, and then obviously naming Commissioner Menendez to do the negotiation?
Yes, and then when would does the commission want us to bring back the resolution with the benefits package this meeting?
No, I mean, we can do it, I mean,
The next meeting.
not a big deal.
The next meeting.
For the next meeting?
Yes.
It's already
Okay, so it would be in a,
7
and
a.m.
this, just to clarify a few things, so then, if I'm understanding correctly, the city manager his resignation would be effective Monday, January 27th.
Correct.
That's, you tell us, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
whatever's the fastest, January 27th is fine. It doesn't really matter to me.
It's efficient.
Give it a last hurrah, go to January 20th.
Okay, let's get
He
to
wa-
it.
he wants to go out to the mountains, I know.
And then-
I understand completely.
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
the appointment of the city manager of Alberto Parhus would be effective January 28th,
Correct.
with the resolution approving the compensation and benefits to come back at that meeting, January 28th.
Correct.
Okay? You have a motion and you have a second.
Mr. Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak on this item. First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
There's never a surprise around here. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I am moved that the mayor is concerned that we're dragging somebody out that has such a record when he goes on La Poderosa, I don't know how many other stations, to talk about what's going to happen when he and Mrs. Anderson get elected and they bring Peter Iglesias back and they're going to be, let's see, what's the word that, I didn't listen, but I got somebody telling me how funny it was that he said that then we're going to investigate all the illegal stuff that the threes have done. So be ready because there are going to be investigations. But I have several things. Number one, it's not true that we put names in a hat before we select people. We have selected a number of people to work in this city without putting names in a hat by direct appointment. It has happened many times. It will happen again, I'm sure. But in order to make this clear, so the residents and the blogs and the cronies and all the people that want to talk about how illegal this is, let me tell you, I have in my hands the agenda for September 25th, 2018. And I have in my hands the minutes from that meeting. And it's so funny because in the agenda, there was nothing about naming Peter Iglesias after 2 weeks in the job, the permanent city manager. 2 weeks, not 3 months, not 4 months, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 14 days. He was not on the agenda. How do I know? Because the minute says non-agenda. Non-agenda. As the mayor's comments, a resolution of the City Commission appointing Peter J. Iglesias as city manager for the city of Coral Gables. And much to the surprise of some of us that were very close to Mr. Lago, Vince, when he was a commissioner, when he came home, he assured us he didn't have anything to do with that. And we believed it till I pulled the minutes. And it says, a motion was made by Vice Mayor Keon, seconded by Commissioner Lago, that this matter be adopted by resolution number 2018-255. The motion passed by the following vote. All 5 of them voted for Peter Iglesias to become the city manager without any public comments, without anybody having the chance to say anything, because you know what? We could have had several things to say about Peter Iglesias. We could have talked about the disaster on Miracle Mile streetscape. We could have talked about the disaster with the fire and police building. We could have talked about the fact that we later saw that he didn't have any evaluations of their employees under him. So when he came during his tenure as city manager, that Mr. Lago wanted to fire an employee, and the employee wanted to go to the, what do they call it, the board?
Trial.
And there were no paperwork. There was nothing to show that she had done something wrong. And guess what happened? Mr. Iglesias testified that, he wanted to give people another chance, and he didn't want to write anything, so he didn't have any proof. Do you know how it all ended? By that employee that was illegally, really fired, because it was not the city manager's choice, because it was Mr. Lago who wanted her out. She ended up getting what the city normally gives, something in the figure of $100,000, give or take a few pennies here and there. Okay, let me tell you, when Mr. Salerno was the city manager, guess what? Mr. Lago, as the commissioner, made sure, pushed them to resign. Oh my God, Mr. Lago, as the commissioner, pushed them to resign. Can you imagine that? Listen, guys, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I am so sorry, Mayor, that you have been known to say that you're a powerless mayor. You know what? It's your doing, because you could have had 5 commissioners on your side, working with you if you had not chosen to keep saying that they were illegally elected, that they didn't deserve to be elected, that they didn't know what they were doing, etc., etc., etc. And you know what? The chickens came to roost. It only takes 3 to tango in Coral Gables, and it has happened today. 3 votes is what makes the city. We do not have a strong city manager, and guess what? We will have a new commission come April 8th, and I hate to say it. The way things are, I'm sure that we will have new people sitting in the commission. Thank you. Congratulations.
Jackson Holmes.
Hello. So, when our hero, Amos Rojas, came in the first city commission meeting, I said that he is the second coming of Jesus Christ for Coral Gables democracy. And that's never been more true throughout his tenure. Amos Rojas is the second coming of Jesus Christ for Coral Gables democracy. He's the best city manager that I've seen, certainly in my lifetime. And what it contrasts with, I see this, there's 2 commissioners here that are the spokespersons for a developerocracy. They want developers to run the city, and then there's 3, thank God, who want a democracy, and they want the voters to run the city, right? Kirk Menendez has chosen to try to bring democracy to the mayoralty. And I pray to God Almighty that you win, Kirk Menendez, to become the new mayor of Coral Gables. There's probably more things that I could say, but I'll just finish. I'll repeat what I just last said. I pray to God in heaven that you defeat Vince Lago and are the next mayor of Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to zoom next. It's going to be for Elizabeth Green.
Ms. Green.
Hi, good evening. This is Elizabeth Green from 1316 Alhambra Circle. I know many residents are busy dealing with families, maybe work even at this late hour, but I can't help but be extremely frustrated by the fact that y'all are going to push through a new city manager that's meant to represent our city at this late hour when I think most people aren't even aware of it. After you pushed through Mr. Rojas last year quickly with one of the many incessant 3-2 votes, and instead during this transitional period, not taking a minute to maybe appoint Mr. Parhus as an interim city manager, taking the time to go through this transitional period with elections right here at our doorstep, as evident by the many signs that I see popping up in the neighborhood, and maybe doing things differently. Nobody's saying to spend $68,000 to hire a company to help you do some big nationwide search. We're saying open it up, give the opportunity for the right candidate to come in and represent us as residents and to take care of the city that we all love. Please do not do the same thing you did last year yet again and expect a different result, because that is truly the definition of insanity, which has been what this city has been like to live in for the past year and a half. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we got a motion, we got a second. The first motion is to make Mr. Parhus the permanent city manager. The second is to have Commissioner Menendez negotiate his package, his compensation package, which will take effect on February 28th.
No, sir, January 28th.
I'm sorry, January 28th. I apologize. Thank you for my correction. It's been a long day. January 28th.
Testing to see if you're awake.
Thank you so
the
much.
first motion, I have Commissioner Castro making the motion and Commissioner Menendez seconding.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
No.
I do not have a motion on the second.
Somebody make a motion?
I made the motion.
No,
Somebody-
for the second one.
I moved it,
Okay.
right?
Is there a second?
Is there a
The clerk said
second?
he didn't know that there was a motion, that's why I'm asking.
I'll second.
Thank you. Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
No.
Mayor Lago.
No. Godspeed. Congratulations. All right, meeting is over. I want to say a few things before. Let's start with the vice mayor. Go ahead.
I'm going to share something shared by the Rotary Club, by Shelter Box, if folks are looking to help out individuals in Los Angeles that are victims of the fires. You know, they provide, you know, some immediate assistance types things, blankets and so forth, because these people have lost everything. So I'll share that with the rest of the team.
Commissioner Castro.
I just have to say Happy New Year, and I'm looking forward to a wonderful year.
Commissioner Menendez.
I just want to mention that, you know, our city has an amazing history of exceptional people that made differences in the lives of our country and our community. And recently, a Coral Gables resident, Sam Moore, he was part of the legendary R&B group, Sam and Dave, from 1961, 1981. Their hits were Soul Man, if you remember Blues Brothers. Dan Aykroyd, Jim Belushi sang Soul Man. Hold On, I'm Coming. And he passed away at the age of 89 this past Friday. His partner with the duo, Dave Prater, passed away in 1988. I mention it because to have someone in our community that was inducted, they were inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2019. And it just goes to show you, we think we know everybody in the community, but there are so many people that we haven't met. And this is one person who's not only a legend in the music industry, but a legend in our community. So I just wanted to share our condolences and honor a legend.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year, and City Manager Designate Parhus, I look forward to working with you. City Manager Rojas, thank you once again for your service to this community. Sorry for all the disparaging comments that have been said about you over the last few months. You're a stand-up guy. You proved it during your term here. You were able to work under the administrations of Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Yet here in the city of Coral Gables, there was one side who could never work positively with you, and that reflects on them. It doesn't reflect on you. I look forward to working with City Manager Parhus, and thank you all and have a great night.
Two quick things. Anybody that wants to get involved, I purchased personally a beautiful flag pole that was missing at the Women's Club. We got it in. We're now working on finalizing the permits to the city of Coral Gables. Wanted to make sure we do everything with a permit. Everything is donated personally. It's a beautiful flagpole. It's been missing for almost 40 years at the Women's Club, and we'll be putting it up in the next 2 weeks. So if anybody wants to help out, volunteer and help me put it up, it's pretty large, so we're gonna get some heavy machinery out there and get it done. It's for a great cause, and it's to really showcase our love for not only the Women's Club, but for America. Another point that I wanted to make, you know, as we get to our centennial, I got the privilege of receiving this book the other day, about 2 weeks ago. And over the weekend, I sat down and I read it. It's a book by Patrick Alexander. It deals with the city of Coral Gables. It is it's an incredible resource. Anybody that wants to read about the city of Coral Gables, understand about the city of Coral Gables. A lot has changed since 1925, but I'm gonna tell you one thing. Once you read this, you realize our heart is still in the same place here in the City Beautiful for a reason, because this is an exceptional community, and I want to commend Patrick Alexander for producing an incredible book. It was a love affair for him. I haven't even had a chance to even talk to him in person, but I wanted to give him credit and hopefully maybe sell. I don't know how many people are watching today, but maybe we'll sell for him a few books. If anybody wants to borrow it, I have it in my office. You can come and visit me at City Hall. Again, Friday open office hours. I'm getting more people than ever. Starting at 2 o'clock, ending around 5. This week we went almost to probably around 7 o'clock. I saw the vice mayor. We were there till late, 7:30 with residents. The building is safe. Come and join us. Come meet with us. It's a pleasure to hear your concerns or your issues. and we look forward to continuing to engage. God bless and have a wonderful, wonderful week, and see you on the 28th of January at our next commission meeting.
Recording stopped.